балістичні ракети. Перша влучила в будівлю, одна з будівель університету. Друга розірвалась фактично над вулицею. 117 людей були поранені, в тому числі діти, і, зокрема, дівчинка 25-го року народження.
Ukraine State Emergency Services also reported that 2 children were amongst the scores of people killed in the strikes. Additionally, another 1,700 people were wounded in the attacks. Devastating visuals emerged from the scene that showed dead bodies on the ground amid debris and smoke. In a separate attack, heavy shelling from the Russian military in Ukraine's Kherson region led to several infrastructural damage, leading to the death of a woman. Amid the attacks, President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed that rescue efforts were ongoing.
Тільки тиском, тільки рішучими діями це можна змінити. Кожна російська балістика, кожна крилата ракета, всі російські шахеди, всі керовані бомби б'ють не тільки по наших людях, по наших громадах, але й по дипломатії, по політиці кожного, хто дійсно намагається все це завершити.
Zelensky has now called for a global response to what is being regarded as one of the deadliest skirmishes of the year.
And viewers, let's see what else is happening from across the globe. Let's get started with all the international stories we're tracking right now. Indonesian President Sumy arrived in Amman for a 2-day visit to Jordan, where he was welcomed at Queen Alia International Airport by King Abdullah II. The two leaders are scheduled to hold talks on today, with discussions expected to focus on strengthening bilateral ties and regional developments. Thousands of demonstrators filled the streets of Karachi in a powerful show of solidarity with Palestinians amid ongoing Israeli strikes in Gaza. Waving Palestinian flags and chanting at the service of Gaza, protesters marched through Pakistan's largest city, condemning the latest wave of violence that left at least 21 people dead, including children. Bulgaria unveiled a fleet of newly acquired F-16 fighter jets from the United States, marking a major step in modernizing its air force to meet NATO standards. 16 jets, part of 2 separate deals with American aerospace firm Lockheed Martin, are set to replace the country's aging Soviet-era MiG-29s, with deliveries delayed until the end of this year. Due to the pandemic, the upgrade comes as Bulgaria strengthens its defense posture amid regional tensions from Russia's war in Ukraine. Pope Francis made a brief but encouraging appearance at St. Peter's Square on Palm Sunday, greeting more than 20,000 worshippers and offering prayers as he continues to recover from a serious bout of double pneumonia. Wheeled to the altar without wearing oxygen tubes, 88-year-old pontiff thanked the faithful for their support and marked the start of Holy Week with a message of compassion and peace for suffering communities around the world. Surprise appearance at the Coachella Music Festival, U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders took to the stage to rally young festival goers with a call for political engagement and justice. Joined by Maxwell Frost of Florida, Sanders introduced singer-songwriter Clairo and urged the crowd to take a stand against injustice. The Karnataka government caste census report has ignited widespread discussions across the state, with recommendations to increase OBC reservations and concerns from dominant communities. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar emphasizes a cautious approach. Take a look.
The caste census report, officially termed the Socio-Economic and Education Survey, was recently presented to the Karnataka cabinet.
ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗಪ್ಪ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಏನ್ರಿ ಹಾಗಂದ್ರೆ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹಿಂದುಳಿದ ಜಾತಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದವನು ಸರ್ವೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಈಗ 2011ರಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅದು ಜಾತಿ ಗಣತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಗಣತಿ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಜನಗಣತಿ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅದು 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ಯಾ
Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar addressed the media, assuring that the government will deliberate thoroughly before making any decisions.
Socio-economic survey. ಜಾತಿ ಗಣತಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರೋದು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ. ನಮ್ಮದು ಸೋಷಿಯೋ-ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀವು ಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಕೆಳಗಡೆನೇ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ನಿಮಗೇನೋ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಒದಗಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ನೋಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ. ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ವಿಲ್ ಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಔಟ್. ಯಾರಿಗಾರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಆತಂಕ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ನನಗೂ ಆತಂಕ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಾವು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The report suggests increasing the OBC quota from 32% to 51%, which combined with existing SC/ST reservations would raise the total reservation to 75%, surpassing the Supreme Court's 50% cap. This has led to objections from dominant communities like the Vokaligas and Lingayats, who question the report's methodology. Responding to the dissent, Shivkumar emphasized the government's commitment to fairness and inclusivity. Meanwhile, the BJP has criticized the report, labeling it as unscientific and alleging it aims to divert attention from other pressing issues in the state. As Karnataka stands at the crossroads of data-driven policy and deep-rooted community identities, the caste census report may shape the state's political and social future. The government says it won't rush. What remains to be seen is whether consensus can be built in time.
In a major breakthrough in the ongoing anti-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir, security forces gunned down 3 Pakistani terrorists belonging to the proscribed outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed. Stay tuned.
Which are the other countries, sir, who are doing this, who have this kind of capability, sir?
So as far as I am aware, it is the United States of America, Russia and China who have demonstrated this capability. The Israelis are also working on similar capabilities. So I would say, are either the 4th or the 5th country in the world to have demonstrated this system.
And sir, we've seen the vehicles have the name Project Sahasra Shakti. So can we call it by that name, sir?
No, we have not yet decided the final name. We will let you know once the decision is done.
Whatever we achieved today, and we have seen that the fixed wing aircraft we have neutralized at a long range, some few kilometer range, and then we have also seen that we have a neutralized swarm drone, more than 7 drones also we have neutralized, and also we have shown that whatever the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj and this is Live This Morning, where we get you all the latest updates that you need to know before getting through your day. Here are the top stories for the day that set the agenda, but first the headlines. BJP has called for elections in Bengal to be held under President's rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Governor Arnab Goswami has stated that those responsible for the violence in Murshidabad will be brought to justice, emphasizing that no one will be allowed to take the law into their hands. In the case of the ongoing interrogation of Tahavur Rana may widen to cover other terror plots planned by LET, including the failed suicide attack in 2004 on Prime Minister Modi.
After Tamil Nadu Governor Arun Ravi urged students to chant the slogan Jai Shri Ram, DMK lashes out, labeling him a Hindutva fanatic. China has called on the United States to fully revoke reciprocal tariffs, calling recent exemptions for electronics like smartphones and computers a small step. BJP leader and West Bengal Assembly's leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari on Sunday claimed that more than 400 Hindus have been forced to flee their houses, claiming that the people are facing religious persecution following central security forces being deployed in Murshidabad. This comes after violence erupted in the area. He blamed Trinamool Congress for their alleged appeasement politics, which has completely emboldened radical elements in the state. Take a look at this.
Murshidabad has turned into a war zone. Violent mobs attacked Hindu homes, pelted stones, and set property on fire. The BJP has called it nothing short of a planned anti-Hindu riot. With no visible police response, the BJP has now demanded Armed Force Special Power Act and President's rule in West Bengal.
Trinamool is anti-national. Mamata Banerjee is completely anti-national. She did it to save her vote bank. The Hindus are tortured. Hindus are shelterless. We want President's rule on the eve of the assembly election.
Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari has alleged that more than 400 Hindus from Dhulian in Murshidabad were driven out of their homes by fear of religiously driven violence. Republic Bangla is the only network that is fearlessly reporting from ground zero to expose the truth of the Murshidabad violence.
इस वक्त हम लोग हैं मुर्शिदाबाद जिले के अंदर जो साजू मोड़ पे और यहीं पे ये वाकफ अमेंडमेंट लॉ के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हुए कुछ एंटी नेशनल्स ने पूरा तोड़ मोड़ किया। यहाँ पे आग जलाया गया था और अभी देखिए यहाँ पे बंगाल पुलिस की जो कॉम्बैट फोर्स है, जो स्ट्रैको फोर्स है, इन लोगों को डिप्लॉय किया जा रहा है।
On the other hand, UP CM Yogi Adityanath has issued a sharp warning saying what the TMC won't. Hindus are under attack in Bengal.
हिंसा में आपने देखा होगा कब पश्चिमी बंगाल में मुर्शिदाबाद 3 हिंदुओं की निर्मम हत्या हुई, उनके घरों से खींच करके उनकी हत्या हुई। और ये सब कौन है? ये सभी वही दलित हैं, वही वंचित हैं, वही गरीब हिंदू हैं जिसको इस जमीन का सर्वाधिक लाभ मिलने वाला है।
Even more shocking, Jamaat-e-Ulema President Maulana Mahmood Madani justified the violence in a bite which is now going viral. He said, and I quote, "Protest should have started the moment the bill was passed, indicating the violence was not a reaction but part of a plan."
कि ये प्रोटेस्ट हिंसक हो रहा है, तो प्रोटेस्ट हो कहाँ रहा है ये तो बता दीजिए। हो कहाँ रहा है प्रोटेस्ट? कैसी बात आप कर रही हैं? रुकना, जितना रुके हुए हैं इतना रुकना नहीं चाहिए था, रुकना ही गलत हो रहा है। क्यों मुर्शिदाबाद जल रहा है? कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबल है इसके लिए? मुसलमान को, इसके लिए भी मुसलमान को रिस्पॉन्सिबल बना देंगे आप?
As the BJP demands President's rule and Armed Force Special Power Act and the opposition blames diversion tactics, one thing is clear: Bengal needs calm, accountability and justice.
Viewers, shifting focus to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where the anti-terror operation in Kishtwar district has now entered day 6. Now, in a major breakthrough, security forces gunned down 3 Jaish terrorists. Now, the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir police have jointly intensified their counter-terror operations along the Doda-Udhampur axis, where 3 to 4 Jaish groups are still suspected to be active. In fact, the search operation for one terrorist who is injured and in hiding, as per preliminary reports, is also ongoing. We're in fact also being joined by my colleague Gursimran live from the Kishtwar district to get us more updates. Gursimran, speak to us about the continuous combing operations that are on in the valley.
See, after a successful operation, the security forces are continuing the anti-terror operations in the Kishtwar as well as in the areas of Doda, Kathua and the Udhampur axis area. Because in the Kishtwar, Chatru area, the forces believe that still a terrorist is active and they are launching the manhunt to neutralize them. With the first light today morning, the operations have been launched once again. While in the axis that connects the Doda district to Udhampur and Kathua, there have been operations that have been launched. Reason being that there are 3 to 4 groups of Jaish-e-Mohammed that are still believed to be active in the area. And at this given time, when the operations have been intensified after the meeting of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Director General of the Jammu and Kashmir Police Nalin Prabhat has also called for a security review meeting this afternoon in Jammu that will be attended by the IGs and the Deputy Inspector Generals of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, especially of the Jammu region, that will entirely focus on the ongoing anti-terror operations and how these operations can be intensified in such a manner that these groups of terrorists that have recently infiltrated or have infiltrated in last couple of years, they can be neutralized, because this killing of 3 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed has come as a big setback to the organization being supported by the Pakistan that was trying to disrupt peace in Jammu and Kashmir. So now the anti-terror operations are underway in the Jammu region, and we have seen that those terrorists who have carried out more than half a dozen attacks in the last couple of years, they have been neutralized. So security forces are trying to ensure that this time the terrorist plan to make the summers hot in Jammu and Kashmir, they are foiled, and these all terrorists that have remained in the upper reaches of Jammu during the snow-clad mountains in winters, they are neutralized at an earliest.
Right, Gursimran, thanks very much for tracking this story so closely for us and getting us all the minute-by-minute developments into the news. For now, viewers, shifting focus, we're getting a big breaking news from the state of Jharkhand, where an incident of stone pelting has come to light during a religious procession in the Jhurjhuri village in Hazaribagh. Security has been completely heightened in the area following the clashes in the incident. Now remember, this is not an isolated incident. Processions being attacked has become common in the past week. In fact, we have seen multiple incidents coming from different states and now including Madhya Pradesh. And now another incident comes from Jharkhand, where an incident of stone pelting has come to light during a religious procession in the Jhurjhuri village in the Hazaribagh area in Jharkhand. Now security has been heightened in the area following the incident to keep a close check that violence does not erupt in the area following the stone pelting. Viewers, a grand rally in Meerut will be taken out to celebrate the 134th birth anniversary of Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar today. The procession will begin from the Bhaishali ground and will pass through key areas to honor the legacy of Dr. Ambedkar. Now, UP's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has completely slammed the Congress and said that the grand old party denied Dr. Ambedkar's last rites from being held in Delhi. The war of words raking up once again over Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Now this comes on the birth anniversary of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the 134th birth anniversary of Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar. A procession will be taken out which will begin from the Bhaishali ground and will pass through key areas. Now UP's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has used this opportunity to slam the Congress and to say that they denied Dr. Ambedkar's last rites from being held in Delhi. Also being joined by my colleague Akhil to get us more updates into the matter. Akhil, another version of the same debate that's being rigged up over Ambedkar and a strong statement that has come in from UP's Chief Minister. Speak to us about it, Akhil.
Well, you see, at this point in time, we are standing in Meerut Bansali ground. Here you can see the preparations are underway. A grand rally has been organized by the locals over here at this point in time. And you can see the stages are being set up over here. And it is very much expected that the event is going to start around this noon at around 12. And earlier, if you see what we have seen, that UP Chief Minister Mr. Yogi Adityanath has said that Congress has denied Ambedkar's last rite in Delhi, which has claimed spark a political uproar. And if you see at this point in time, just outside the CAB Inter College Meerut, here you can see the preparations have already begun. The procession, which is going to begin at around 12 noon, is expected to start from this very point, and it will go towards different regions in this very city of Meerut. So for that we'll have to wait and watch that what comes next in this. But if you see, we have spoken to the locals. They have said that they will join in large numbers once the procession will begin. But at this point in time, if you see, at around 7 a.m. early in the morning, no one you will find over here, but the preparations are underway. Back to you.
Right, Akhil, thanks for getting us those developments and for showing us what's happening on the ground. And of course, we'll track the story when there are more developments. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a look at what's happening in Karnataka, especially in the face of the caste census report being tabled. Now, the Karnataka government's caste census report has ignited widespread discussions across the state, with recommendations to increase the OBC reservations and concerns from very dominant communities. Now, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has emphasized that this is a cautious approach and that Karnataka will take the next step after pondering over the caste census which has been tabled. Take a look at this.
The caste census report, officially termed the Socio-Economic and Education Survey, was recently presented to the Karnataka cabinet.
ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗಪ್ಪ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಏನ್ರಿ ಹಾಗಂದ್ರೆ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹಿಂದುಳಿದ ಜಾತಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದವನು ಸರ್ವೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಈಗ 2011ರಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅದು ಜಾತಿ ಗಣತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಗಣತಿ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಜನಗಣತಿ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅದು 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ಯಾ
Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar addressed the media, assuring that the government will deliberate thoroughly before making any decisions.
Socio-economic survey. ಜಾತಿ ಗಣತಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರೋದು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ. ನಮ್ಮದು ಸೋಷಿಯೋ-ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀವು ಮೇಲೆ ಎತ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಕೆಳಗಡೆನೇ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಯಾರು ನಿಮ್ಗೇನೋ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಒದಗಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ನೋಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ. ಇಫ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ವಿಲ್ ಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಔಟ್. ಯಾರಿಗಾರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಆತಂಕ ಇದ್ರೆ ನನಗೂ ಆತಂಕ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The report suggests increasing the OBC quota from 32% to 51%, which combined with existing SC/ST reservations would raise the total reservation to 75%. Surpassing the Supreme Court's 50% cap. This has led to objections from dominant communities like the Vokaligas and Lingayats, who question the report's methodology. Responding to the dissent, Shivakumar emphasized the government's commitment to fairness and inclusivity. Meanwhile, the BJP has criticized the report, labeling it as unscientific and alleging it aims to divert attention from other pressing issues in the state. As Karnataka stands at the crossroads of data-driven policy and deep-rooted community identities, the caste census report may shape the state's political and social future. The government says it won't rush. What remains to be seen is whether consensus can be built in time.
Viewers, global business leaders and social pioneers have gathered to attend the Lohana International Business Forum's GCC Calling 2025 event. It's a conference that focuses on global capacity centers in both India and Dubai. Now, the Dubai event is being hosted by Lohana International Business Forum, which began on the 13th of April. Here are some snippets of that event. Take a look.
The vibrant city of Dubai is once again playing host to innovation, investment and international collaboration. The GCC Calling 2025 conference, organized by the Lohana International Business Forum, kicked off on April 13, bringing together global business minds and social pioneers under one roof. With a strong focus on global capacity centers, the event explores how India and the UAE can further collaborate to create agile, future-ready business ecosystems. Dubai, a strategic gateway for international business, is at the center of this conversation.
GCC, especially UAE, offers to Indian businesses. Scores of entrepreneurial Indians, including many in this room, have been extremely successful in capitalizing the favorable business environment that prevails in the United Arab Emirates.
From fintech and infra to IT and retail, Indian businesses have played a pivotal role in shaping the UAE's economic growth story. Over the past 5 decades, they have become an important part of the region's development across various emirates. The forum also aims to connect diaspora leaders with emerging entrepreneurs and foster deeper ties between India's growing tech hubs and Dubai's global outreach. With India's strong position as global talent and the tech powerhouse, and the UAE continues to lead the region in ease of doing business, platforms like GCC Calling 2025 become crucial in forging the next chapter between the two countries.
Media network from UAE. They are covering this event, and maybe they will
Alleging a deteriorating law and order situation in parts of West Bengal, Union Minister and State BJP President Sukanta Majumdar has claimed that Hindus in Murshidabad district are still living in fear despite a partial improvement following the deployment of central forces in the state. Now drawing parallels with neighbouring Bangladesh, Majumdar accused the ruling Trinamool Congress of systematically suppressing the Hindu community and engaging in appeasement politics. The BJP has also called for immediate central intervention and demanded the imposition of precedence rule in the state of West Bengal.
सेंट्रल फोर्सेस के तैनाती होने के बाद स्थिति में थोड़ा सुधार आया है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है अभी भी स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है कि जहां पे हिंदू सर उठा के जी सके, फ्रीडम के साथ जी सके, अपनी रिलीजियस जो आइडेंटिटी है उसके साथ जी सके.
In a major anti-terror breakthrough, security forces killed 3 Pakistani terrorists affiliated with the banned Jaish-e-Mohammed outfit in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar district. The encounter has triggered a widened security sweep across the Doda, Udhampur and Katwa districts with intensified combing operations and high surveillance to track down remaining Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives believed to be active in the region. The crackdown comes just days ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Jammu on the 19th of April. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla inaugurated a special train service between Kota and Delhi from the Kota railway station, while Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav virtually flagged off a new train connecting Dr. Ambedkar Nagar, which is the birthplace of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, to New Delhi. The initiatives are seen as part of broader efforts to improve regional rail links while honouring the legacy of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar.
बाबा साहेब श्री भीमराव अंबेडकर जी उनकी जन्मभूमि से जो पुण्य भूमि है वहाँ से आज एक गाड़ी स्टार्ट की गई है, जिससे कि दिल्ली से अंबेडकर नगर के कनेक्टिविटी को बहुत अच्छे से सुचारू रूप से चला सके.
Communal tensions gripped Churjuri village in the Barkatha police station area of Hazaribagh district on Sunday after stone pelting broke out during a religious procession. The incident occurred near the Churjuri mosque during a Hanuman Pran Pratishtha procession. Following the violence, an angry mob reportedly set fire to straw stored in about 2 houses, escalating the entire situation and causing panic among residents. Although no casualties have been reported, the incident sparked widespread unrest and led to the blockade of the Delhi-Kolkata National Highway, which is the National Highway number 2. In the wake of violent protests against the Waqf Amendment Act, the Chachar District Administration in Assam has imposed prohibitory orders to prevent further escalation of tensions. The protest, which began peacefully in Silchar on Sunday with nearly 800 participants, quickly turned violent when a section of demonstrators clashed with the police, pelting stones and attacking on-duty uniform-clad personnel.
देखिए हम लोग यहाँ के जितना जो भी लोग हैं जो मतलब नेतृस्थानीय जो लोग हैं सब लोगों से हम लोगों ने इस सिलसिले में बात किया है और जो वक्फ बोर्ड का जो बिल पास लेके कुछ लोगों ने अचानक से एक 4-5 मतलब 300-400 लोग रास्ते पे आ गए मतलब निकलने के लिए कोशिश किया और इमीडिएटली हमारा पुलिस टीम हम लोग वहाँ पे आए और हम लोगों ने लोगों को डिस्पर्स किया।
Viewers, Lebanon has marked 50 years since the start of its civil war, a 15-year conflict that resulted in the deaths of around 150,000 people. A government ceremony was held in Beirut on Sunday, including a minute of silence and remarks from Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, who called for national unity and reflection on the war's legacy. Take a look at this.
Lebanon's government on Sunday marked the 50th anniversary of the 15-year civil war with a small ceremony and a minute of silence. In a rare official acknowledgement of the legacy of the conflict, Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam emphasized that Lebanese people should learn from the tragedies of war so that they're not repeated again.
بهمنا اليوم يرجعوا يجتمعوا اللبنانيين مع دولتهم، نحن بهمنا نرجع نستعيد ثقتكم وكل ما نعمله إن كان من إصلاح أو من أي خطوات تانية حتى نرجع نستعيد ثقة اللبنانيين كل اللبنانيين وبيبقى إنه هيدي كانت يعني أيام علمت فينا مآسي الحرب هلا بدنا نتعلم منها حتى ما نرجع.
The war that began on April 13, 1975 plunged Lebanon into 15 years of civil war that killed about 150,000 people, left 17,000 missing, and led to foreign intervention. It all began when 3 buses left a refugee camp carrying Palestinian students as they passed through the conflict-ridden Christian neighborhood of Ain Remune. Passengers were unaware of the unrest in the area as the small bus passed to Ain Remune and it was ambushed as gunmen opened fire from all sides, killing 22 people.
بفضل للشباب اللي راح دمهم اللي هن اول شيء اخواتي ولاد عمي نفس الوقت ولاد منطقتي ورفقاتي انه ما بتذكر انه ليش ماتوا ليش استشهدوا بتساءل انه انا كمان بعدني عايش موجود. تأثرت بالحرب اللبنانية طبعا تأثرت ما في حدا بيمر بالظروف اللي نحن مرقنا فيها إلا ما بيتأثر.
11 people however survived the tragedy.
الحرب كانت طائفية على الهوية. دول كبيرة تدخلت بلبنان سلحت ناس ضد ناس وعملوا جبهة وحركة وطنية وقسمت شرقية غربية قسموا البلد شرقية غربية. جوع وتهجير شو بدي خبرك حرب. هون راس النبع هيدي كانت محور هون إذا فيك تصور بقى في آثار الدمار.
Since then, the attack is seen as the spark of Lebanon's civil war that resulted into multi-sided conflict that would last 15 years and devastate the entire nation. Ever since, Lebanon has strengthened peacekeeping and diplomatic outreach efforts as it tries to counter the Israeli invasion to the current day.
Viewers, Silicon Valley, which was once known for its progressive tech culture, is now seeing a political shift. Tech workers in San Jose are protesting what they say is a growing alignment between industry leaders and President Donald Trump. Now, the divide between the tech elites and the everyday employees is widening. And for many, it signals a deeper crisis in the heart of innovation. Take a look at what's unfolding.
Hundreds of tech workers gathered in California this week, calling out what they see as a troubling shift in Silicon Valley's political direction. At the center of the anger remain several high-profile tech executives and investors' support for Donald Trump's agenda.
We've been seeing a lot of these CEOs, like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, really cozy up with the far right, cozy up with Donald Trump, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to get in bed with Trump and his far-right agenda, and they're trying to use this so that they can gain more power and influence in the government and increase their profits. But these things are, of course, hurting the American people, but they're also hurting the tech workers that are working under them.
The absence of industry leaders at the protest highlighted the growing rift between corporate leadership and their employees. According to protesters, Silicon Valley's idealistic roots are now being questioned and replaced by profit-driven conservatism and political alignment with the right.
I'm terrified about the divide of income in this country. I think some of it is in tech leaders, it's in other leaders as well, that the money's all shifting to the wealthiest, and that terrifies me. Money's getting taken away from the families, the people that need it, and these changes that we're seeing, they're taking away more and more programs that are needed by the people of this country. And unfortunately, you've got the Zuckerbergs and the Elon Musks and the others of the world that are taking that over, and it's truly scary.
Most tech workers who lean liberal are now feeling betrayed, anxious and uncertain about the future. As tensions rise, workers are now calling for transparency, representation and a return to the values that once defined the Silicon Valley.
Spanish authorities have dismantled a major human trafficking network that smuggled Moroccan migrants into Spain. Stay tuned for more details on this and a lot more right after this short break. News and updates continue on Republic TV.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Time for hard options in Bangladesh. We all know that Joe Biden democratic dispensation had turned implacably hostile towards India, especially because of India's refusal to, spoil and cut off its relations with Russia during the Russia-Ukraine war. This is the war which Joe Biden wanted to fight a proxy war against Russia.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And in the Trump tariff war, China has now asked the US to completely revoke the reciprocal tariffs which have been levied on Beijing. Now, this comes after the US lifted tariffs on Chinese imports, including smartphones, which China has referred to as a small step. We're tracking that very closely for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. BJP has called for elections in Bengal to be held under the president's rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Governor Arnab Goswami has stated that those responsible for the violence in Murshidabad will be brought to justice, emphasizing that no one will be allowed to take the law into their own hands. The ongoing interrogation of Tawur Rana may widen to cover other terror plots planned by the LET, including the failed suicide attack in 2004 on Prime Minister Modi. After Tamil Nadu, Governor Arun Ravi urged students to chant the slogan Jai Shri Ram, DMK lashes out, labeling him a Hindutva fanatic. China has called on the United States to fully revoke reciprocal tariffs, calling recent exemptions for electronics like smartphones and computers only a small step. Viewers, now Oscar Piastri was all smiles after converting pole position into a dominant victory during Sunday night's Bahrain Grand Prix, having comfortably beaten Mercedes rival George Russell and McLaren teammate Lando Norris. The Australian driver has become the first multiple race winner of the 2025 season by taking a sublime victory in the Bahrain Grand Prix. Take a look at this.
Oscar Piastri took his second win of the Formula One season in dominant style at the Bahrain Grand Prix on Sunday. Piastri led from start to finish under the Bahrain International Circuit lights, nailing the initial getaway and then a safety car restart later in the race to earn his second Grand Prix win of the season.
Very, very happy. It's been a great weekend, starting with qualifying. That was a really nice performance, and then the race today, I felt like we had it under control. So very proud of the team for giving us a great car. Proud of myself for putting a good weekend together as well, and excited for next week.
Piastri started on pole and kept Mercedes' George Russell behind him, fending off a challenge for the lead after a safety car restart. Russell held on to the second after defending his position on the last lap from Piastri's McLaren teammate Lando Norris, who finished third after starting sixth. Piastri's win sees him move up to the second position in the Drivers' Championship on 74 points.
Viewers, it's time to get you a quick check of everything that's making the headlines in the world of sports. Take a look at this. Mumbai Indians put in an excellent performance in the Game 29 of the ongoing IPL 2025 against Delhi Capitals. Posting a total of 205 runs in the first innings, Mumbai Indians limited Delhi Capitals to 193, winning the game by 12 runs. Aiming to chase down the target, Delhi Capitals got off to a horrid start as opener Jake Fraser McGurk departed on a duck. Abhishek Poril played a good knock of 33 runs in 25 deliveries, but it was the performance of the impact player Karun Nair that captured the limelight. Royal Challengers Bengaluru cruised to a dominant 9-wicket win over Rajasthan Royals in Jaipur. RCB's decision to bowl first paid off on a surface that stayed low and offered a variable bounce, even as rising India opener Yashasvi Jaiswal's fluent 75 of 47 balls stood out in Rajasthan Royals' total of 173 for 4. On a slow, tacky Savai Man Singh Stadium pitch, where stroke making was far from easy, Saul's counter-attacks stunned the hosts. Royal Challengers Bengaluru veteran Virat Kohli has added another feather to his illustrious cap as he registered a massive record during his team's win over Rajasthan Royals at the Savai Man Singh Stadium. Kohli slammed an unbeaten 50 as he led RCB chase down 174 with ease alongside Devdutt Padikkal with 9 wickets in hand. Kohli hit his 100th 50 in T20 cricket and has become the first Indian player to slam 100 half-tons in the format. He's only the second after David Warner to get to a triple-digit mark of high tons in the shortest format. Veteran Royal Challengers Bengaluru pacer Bhuvaneshwar Kumar achieved a major T20 milestone with his inclusion in the playing 11 for the side's clash against Rajasthan Royals in the ongoing IPL. The clash against RR was his 300th T20 appearance, which is the most by any Indian pacer in history. It is worth noting that across his 300 T20 appearances, the veteran has taken 316 wickets. It is interesting to note that RCB roped in the services of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar in the IPL 2025 mega auction for 10.75 crore rupees. Chennai Super Kings have been in horrid form to say the least in the ongoing IPL 2025. The side, after winning their first game of the season against Mumbai Indians, have gone on a complete losing streak. The 5-time champions sit in 9th place in the standings as are looking for ways to get back into form and seeing their performances. Former Indian cricketer Chris Srikanth took centre stage and opened that veteran all-rounder Ravichandran Ashwin should be dropped from the squad after his subpar performances. It is interesting to note that Ashwin was roped in by CSK for 9.75 crore rupees in IPL 2025 mega auction, and where many had anticipated Ashwin's run to be a grand one, the veteran has been unable to put in his best performance so far for Chennai Super Kings. Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking news in the Mehul Choksi case, where the fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi has been detained in Belgium. Now, this comes after he was detained, after India had sent a request for him to be detained. And now comes a big news that fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium on India's extradition request. Also being joined by our senior editor Shravan Sen to get us more updates. Shravan, we know that India's request for extraditions were ongoing, and now the businessman has been detained in Belgium. Talk to us about it, Shravan.
Well, in fact, this is after the extradition request that was made by India. In fact, the latest coming in that he has been detained in Belgium. This was after reports that came in that he had traveled from Antigua to Belgium on medical grounds. In fact, we are given to understand that the Interpol has acted on the request that was made by India, and he has been detained. What remains to be seen is with regards to whether at all Belgium will actually extradite Mehul Choksi, given the fact that there is an extradition treaty. But having said that, remember, here is Mehul Choksi, a person who has been charged of bank fraud. In fact, multiple attempts have been made by India, particularly when he was in Antigua, to basically extradite him. But there were certain challenges that India essentially faced in extraditing Mehul Choksi on the grounds that there wasn't any treaty with Antigua. There was an arrangement that they had with India, but having said that, with the citizenship that he had acquired in Antigua, it essentially made it extremely difficult for India to bring back Mehul Choksi to India and face justice here. But having said that, now he has been detained in Belgium, where we're given to understand that he would be in a better position. India would be in a better position to bring him back.
Right, Shravan. In fact, also speak to us about the treaty that you were talking about right now, because as per preliminary reports, Choksi is, all set. He's expected to seek bail and an immediate release, citing ill health issues. In fact, also the fact that Nirav Modi is also, his extradition also hangs in balance from London. Shravan.
Well, as far as Nirav Modi is concerned, remember, he has already been arrested in London and he is behind bars. This was after the extradition request that was made to United Kingdom. But here the challenge was completely different. Unlike in the case of Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi had taken citizenship of Antigua and he was present there. And that is the reason why it became a bigger challenge. The Belgian police, in fact, have now arrested Mehul Choksi. This has happened on Saturday at the behest of the investigative agencies, the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation. There is a formal communique that India had basically sent to the Belgian authorities seeking Choksi's arrest after he had been spotted in the country. In fact, this happened first back in the month of September, and thereafter multiple times there have been movement of Mehul Choksi between Antigua and Belgium. In fact, the latest now coming in just about a few weeks ago, where he had once again landed in Belgium on medical grounds that he wanted to carry on with certain treatment. And in fact, he had also put in a request that he would like to travel to Switzerland for further treatment.
Right, Shravan, thanks very much for getting the case to round for us. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a look at what's happening in the world of business. The central government is planning to invest 10 lakh crore rupees over the next 2 years to strengthen the network of highways across the country, with special emphasis on the northeastern corridor, where roads will compete with those in the US. This announcement was made by Road Transport and Highway Minister Nitin Gadkari. He said that the centre is working to transform the country's infrastructure drastically in the next 2 years so as to match the best in the world category. China has said that United States should completely cancel the wrong practice of reciprocal tariffs and return to the right path of resolving differences through mutual respect and equal dialogue. In response to the US decision to exempt certain products from reciprocal tariffs, China's Commerce Ministry that China has noticed that is the second adjustment but described it as a small symbolic step taken by the United States' side to correct its erroneous actions. All flight operations from Terminal 2 at Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport will be shifted to Terminal 1 starting on the 15th of April 2025. The move comes as the airport undertakes a major infrastructure upgrade, including essential runway maintenance and refurbishment work at Terminal 2. The terminal will remain non-operational for the duration of the project, which is expected to last between 4 to 6 months. The temporary closure is part of broader efforts to improve the infrastructure and enhance the overall passenger experience at the airport. UAE parliamentarian Ali Rashid Al Nuaimini has said that the latest tariff regime in the US can be an opportunity for India's ties with the UAE. According to him, the US tariff situation brings opportunities for the relationship between India and the UAE to develop further. He said that India's relations with UAE is such that there will be government-to-government relations as well as private sector to private sector, and in fact also people-to-people relations. At least 2 vessels carrying Venezuelan crude chartered by Chevron and stalled due to state oil company cancelling their export authorizations. The Venezuelan government had no certainty of payments amid the hardening of US sanctions on the OPEC member country. An individual license has been issued in 2022 by the United States for the Chevron to operate in Venezuela was revoked in March by US President Donald Trump's administration with a wind-down period granted until the 27th of May. But the state oil company's orders are now cutting the deadline short. Viewers, also time to take a check of what's happening in the entertainment industry. Take a look at this. Shows of the Sunny Deol star Jat are being cancelled in select cities due to low demand. Despite the positive word of mouth by cinegoers, the film has been registering low footfalls at the box office. Jat opened to a decent 9.5 crore on day 1. However, Sunny Deol star witnessed a dip in business on the following day. The film has been moving at a snail's pace at the box office over the weekend. Amid this, media reports suggest that over 400 shows of the film have been cancelled in cities like Delhi and Mumbai due to low occupancy. Actor Hrithik Roshan's recent tour in the US has received largely critical feedback. The actor has visited Houston, Dallas, New Jersey, Atlanta and Chicago. Fans who attended the event complained of the poor management. Some netizens also complained that they had paid a huge sum of around 1.2 lakh rupees in the assurance that they will get to meet the actor and have an interpersonal interaction and in fact click photos with him. But it did not happen. Several attendees also claimed that their school-going children were asked to prepare for a performance to show the actor and were assured that they will get to meet the Dhoom actor. But the organizers backtracked at the last minute. Euphoria was on full display as superstar Rajinikanth was in Attapadi in Palakkad district of Kerala for the shooting of his upcoming actioner Jailer 2, in which he will reprise the role of Tiger Muthuvel Panidan. The superstar recently arrived in Kochi for the shoot. Rajinikanth met fans waving and expressing gratitude for their love with folded hands. His brief appearance sent fans into a frenzy. Many shouted saliva while whistling and cheering. The countdown to the 2025 Eurovision Song Contest is on, and this year's contestants are already trying to win votes from fans. The traditional warm-up event, the London Eurovision Party, was held on Sunday in central London, where 23 of this year's entrants met the media and each other. They also performed their competition songs at the alternate venue in the evening.
Didn't have much time to process because I was actually during the music video when I found out the whole scene of the table. Yeah, that's when I found out. So zero time to process. I had to just get going, think of new ways to obviously make the situation work, and we made it work. And to be honest, it didn't really affect me as much because the message and the song is so strong and so much stronger than any words.
Viewers, it's been over 3 years of the Russia-Ukraine war, and in fact, Russia has recently launched missile strikes on Ukraine's northeastern city of Sumy, resulting in over 30 deaths, including those of 2 children. The attack, which took place on Sunday morning, left close to 117 people injured. Ukrainian authorities report that 2 ballistic missiles hit civilian areas during a time of high public presence. Take a look at this.
At least 34 people were killed in a deadly Russian missile strikes in the Ukrainian city of Sumy on Sunday. According to reports, 2 ballistic missiles struck the heart of the city at around 10:15 a.m. local time as people gathered for Sunday church services in the northeastern Ukrainian city.
Станом на цей час відомо про 34 убитих людини. Мої співчуття усім рідним та близьким. Це були 2 російські балістичні ракети. Перша влучила в будівлю, одна з будівель університету. Друга розірвалась фактично над вулицею. 117 людей були поранені, в тому числі діти, і, зокрема, дівчинка 25-го року народження.
Ukraine State Emergency Services also reported that 2 children were amongst the scores of people killed in the strikes. Additionally, another 1,700 people were wounded in the attacks. Devastating visuals emerged from the scene that showed dead bodies on the ground amid debris and smoke. In a separate attack, heavy shelling from the Russian military in Ukraine's Kherson region led to several infrastructural damage, leading to the death of a woman. Amid the attacks, President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed that rescue efforts were ongoing.
Тільки тиском, тільки рішучими діями це можна змінити. Кожна російська балістика, кожна крилата ракета, всі російські шахеди, всі керовані бомби б'ють не тільки по наших людях, по наших громадах, але й по дипломатії, по політиці кожного, хто дійсно намагається все це завершити.
Zelensky has now called for a global response to what is being regarded as one of the deadliest skirmishes of the year.
Shifting focus and looking at what's happening in the Israel-Hamas war. Now a wave of Israeli strikes across Gaza on Sunday hit a hospital, a municipal building, a home and a vehicle, killing at least 21 people, including children. Now Israel has vowed to expand its security presence in the small coastal strip. It vows to expand military activity to eliminate Hamas terrorists and locating the thwarting their infrastructure. Take a look at this.
An Israeli airstrike on Sunday afternoon hit a house in the urban Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza, killing at least 7 people, including 2 women. Another Israeli airstrike hit a building in Gaza's central city of Deir al-Balah, killing at least 3 people. The intensified attacks across the Gaza Strip on Sunday happened hours after Israel's defense minister said that the military activity would rapidly expand and the people would have to evacuate from fighting zones. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said last week Israeli forces have annexed additional territory from Gaza.
צה"ל מחסל מחבלים, מאתר ומסכל תשתיות טרור ומבתר את רצועת עזה גם במקומות כמו ציר מורג בהם לא פעלנו עד היום. אוכלוסיית עזה מתפנה מאזורי הלחימה ושטחים רבים נתפסים ומצורפים לאזורי הביטחון של מדינת ישראל ומשאירים את עזה קטנה יותר ומבודדת.
Israel also announced the completion of the Morak corridor, cutting off the southern city of Rafah from the rest of Gaza Strip, with the military saying it would soon expand vigorously in most of the small coastal territory. Over 50,000 Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have been killed so far in Israel's armed offensive.
Oscar Piastri was all smiles after converting pole position into a dominant victory in the Bahrain Grand Prix. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Which are the other countries, sir, who are doing this, who have this kind of capability, sir?
So as far as I am aware, it is the United States of America, Russia and China who have demonstrated this capability. The Israelis are also working on similar capabilities. So we, I would say, are either the fourth or the fifth country in the world to have demonstrated this system.
And sir, we've seen the vehicles have the name Project Sahasra Shakti. So can we call it by that name, sir?
No, we have not yet decided the final name. We will let you know once the decision is done.
Viewers, let's quickly take a check of all the news that's making the headlines globally. Take a look at every news that you need to know from around the globe. Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto arrived in Amman on Sunday for a two-day visit to Jordan, where he was welcomed by Queen Alia International Airport by King Abdullah II. The two leaders are scheduled to hold talks on today, with discussions expected to focus on strengthening bilateral ties and regional developments. Thousands of demonstrators filled the streets of Karachi on Sunday in a powerful show of solidarity with Palestinians amid ongoing Israeli strikes in Gaza. Waving Palestinian flags and chanting "At the service of Gaza," protesters marched through Pakistan's largest city, condemning the latest wave of violence that left at least 21 people dead, including children. Bulgaria unveiled a fleet of newly acquired F-16 fighter jets from the United States on Sunday, marking a major step in modernizing its air force to meet NATO standards. The 16 jets, part of two separate deals with American aerospace firm Lockheed Martin, are set to replace the country's aging Soviet-era MiG-29s, with deliveries delayed until the end of this year due to the pandemic. The upgrade comes as Bulgaria strengthens its defense posture amid regional tensions from Russia's war in Ukraine. Hundreds of tech workers gathered in California this week, calling out what they see as a troubling shift in Silicon Valley's political direction. This and much, much more right after this short break on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education, whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. Now, amid a growing public anger against his government, the Serbian president, Alexander Vučić, held a mass rally attended by his supporters in the capital city of Belgrade. Now, there have been regular demonstrations in Serbia since the November of 2024, when the collapse of a railway station canopy in the city of Novi Sad killed 15 people, triggering widespread protests in the country. Take a look at this report.
Thousands of supporters of Serbian President Alexander Vučić attended a mega rally in capital Belgrade. Report says around 55,000 people gathered in front of the National Assembly.
Ovaj napad na Srbiju nije krenuo iz Srbije, on je došao s polja. I nemojte, dragi prijatelji, da imate bilo kakvih iluzija. On je došao s polja jer neki iz inostranstva ne žele da vide slobodnu, nezavisnu i suverenu Srbiju. Ne žele da vide zemlju koja će sama da donosi svoje odluke.
Months of anti-corruption protests in Serbia have shaken the president's firm grip on power. Addressing his supporters, the president blamed the outside forces for the unrest in the country. He demanded that the authorities should restore full respect for the constitution and the law in the Balkan nation.
Posebno zahtevamo, pod 1, da se uspostavi puno poštovanje Ustava i zakona, da se osigura bezbednost Republike Srbije i njenih građana i da se institucije koje su otete vrate građanima kao nosiocima narodne suverenosti.
President Vučić has been struggling to quell the nationwide movement led by university students demanding justice for the victims of a train station canopy collapse that killed at least 16 people in November 2024. A number of Serbians blamed the incident on alleged corruption and corner-cutting by Vučić's Progressive Party. Vučić and his allies have claimed that unidentified Western intelligence services were behind the student-led protests with the aim to unseat him from power.
Viewers, while we continue tracking the most important global, national and stories that are making the headlines across charts for you, it's time to slip into a short break as we come to an end to this news wheel. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on Republic TV. Stay tuned. Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi has been detained in Belgium by the Interpol police. We're tracking this very closely for you right after this very short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
This morning of Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We're not lined up for you in this bulletin. We'll talk a lot about the breaking updates, especially as we start this week on a very, very big note in terms of the news flow this day. Let's have a look at the headlines first. Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium by Interpol. BJP has called for elections in Bengal to be held under President's rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Governor Arnab Goswami has stated that those responsible for the violence in Murshidabad will be brought to justice. Ongoing interrogation of Tabu Rana may widen to cover other terror plots planned by LET, including the failed suicide attack in 2004 on PM Modi. After Tamil Nadu, Governor R.N. Ravi urged students to chant the slogan Jai Shri Ram, slogan DMK lashes out, labeling him as a Hindutva fanatic. China has called on the United States to fully revoke reciprocal tariffs, calling recent exemptions for electronics like smartphones and computers a small step. Viewers, getting you some big updates coming in right now, viewers, and we're coming to know that Mehul Choksi, the fugitive businessman, has been detained in Belgium. Mehul Choksi detained after India's request. Back-to-back updates coming in here, Republic TV viewers, and let's tell you exactly what is happening. Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium, and this is after India's extradition request. Fugitive diamond trader Mehul Choksi, who's wanted in connection with the Punjab National Bank loan fraud case, arrested by the police in Belgium. And we'll try to go across to our colleagues as well to understand what is really happening so far. But this is a big update because remember, Mehul Choksi has been awaiting his extradition from London. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Shavan. A senior editor is joining us to help us understand what is happening. Shavan, I'm coming across to you right now. This is huge coming in. This is a request which was sent by India for extradition. Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium. Go ahead.
Well, in fact, this is a hard-drawn battle between the Indian investigative agencies and the countries in which Mehul Choksi has visited. In fact, when he was in Antigua, multiple requests were basically sent by India, but since there wasn't an extradition treaty with Antigua, it made the entire process extremely difficult. Having said that, remember back in September last year is when Mehul Choksi first visited Belgium. This is also the place where Nirav Modi as well as Mehul Choksi have visited multiple times. That's when India once again raised this concern with the Interpol, and a red corner notice was basically issued against him. Now, based on the request that has been made by the nodal agency here, that is the Central Bureau of Investigation, we are given to understand that Mehul Choksi was detained on a Saturday. As far as the extradition request is concerned, remember the extradition request had already been sent earlier. It remains to be seen whether the Belgium authorities will be immediately acting upon the request that has been made by India.
That is right. Okay. Shavan, let's talk a little bit more about this extradition treaty. India has an extradition treaty with Belgium, and authorities have sought a formal extradition request from Indian authorities. And this is the big update coming in. This is happening because of the treaty between India and Belgium. If you could take our viewers through some of those more details when it comes to this treaty, which is leading to the detention and the arrest of Mehul Choksi.
Well, in fact, as far as India and Belgium is concerned, remember, among the many countries that India signed with the extradition treaty, Belgium happens to be one such country. But having said that, the difficulty basically arose because, remember, he had taken the citizenship of Antigua, where there is an arrangement. But having said that, there is no direct extradition treaty. That is one of the reasons why, for the longest time, you've had Mehul Choksi hiding in Antigua. And it was through the citizenship by investment that he had also access to various other countries, and making this entire process extremely difficult for India to carry out a formal extradition policy.
That was right. Shaman is getting the top updates coming in right now. And Shaman, Mehul Choksi is the key figure in this PNB fraud. He fled India in 2018. He has been evading prosecution for so long. This is very, very important given the fact that he has been detained, because this is also coming in as a very, very big win for India, India has been trying so hard to get Mehul Choksi extradited back to India. This seems to be the first step towards that. Yes, Shawan. All right, we'll try to go across to Shawan in a short while from now. But fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium. Mehul Choksi detained after India's request. This is a very, very big win coming in because remember, Mehul Choksi has been trying to evade prosecution in the PNB fraud case. Let's go to Akhil, who's joining us live. Akhil is joining us live. Let's go to Akhil. Akhil, like we were telling our viewers, Mehul Choksi has been detained and he has been evading prosecution. He has also tried again and again to obtain a Belgian residency card by submitting fraudulent documentation. All this has been happening because he's trying not to come back to India because he knows he's going to face justice here. But this is a new update coming in. Mehul Choksi has been detained. Yes, go ahead, Akhil.
Well, Shivangi, this is a fresh development in a PNB fraud case because if you see for the last 7 to 8 years, what we have been seeing that Mehul Choksi, basically the fugitive fled from India in 2018. Since then, he was evading the law enforcement agencies. So at this point in time, what has happened that the Belgian authorities have arrested Mehul Choksi over there because if you see earlier he was in Antigua and then he shifted his base towards Belgium. So at this point in time, when he was there, the Belgian authorities have arrested Mehul Choksi in connection with the over 13,500 crore worth PNB fraud scam. So if you see earlier, what we have seen that there were different cases which have been slapped upon him, which include the cases run by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate as well. And the Enforcement Directorate, the case which was running was of the financial trail matter. So at this point in time, it's going to be very critical that when that extradition process will begin in this case.
Right. Okay. So back to what is coming in right now, viewers. Mehul Choksi has now been detained, and we are seeing that the status of Mehul Choksi has been such that he has been trying to live in Belgium, Akhil, and he has been trying to evade arrest. It's been over 7 years since ED filed a plea to declare diamond trader Mehul Choksi a fugitive economic offender. And that's what he is, a fugitive economic offender. If you could take our viewers through the PNB case and the big fraud which has happened, he has been trying not to come back to India because of his new status, which is a fugitive economic offender. That's what he's being called as here back in India.
Well, if you see that diamond merchant Mehul Choksi has been not in India for the last 7 to 8 years. He fled India in 2018 in cash worth 13,500 crore PNB scam. And after that, what we have seen that against him, the Mumbai court has basically issued a non-bailable warrant. And after that, the central agencies also have been trying to get back him from Europe, because if you see, he kept on changing his locations in Europe as well. And through different media reports, we got to know that he has been basically claiming that he is in Europe. Basically, he arrived in Europe's Belgium at that point in time for his medical treatment. But whether that's the case of medical treatment or not, it is yet to be confirmed from the side of the CBI, because CBI has not given any official statement in this regard. But it is very much expected that the CBI and the ED will also give a statement in this regard. From anytime soon, we can expect that development from the CBI as well.
That is right. Mehul Choksi has been detained, and like we were telling our viewers, there has been the ED has been trying to go ahead and legally declare him as a fugitive economic offender. At the same time, we have seen that he has gone missing from Antigua and Barbuda in May 2021, where he had gone and he was staying in Antigua and Barbuda, but now then he changed his location from Antigua and Barbuda now to Belgium, where now India has an extradition treaty with Belgium, and India sent a request, and finally now he has been detained. Now, what what will happen next? That's a big question mark. I'm still with Akil right now. Akil, if we could take our viewers through what we can expect next now, and we're still waiting for some confirmation to come in as to whether he has been detained. Now, this is initial reports we're getting for our viewers, but this is very important given the fact this is the first step towards getting Mehul Choksi back to India. We've also seen how India had successfully extradited Tahawur Rana, and now India is trying to extradite the other offenders. Going back to you, Akil.
Well, if you see, at this point in time, what we learned from our sources that is confirmed that Mehul Choksi has been arrested. But if you see, he was living in Antwerp in Belgium. Earlier, a month ago, the news has come from Belgium that he has basically applied for a residency card over there. But if you see certain other reports which have basically reflected that he went over there for medical treatment, which was not the case. And if you see, Indian authorities have been trying for a very long time to extradite Mehul Choksi, who's a repeat offender, who's a fugitive. So at this point in time, it's going to be very crucial, and we'll have to wait and watch what's the next step forward in that direction, and how come we'll be able to basically get him back. The Indian agencies, including central agencies, including the CBI and the ED, will extradite him from Belgium to India. So we'll have to wait and watch for the legal process that what's the next course of action in that direction. And the second part of your question, which you have just asked about Tahawur Rana, yes, what we have seen in that development, that recently Tahawur Rana, who is the co-conspirator in this entire 26/11 terror attack case, was brought back, was extradited from the United States. He was in Los Angeles detention center for approximately 15 years. He was arrested back then in November 2009, and since then he was kept over there. But India basically fought this case legally since 2019 very aggressively. They have pushed it aggressively on a diplomatic front, and finally we basically got him extradited, and right now he's in the custody of the NIA at the NIA headquarters. For the court, Patiala House Court, a special NIA court in the Patiala House Court, has basically granted him 18 days of police custody. So the interrogation is going on. Today is the fourth day in that case when he will be questioning again, because if you see, 3 rounds of questioning in the last 3 days have been done. Today is the 4th day. So again, the questioning of Tahawur Rana, the wanted criminal, the wanted terrorist, will begin on the 4th day. Back to you.
All right, we're getting some updates coming in from Akil, and Akil is taking our viewers through all the updates, and you can see the Choksi timeline on your screen, which talks about how he has been fleeing from one country to the next. From what we understand, he has also been hiding his background and had put fabricated documents when he was seeking residency in Belgium. So Mehul Choksi has been detained by the Interpol. We'll of course try to get our viewers more updates and try to connect to more of our reporters and editors to understand what can we do, what can happen next in the story. But remember, the ED has already filed a charge sheet a couple of years ago against a fugitive Mehul Choksi, his wife and others in connection with the 13,000 crore Punjab National Bank fraud case. And the charge sheet has stated that Preeti Choksi was a major beneficiary of the proceeds of crime in this case. This case has been going on for a while. We have seen how there were criminal sections filed under the PMLA, which is Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And these are back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. But let's go back to my colleague who's joining us, Akil. Akil, you know, there are a couple of people involved in this PNB scam, including the wife of Mehul Choksi, Preeti Choksi. And there are several cases which have been filed in this case, and he has been declared as economic offender. If you could take our viewers through what we know so far about this PNB scam, how many players are involved, and the charge sheets and accusations which have come in over the past several years.
Well, you see, at this point in time, what we're learning from our sources in the CBI, the arrest has been made formally. So now the extradition process is going to get begun because if you see earlier what we have seen, that Mehul Choksi is going to be very likely to give excuses, because on different fronts we have seen that he was basically saying mentioning ill health reasons, because he is suffering from cancer. So he was giving ill health reason, and apart from that, the second thing that we have got to know from our sources in the CBI, that it is very likely that the Indian government will begin the process of extradition very soon in connection with the case. And if you see from the side of Mehul Choksi, it is very likely that he will basically file a plea request for the bail in this case.
Okay, we're getting all these updates coming in right now. Remember that Choksi had also fled Antigua and Barbuda. Remember that he was in Antigua and Barbuda, and when the foreign affairs minister of Antigua and Barbuda said that he has fled the country, then Mehul Choksi was back on the spotlight. Many questions were raised about where he actually is. Now, we know that right now he is in Belgium, and these are back-to-back updates coming in right now. Choksi is an accused in India's biggest ever banking fraud case. He and his nephew Nirav Modi had allegedly siphoned off rupees 13,500 crores of public money from the state-run Punjab National Bank using fraudulent letters of undertaking. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, and India is trying to extradite Mehul Choksi from Belgium. That is what the focus is right now, but we are one step closer to that, because Mehul Choksi has right now been detained. I'm coming back to you right now, Akhil. You know, now the focus, of course, would be to get him back. We're waiting for more reactions and more on the story. But India has an extradition treaty with Belgium, and this treaty allows for the extradition of fugitive criminals wanted for offences such as fraud, embezzlement, forgery, and much, much more. So now the next step, like you said, would be the extradition. This is the treaties which has been signed between India and Belgium. All right, we'll go back to Akhil in a short while from now, but these are back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV viewers. This is the biggest story we're tracking today. After a hot chase, it looks like that Mehul Choksi has now been detained. Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi was living in Belgium after leaving Antigua and Barbuda, and he's wanted in India for his alleged involvement in that 13,500 crore Punjab National Bank fraud case. And remember that there is a treaty with Belgium that New Delhi has. Post this, what we're learning right now is that Mehul Choksi has now been detained in Belgium. Mehul Choksi has been detained after India's repeated request. Mehul Choksi was in Belgium. He was living in Belgium after securing an F residency card, which provides a right to live in the country to family members of a citizen of the European Union. So the wife of Mehul Choksi is a citizen of Belgium, and now we see that he has been detained. So we are trying to get more updates, especially getting some, our reporters are trying to get some official details about what we can expect next. But remember, Mehul Choksi, who is wanted in connection with the Punjab National Bank loan fraud case, has been detained by the police in Belgium. And I want to go across to our guests who are joining us. We're trying to understand what we can do, what can happen next. On our four lines, we have Mr. Deepak Vora, foreign expert. Ambassador Deepak Vora is joining us. I want to go across to Mr. Vora right now on the story. This is very interesting, given the fact that Mehul Choksi has been trying to evade prosecution for the longest time now. He's been changing country to country to country. Now he has been detained in Belgium. What do you think will happen next? How swiftly can we expect Mehul Choksi, the economic offender, to be back here in India to face justice, Mr. Vora?
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be on your program. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I've just finished my workout, so if I'm panting a little bit, you'll understand. First of all, I'm very excited, very pleased this happened, and let me give you the background. We had made the extradition request to them. You might recall that the European Union, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, something like that, she came here for the Raisina dialogue, and she had brought 22 of the European commissioners with her out of a total of 27, the largest ever delegation of the European Union to visit a foreign country. And she came here, we would have spoken to her, and I know we did, about this character. The Belgian commissioner was there. He would have been read the Riot Act. The Belgian economy is in trouble politically. They are isolated. So this was a chance for them to make up with the most powerful country in our region. The China dream for them is over. America has slapped sanctions. That leaves us. Ma'am, the story from this, and they also know that we've got this, Hawa Purpur Rana back from Pakistan. The lesson in this, and I'm afraid the lesson of history, there's no lesson of history, is that we'll stop at nothing. We'll reach out to these fellows to bring them back to face justice in India. So my own understanding, and I've served in that region, is that they will hand him over to us. We'll, of course, go through the process. We'll go to this court, we'll go to that court, human rights, human wrongs, all that nonsense they'll talk. But Mr. Choksi better get ready to be brought back and face justice. He will be extradited. My own feeling, ma'am, is that it will be done before the end of this year. And most certainly, probably before the UN General Assembly session in September, when I believe we are going to be, whenever we speak, whoever represents us will make this a point that economic fugitives and terror fugitives should not be given shelter anywhere in the world. From England, don't expect to bring them back because they live in a world gone by. They still think that they rule over India and that their system is superior to everybody else. But the other countries, had this guy been in France, he would have been sent back on the next flight. Nevertheless, he's going to come back. So welcome back, Mr. Choksi. Pay for whatever you have done. You've looted the people of India. The people of India are celebrating. Nobody can save you, Mr. Choksi.
Ambassador Vora, you put it quite simply for our viewers, and they're getting a timeline of what we can expect next. But if you could take, you have been involved in yourself, you have been involved in some extraditions in the past. If you could take our viewers through how difficult it is to get an economic offender back, especially like Mehul Choksi, who has been evading prosecution, changing countries, making up excuses, and submitting fake documents.
You're so right. And all this, ma'am, will come back to haunt him. Because the countries of which he has submitted fake documents, they will be asked and they will confirm. And then we'll issue letters, rogatory, we'll go through Interpol to verify documents. Now, in my own case, when I was posted in the United States, we were involved in the extradition. We were also involved in the extradition of a character from Senegal, another economic offender. The local courts looked at the documents they had provided. Ma'am, one basic thing which I learnt, those governments are not interested in either Mr. Choksi or his grandmother or in the people we brought back. They keep him as long as he's able to pay and invest money and do this, that, and the other, and hire expensive lawyers. You know that this Purpur Rana character, what I heard from my group in the United States, group of senators, he had spent $20 million on legal fees. Lawyers rip you off there. Where did that money come from? So Mr. Choksi, if he starts spending the money that he has, questions will be asked. How did you get that money? Where did it come from? He's hoist with his own petard, as we say. He's stuck between a hard place and between a rock and a hard place. He's coming back, ma'am. Take it from me. When we move very fast. And Belgium has no interest in this character. He's a fool just because his wife is a European Union citizen. I don't know which country, maybe of Belgium. So he's got a family visa, but that is not going to protect him from what he has done. These guys are dopes. He will come back, ma'am. Take it from me. This is not the indecisive, docile India. This is Bahadur Bharat. We'll make sure. If Belgium wants to do business with us, you want my market, now that the Chinese have kicked you out and Donald Trump has put tariffs, well, you behave. You play the game as per my rules. I will not play as per your rules, ma'am.
Right. All right. Mr. Vora, continue please being with us, because I also want our viewers to understand how exactly has Mehul Choksi been able to evade Indian authorities for so long. We have seen that Mehul Choksi's lawyers have also been quite busy. They have been quite busy. How is a person who is not in this country, who is evading prosecution, being able to fight this case for so long through his lawyers? That's also a question that our viewers would try to understand about the legal process in this case.
Ma'am, with due respect to our judiciary, I do not wish to criticize that. But the process here, you know it better than I do, is slow. In cases, excruciatingly slow. And then there are all kinds of appeals. Now, this Purpur Rana character, just to give you an example, he'll be convicted by the NIA court. He'll go in appeal to the High Court. They'll reject it. He'll go in appeal to the Supreme Court. They'll reject it. Then he'll file a special leave petition. Then he'll file a mercy petition with Rashtrapati ji. So it goes on and on and on. It's a pretty unending process. In Belgium, on the other hand, since I told you my first posting was right there, I'm familiar with their legal process. The moment they want to send him back, and they have done it with some people that the United States wanted at a time when the European Union and the United States were all sweetheart, darling. They sent the fellow back in 24 hours. I forget his name, but I was there when it happened in the mid-70s. So they'll send this character back. They have no interest. Legal process, a letter rogatory will go out. Interpol's help will be sought. Interpol doesn't have a police force, but they will ensure that the local police arrest this guy, puts him in jail, and then some of our people will fly down. This guy will be formally handed over, documents will be signed. He becomes a piece of baggage. We sign a baggage, like when you check in at the airport, they give you a receipt, baggage tag. That's what will happen to this character. He'll be treated like dirt, man, without any respect by the Belgian.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador Deepak Vora, who's a foreign expert and trying to help us understand. This is the biggest story we're tracking today. India requested Choksi's extradition, and now he has been detained by the Interpol in Belgium. We'll be back to the story in a short while for now, but I have one more story for our viewers. Global business leaders and social pioneers have gathered to attend the Lohana International Business Forum's GCC Calling 2025 event. It's a conference that focuses on global capacity centers in India and Dubai. The Dubai event, hosted by Lohana International Business Forum, began on April 13th. Here are some of the snippets from the event.
The vibrant city of Dubai is once again playing host to innovation, investment and international collaboration. The GCC Calling 2025 conference, organized by the Lohana International Business Forum, kicked off on April 13, bringing together global business minds and social pioneers under one roof. With a strong focus on global capacity centers, the event explores how India and the UAE can further collaborate to create agile, future-ready business ecosystems. Dubai, a strategic gateway for international business, is at the center of this conversation.
GCC, especially UAE, offers to Indian businesses. Scores of entrepreneurial Indians, including many in this room, have been extremely successful in capitalizing the favorable business environment that prevails in the United Arab Emirates.
From fintech and infra to IT and retail, Indian businesses have played a pivotal role in shaping the UAE's economic growth story. Over the past 5 decades, they have become an important part of the region's development across various emirates. The forum also aims to connect diaspora leaders with emerging entrepreneurs and foster deeper ties between India's growing tech hubs and Dubai's global outreach. With India's strong position as global talent and the tech powerhouse, and the UAE continues to lead the region in ease of doing business, platforms like GCC Calling 2025 become crucial in forging the next chapter between the two countries.
Alright viewers, getting you the biggest story coming in. Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium by Interpol. Stay tuned.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। Time for hard options in Bangladesh. We all know that Joe Biden democratic dispensation had turned implacably hostile towards India, especially because of India's refusal to, spoil and cut off its relations with Russia during the Russia-Ukraine war. This is the war which Joe Biden wanted to fight a proxy war against Russia using Ukraine as a battering ram. And it had told us, you are with us or against us. And it had turned implacably hostile. In fact, the CIA of the United States
Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium by Interpol. The BJP has called for elections in Bengal to be held under President rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Governor Arnab Goswami has stated that those responsible for the violence in Murshidabad will be brought to justice, emphasizing that no one will be allowed to take the law into their own hands. Ongoing interrogation of Tabu Rana May Byron to cover other terror plots planned by LET, including the failed suicide attack in 2004 on PM Modi. Of Tamil Nadu, Governor R.N. Ravi urged students to chant the slogan Jai Shri Ram slogan. DMK lashes out, labeling him a Hindutva fanatic. China's call on the United States to fully revoke reciprocal tariffs, calling recent exemptions for electronics like smartphones and computers a small step. Viewers, a very good morning. We are live this morning. A big story. Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium. Mehul Choksi detained after India's request. This is what we're tracking right now, viewers. And remember that Mehul Choksi has been trying to evade prosecution for the longest time now. And India had become the extradition process. I want to go across to our guest who's joining us at this point of time. We are being joined right now by Purnima Nath, foreign affairs expert, joining us live this morning on this story. And Purnima Nath, we have been discussing this. There's so many things to discuss about the story, but I want to first put a focus on the extradition request which India has been pursuing with Belgium, and now Mehul Choksi has been detained. Now, what will be the next step? Because bringing him back to India to face justice, to face the law, would be the top priority. This is exactly what Mehul Choksi has been trying to evade for years and years now.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. This is interesting that at least India is actually trying to bring back their criminals to their own land to face justice. I think this is a great improvement as well as an opportunity at this point of time. The way I see in India, at times it looks like law actually doesn't work. Several cases are sitting or constantly the new dates are given. The normal people doesn't really get justice in India, and it has become sort of like a business. And sorry to say this, that if you have the money and the connection, somehow you get to the front end of the totem pole, and then you get all kinds of lawyers and attorneys who comes up for your support. And then if you don't have that, obviously that connection connection as well as the social status, you literally get punished for being a poor person in the country. So justice seems to be literally not blind in the country. So I hope these rich people who actually fraudulently used the system and ran away, and one time felt like that they could do whatever they wanted to do in the country, and then just run away to different countries and live a peaceful life. Perhaps the karma actually doesn't leave their back at all. We saw India actually brought back Tahavul Rana, the Pakistani-American terrorist that was actually kept in Chicago in America for 26/11 massacre. And it's great to see that after all these years, actually America has shipped him back. But the question is, where is David Headley? I would like to see he also actually gets some kind of extradition in India. Even though he's not an Indian, he is Pakistani American. However, the incident that occurred is in India. So India has full right to bring back the criminal from wherever they are and actually make sure they face the justice. So I hope that certain kind of issues like that are sorted in public trial also. Public gets to see what has happened and how bad acts are not really given all kinds of they are not tolerated anymore. So I think from an Indian perspective at this point of time, I think there's a lot going on for your boundary, national security, illegal immigration. Obviously, there's here and there I keep hearing all kinds of things that's happening recently. That's in West Bengal. It's burning, literally burning. A few months ago, it was Manipur. It's West, East, North and South. Things are just going bonkers at this point of time. So I think if India as a country can, control the corruption and the outreach of the big businessmen, the oligarchs and things like that, I think the country can develop beautifully, and it has massive opportunities. You have youth, strong youth population as well. So from a development perspective, country needs to see that it is actually heading towards justice. So I think this is a wonderful development for India.
Right, and I'll come back to you. Purnima Nath, because I am also being joined by our colleague Akil, who is reporting live for us, and he's trying to get us more updates. Akil, I'm coming across to you. Akil, what more details have we learned so far? What more details have we learned so far about Mehul Choksi? If you have any more details, please share it with us.
Well, if you see, we have been speaking to the CBI sources, and they have confirmed this to us that Mehul Choksi, who is a fugitive, has been arrested by the Belgian authorities. And it's going to be very crucial that in the next few days, what's the next process of action? Because if you see, the extradition process of Mehul Choksi will begin. Because if you see, there have been several cases which have been filed against him. If you talk about the ED case, an ED case is also slapped against him, and in which if you see earlier what we have seen, that a CBI case was also slapped against. So the two different cases, one case of the money trail, which was basically run by the enforcement directorate, and another case of corruption allegation which was being run by the CBI. So in both cases, what we have seen that earlier the CBI officials and the ED officials were basically trying to get back the fugitive, because since 2018 he basically fled from India, and since 2018 he was basically trying to abstain and not to come back to India. So it has been almost 7 years, but now the time has come, and it's very likely that the process of extradition will begin from here to bring back the fugitive Mehul Choksi.
Right. Okay. I want to go back to our colleague. I'll come back to you, Akil, in a short while from now. Let's go back to our guest. Purnima Nath is joining us once more. Purnima Nath, thank you for joining us. I just want to ask our viewers a little bit ask you to tell our viewers a little bit more about how the lawyers of Mehul Choksi have been working so hard behind the scenes, not just here in India. They've also been fighting on his behalf in Antigua and Barbuda. When India tried to get him out of Antigua and Barbuda, they were fighting on his behalf. They're fighting on his behalf in India as well. And he has also been submitting fake documents. In Belgium, he's been said to submit fake documents to seek residency there. How has Mehul Choksi been able to get away with so much? Who is supporting him? That's also a question.
Well, I think, as a country, India has to really dig down and pull all the strings possible and utilizing your institutions to figure out who actually is supporting them. But from outside, as an Indian American, I can only see certain patterns. And from the patterns, it looks like there are some anti-nationals sitting in the country constantly working in order to make sure that India actually stays destabilized and also doesn't progress. And if India and Indian institutions are busy to make sure that Indian people are constantly involved in chaotic situations, there is no opportunity for growth, or there is no opportunity for development at all. And as an Indian American, I'll tell you something that actually aggravates me to the core. They call us that we are uncivilized people. We come here to take their jobs. It's everyday conversation, whether it's in social media, any social media, look at it, where the people actually hide behind some fake profiles and they call us that we come here to take their jobs in this country, and we don't have the qualifications at all. And I'll tell you something, as an Indian American, why should somebody like me, who's educated enough, has to come out of the country anyway? I mean, you have, ample of resources, ample of industries. People are smart and having. I've recent trip to India. I've seen how much gold, in the villages of, women of villages are buying constantly. This gives me hope that people actually have money. They have industries. You guys have industries. It's all you need to focus on ethics and working ability. So in order to make sure that people are not just selfishly working and filling their own pockets, deep pockets, and work on your infrastructure, products and services. So people like us who's actually want to do something for the people and the country, they don't have to leave and come somewhere else. And it actually aggravates me even more because of the fact that I, as a Hindu, it doesn't matter whether somebody like me who lived in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, or even Indian shore. What is happening today in West Bengal is heartbreaking. And a Hindu cannot even live in the Hindu land. They have been refugees in West Bengal, Kerala, in Kashmir. I mean, where else you think people like us can actually have a life of dignity? So to me, I think it's a broader issue. There is corruption in India, and we have seen that people don't actually get the justice and face the justice at all. And then poor people are constantly getting the short end of the stick. And that is what has happened and caused the massive problems for India and Indian people. And I would tell you, in 20 years, if you focus on these issues of corruption, if you focus on the issues of the religious communal breakdown that is happening constantly, and Hindus have to live as a so-called secular in their own country, and where everywhere else they're getting beaten up and trashed like undignified insects, or somebody who's inferior doesn't have the right to life. I think that India actually can do much better and have massive opportunities for development, and also turning it around towards a life of dignity. I think that is more important at this point of time. As an Indian American, that's what I would suggest to the Indian people.
Absolutely. I'll come back to you, Purnima Nath. Stay on with us, because I want our viewers to have a look at the charges against him and all kind of things, every crime that he is being accused of. Especially the Indian judicial system wants Mehul Choksi, who's economic offender, back. Charges against Choksi, 13,500 crore PNB bank fraud scam. So this is the main scam, where he has multiple allegations against him. Money laundering under the PMLA Act. huge amounts, criminal conspiracy and breach of trust. So it's a huge, huge amount we are looking at right now. Forgery of financial documents, this is something that he has done as well, and destruction of evidence in the fraud cases. So these are all the charges against Mehul Choksi. Cheating and fraud against the Indian banks. Huge loss to Indian banks because of the scam. Illegal fund transfers through shell companies. So these are all the charges against Mehul Choksi, viewers. And it's very important to note that ever since Mehul Choksi fled the country, he has been trying to seek refuge from different countries in Antigua and Barbuda, where he tried to take citizenship. And after that, he has come to Belgium, where he was living with a F residency card. I also want to go ahead to our colleague Piyush, who has been on the ground and is trying to understand what we can expect next in terms of these developments, given the fact that Mehul Choksi has been evading any kind of prosecution from the Indian authorities. Because, Piyush, I'm coming to you for this question now. He knows the kind of justice that he will be facing back here in India, because the charges against him are absolutely extremely serious. A PNB fraud case is one of the biggest banking fraud cases that have been seen. Over to you, Piyush. What are we learning of right now?
So what I can tell you, Shivangi, is that there was a long legal proceeding that was also taking place in Mumbai, where Mehul Choksi, taking into consideration that he knew that he was being looked by the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation, that was leaving no stone unturned to get him back to India for the reported crime that he had committed along with his nephew Nirav Modi, had just filed a plea in which he had said that he would not be able to come to India because he was receiving treatment for blood cancer, which he reportedly had contracted, and was receiving treatment in Antigua. And from there, he was also moving to several other countries for his medical treatment. Having said that, yes, now there has been an arrest that has been made in Belgium of Mehul Choksi, and from here, the Indian government machinery is now going to start the process of extradition. We already know that the Indian government machinery has been able to achieve a major success of extraditing Tahavur Rana, but taking into consideration that there is a legal complicated process as far as the extradition procedure is concerned, it is going to be interesting to note that for how long it would take for us to wait of Mehul Choksi coming back over here in India after getting extradited from Belgium, from where he has been arrested and getting charged as per the book of law from the Indian authorities. Back to the studio.
Yes, Piyush, I will be coming back to you for more on this story, because we also have reporters on the ground trying to understand what can we expect next in this case, because Mehul Choksi has been detained by the Interpol. I want to go back to a guest who's joining us. Purnima Nath continues to be with us, foreign affairs expert. And, what my colleague Piyush touched upon was Tahavur Rana. And this is very important, that after the extradition of Tahavur Rana, India is sending a very clear message to the world and to criminals, offenders, any kind of offenders, whether economic offenders like Mehul Choksi or masterminds, terrorist masterminds like Tahavur Rana, that they will be back in India to face justice wherever they are in this country, however they are hiding. India will track them down. Do you think that this is a strong message that is being sent after the detention of Mehul Choksi by the Interpol?
See, there's some things happening after Tahavur Rana. I've seen some posts in social media as well. A lot of people are actually making fun of Indian justice system. That Tahavur Rana, somebody like Tahavur Rana, either just going to run away to Pakistan, or they're actually going to get bailed out in Indian justice system. And that's actually not a good scene at all, because what has happened in the last many decades over is that there's a pattern pattern where certain community actually gets better support than another community, and majority community and actually is getting the short end of the stick at the end of the day. So unfortunately, this doesn't set a good example for law and order, doesn't set a good example for people to do and even do the right thing. They constantly think that if you can do whatever you want to do and just run away, and if at all, today only I saw the news that actually Thavur Rana actually asked for 3 things in the jail. He asked for pen, paper, and Quran. For Quran, pen, and paper. But he obviously he's under a surveillance that he's actually authorities want to make sure that he doesn't harm himself with the pen. But the question is that he's seen with 5 times of namaz. So is he a good Muslim that has caused such a pain in the normal people's lives in India? What is the problem that Indian justice system cannot actually take such cases very seriously, even if it doesn't end up in some situations like 2611? Mumbai Taj issue. But the question is that small cases like rape or the murder cases or the constant gang rape cases that I'm actually seeing, the perpetrators are being left alone and they're just getting bailed out. Doesn't make any sense to me. So I think for a developed society, if India is actually want to become a developed society, they have to focus on law and order. They have to make sure the normal people who actually follows laws of the country and the land are actually given the priorities. So to me, it's actually...
Yes, Purnima Nath, I will be back with you because I want our viewers to try to understand as well and what the timeline looks like of him leaving the country and trying to evade prosecution. So let's go ahead and have a look at the timeline that we have for our viewers. Okay, we'll talk about it right now, and let's talk about the timeline. He has been evading prosecution for the longest time. Okay, we have the timeline ready for our viewers. This is a Choksi timeline. January 2018, Choksi left India for the United States. This is back in 2018 when this happened. Let's move ahead to the next sequence of events. Jan 2018 acquires Antigua and Barbuda citizenship. So he chose to go to Antigua and Barbuda, where remember that India had begun the extradition process to get him back from Antigua and Barbuda, but that did not really work out. Antigua moves to revoke his citizenship. This happened in the year 2019. Then May 2021, allegedly abducted and taken to Dominica. So he changed his location. July 2021, returns to Antigua after bail. Let's see what happens next. Then in 2023, India continues efforts for the extradition. India did not give up, kept at it to extradite him back. And 2025, Mehul Choksi spotted in Belgium where he had taken residency. And then the latest news coming in, Mehul Choksi has been detained by Interpol. From 2018 to 2025, he has evaded prosecution, but not anymore. We're getting some more updates coming in. I think we have some breaking news coming in. Let's go to some of the breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. All right, PM Modi is paying homage to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar on Ambedkar Jayanti. President Murmu and Vice President Thankar also paid homage to Ambedkar at the Parliament complex. So back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV viewers. And this is Prime Minister Modi paying homage to Ambedkar. And this is coming in as we keep getting you top updates. PM Modi to launch projects in Haryana and mark Ambedkar Jayanti. So these are the pictures on your screen. And the Prime Minister will also be paying tributes, including the President, Vice President, Lok Sabha Speaker, other dignitaries, including LOP, will be paying floral tributes to Ambedkar. And he'd also taken to a social media platform X and pay tribute to Dr. Ambedkar on his 135th birth anniversary. He posted on X, on behalf of all the countrymen, I bow down to the Bharat Ratna Pujya Baba Saheb on his birth anniversary. It is due to his inspiration that the country is dedicatedly engaged in realizing the dream of social justice today. His principles and ideals will give strength and momentum to the creation of a self-reliant and developed India. So these are pictures coming in on Republic TV. Prime Minister Modi and other dignitaries paying tribute to Dr. Ambedkar on his 135th birth anniversary. Dr. Ambedkar is known as the father of the Indian Constitution and the first Law Minister of independent India. Ambedkar Jayanti falls on April 14th this time around in this year, and is also called Equality Day, as he spent most of his lifelong efforts to champion the rights of women, laborers and the marginalized communities in India. All right, so PM Modi paying homage to Ambedkar along with other dignitaries and other leaders. All right, viewers, we are taking a very short break. Much more coming up. We are going to go live in breaking next, where our top story continues to be Mehul Choksi, fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi, detained in Belgium by Interpol. Stay tuned.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
But with the coming of Muhammad Yunus and his most hostile anti-Indian agenda, this can no longer be countenanced, and India will now be forced to examine the hard options. So far we've been using carrots to try and entice these people, to try and win over the people.
Getting us some updates coming in for the world of sports. A five-time title-winning captain MS Dhoni does not have a magic wand and cannot change the fortunes of Chennai Super Kings overnight. Head coach Stephen Fleming said, as a side endures a horror run in the ongoing IPL. CSK are languishing at the bottom of the points table following a string of disappointing performances, and the onus is now on Dhoni to revive the team's campaign after taking over the captaincy from the injured Ruturaj Gaikwad. Dominant Cambridge crew beat Oxford in the men's boat race for the sixth time in the last 7 events and the third year in a row on Sunday. After a nervy start delayed by several minutes due to floating piece of wood, the Cambridge men quickly pulled away and were never under any pressure from Oxford as they built up a sizable lead over the 6.8-kilometre course. It was a double victory for Cambridge after the Light Blues also claimed victory in the women's race earlier in the day. Much coming up, viewers. We put our focus on the biggest story coming in right now. Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium by the Interpol. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education. whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
Which are the other countries, sir, who are doing this, who have this kind of capability, sir?
So as far as I am aware, it is the United States of America, Russia and China who have demonstrated this capability.
Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto arrived in Amman on Sunday for a two-day visit to Jordan, where he was welcomed by Queen Ali International Airport by King Abdullah II. The two leaders are scheduled to hold talks on today, with discussions expected to focus on strengthening bilateral ties and regional developments. Now, thousands of demonstrators filled the streets of Karachi in a powerful show of solidarity with Palestinians amid ongoing Israeli strikes in Gaza. Waving Palestinian flags and chanting at the service of Gaza, protesters marched through Pakistan's largest city, condemning the latest wave of violence that left at least 21 people dead, including children. Also coming up, viewers, Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium. India has sought his extradition. Stay tuned.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Time for hard options in Bangladesh. We all know that Joe Biden democratic dispensation had turned implacably hostile towards India, especially because of India's refusal to, spoil and cut off its relations with Russia during the Russia-Ukraine war. This is the war which Joe Biden wanted to fight a proxy war against Russia using Ukraine as a battering ram. And it had told us, you are with us or against us.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and the fugitive business person Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium by the police after repeated requests from the Indian authorities over his extradition. We're tracking that story very closely for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. Fugitive business person Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium by Interpol. After massive showdown on Waqf law and AIMIM's announcement for the protest, Kiran Rijiju takes on anti-Waqf lobby. The BJP has called for elections in Bengal to be held under the president's rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Heavy security forces deployed in violence hit Murshidabad center to send more Jawans in affected areas. Security has been heightened in Hazaribagh after stone pelting on religious procession. Viewers, starting first, Republic has accessed the exclusive information about the detention of Indian fugitive business person Mehul Choksi. Now, Choksi was arrested from a hospital in Belgium on the 12th of April. A big win for Indian diplomats once again. Mehul Choksi, the fugitive business person, has been arrested in Belgium by the authorities, and in fact, the arrest was made on the 12th of April from a hospital in Belgium. Now, the fugitive diamond trader Mehul Choksi is wanted in connection with the Punjab National Bank's loan fraud case, which goes for up to 13,850 crore rupees. In fact, he's wanted for allegedly defrauding the Punjab National Bank, the second largest bank of India, and for looting the people of India. These are the visuals of Mehul Choksi on your screens, also being joined by my colleague Piyush Ori, who is outside the CBI headquarters in the national capital. And also joining me is my colleague Akhil. Piyush, coming to you first, I want to understand what does this arrest mean for India, especially the fact that it comes in shadow of India's extradition requests. Piyush.
So, Gesu, what I can tell you is that when there was one of the biggest banking scam of a public bank, and that also the second largest public bank in the country in form of Punjab National Bank in the year 2018, where it was expected that over 13,800 crore were just swindled away. 13,800 crore of the hard-earned money of the common citizens of Bharat was swindled away by reportedly two people, Nirav Modi and Mehul Choksi, for their own benefit, and it was never returned back to the bank. You can understand the magnitude of the scam, and for this purpose itself, it was always expected that whenever Mehul Choksi and Nirav Modi be brought back to India, there would be a very firm step that is going to be taken by the government machinery and the investigative agencies to bring these two as per the book of law. Now, what we've been told is that the process of this has started. Mehul Choksi, who was getting treated for blood cancer reportedly in Belgium, has been arrested. It is also important to note over here, Gesu, that Mehul Choksi had got the inkling that he would be arrested soon, and thereby he had put up a plea in Bombay High Court, where he had said that he would not be able to return to India because he's suffering from deadly blood cancer. Having said that, the central agencies, that includes the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation, were in constant touch with Interpol, and they wanted to get Mehul Choksi arrested. And now, since he's been arrested, we expect that the process of extradition is going to start, and he's going to be brought back to India, and he's going to be made accountable reportedly for the crime which he had committed of swindling away rupees 13,800 crore of the public money that was actually stolen. So yes, several charges have been framed against him by the Enforcement Directorate in the past. The investigation has also been done by the CBI because of the magnitude of the scam is large, and now we expect that since Mehul Choksi has been arrested, the Indian government machinery is going to get in touch with the Belgian government. The extradition process is going to start. He's going to be brought back to India, and he's going to be made accountable for stealing the money, the public money that amounts to 13,800 crore or even more than that. Back in the studio.
Right, Piyush. Thanks for getting all those nitty-gritties in place for our viewers. In fact, we're also being joined by Akhil, my colleague. Also joining me on the broadcast is Ambassador Deepak Vora, who is a former diplomat. And Ambassador Vora, coming to you first. You know, this was in March 2018 when India first began the process for Mehul Choksi's extradition to India. However, there's renewed hope now after his arrest in Belgium. Talk to us about it, your first reaction.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure. I'm wearing a Naga shawl, so I'm feeling very happy. I've just returned from that region. May I just say that I'm ecstatic, because I've been involved in extradition proceedings myself. I'm talking many years ago. What has happened in this case, let me very quickly put it to you. He's a fugitive offender. He ran away from India. Who told him to run? He should have stayed here to answer the charges that were leveled against him. But there's an Indian expression, Hindi expression, chor ki dari mein tinka. So he just ran. He ran away, ran from pillar to post, has been hiding. The commissioner representing Belgium in the European Union Commission, he was in India recently for the the Raisina dialogue led by that Ursula Madam, who is the president of the European Commission. He was one of the 22 commissioners. Belgium realizes today that with China having shut its doors, with the fellow in the United States imposing huge tariffs, the market that they are looking at, not just Belgium, but all of the European Union, to save their business, to save their economy, to save their factories is India. And I believe, we would have read him, the Belgian fellow, the Riot Act. Let me also tell you, ma'am, that Belgium is trying very hard to make the world forget Belgium's horrendous reputation when there was an incessant rape of Congo, people were maimed, etc. When Congo, the Democratic Congo, was a personal property of the King of Belgium. So they want to show that they're very law-abiding now and they're good guys, etc. They are going to hand him over. We have a bilateral, by the way, extradition treaty with Belgium, which goes back to 1901. Would you believe that? It was British India that signed it. And what are the crimes for which a person can be extradited? Let me just read it out very quickly, and then, of course, whatever else you want. If a person indulges in forgery, counterfeiting, altering or uttering what is forged, counterfeited, or altered, or any act of embezzlement or receiving any money, knowing the same to have been embezzled, well, then he will be extradited. We inherited that treaty, and of course, we updated it. So he's guilty on all counts. There's no way, ma'am, there's no way that he's going to hide, even if he destroys his entire fortune, and he's pretending that he has cancer or something, for cancer treatment. Utter rubbish. In the year 2024, last year, I'm told over 3,000 Belgians came to India for medical treatment, and this joker wants to go to Belgium for medical treatment. I mean, this is obscene. Anybody can see through his ploy. I just hope he's handcuffed, he's shackled, and he's put on a plane to India as soon as. Look at his triple chin. The fat slob says that he's suffering from cancer. I hope he comes as quickly as possible. I would feel personally very relieved after we've got that Hawa Purpurana character from Pakistan. This is not indecisive India, ma'am. Please, thank you, your channel, for, you're the best in the country, in the world, for bringing this story. This is not indecisive India. This is Bharat Bahadur. And we will reach out to bring to justice those who try to hurt us, ma'am.
Point duly noted, Ambassador Vora. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast. We're also being joined by Hari Prasad SV, the man himself who is the whistleblower in the PNB loan fraud case. In fact, Mr. Hari Prasad, coming to you, what is your first reaction on the arrest that has happened in Belgium? Also considering the fact that India has been pressing on the extradition since 2018. And now there is some more hope that that extradition will pick up pace and it will gain pace.
Well, it is a great news to see that Mehul Choksi got caught in Belgium. But the most important thing today is to not only getting him arrested there doesn't mean anything so much, because government of India must be able to get him back, because he has a fleet of lawyers who are well versed with international laws, and many of such economic fraudsters have been able to escape from the clutches of law by using their legal loopholes. So I don't know how India will be succeeding to get him back. It's not only getting back. What is the point of he coming back and without India being able to get the money noted by him?
Yeah, in fact, this entire arrest happened on the request of the Central Bureau of Investigation over extradition, like you also mentioned. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is our senior editor, Shravan Sen. Shravan, take this ahead, please.
Mr. Prasad, as far as the extradition process is concerned, India in the past too has made an attempt, but they were unsuccessful in doing so. Do you have the faith that perhaps at this time, with him being in Belgium and him being detained in Belgium, there is a possibility that India may taste some success?
No, I'm sure India is strong enough to get Mr. Choksi back home. But my concern is only getting him back to home, does it really help? He has stashed away at least $2 to $3 billion during those years. So how do we get back the money? That's most important thing. Getting him back and delivering justice to Choksi is a good thing. But what about the money he stashed away? Can we really get back that money? And what about those victims who got cheated by him? Can they get back their money? This is the most important factor.
Mr. Prasad, having said that, multiple attempts have been made by both the investigative agencies. In fact, some of the assets that have been seized by the enforcement directorate, we have been given to understand it is getting liquidated, which essentially means that those who have been cheated would finally get some respite. Do you believe that is enough?
No, absolutely not. Because whatever is been seized from his assets, it's nothing. It's literally peanuts. Because the amount of money he looted from India and whatever the asset seized by the government agencies is not in compensation at all. For example, he has looted $3 to $4 billion to the best of my knowledge. I don't know how is the real fact, but the assets seized by him are supposed to be valued at around 3,000 to 4,000 crores. So if these assets are liquidated, obviously the money will go to the bank first. The victims who got cheated by him, they will be the last people in the line.
Mr. Hari Prasad, you're also the whistleblower in the bank fraud scam. For the benefit of our viewers, because this entire scam was broken a few years ago, but for many, they are still questioning the very fact that some of the evidence that has been put out by the investigative agencies is not good enough to bring Mehul Choksi back to India. Help our viewers understand the charges that were basically leveled against him and how exactly did he manage to cheat thousands of people.
No. He played a smart game with people because he came out with the Ponzi scheme that he invest X amount of money, I'll give you guaranteed returns. And then he supplied the jewelry, which are highly over-invoiced. And ultimately, they could not be sold, and he refused to take it back. This is how he ran the Ponzi scheme, which I have already explained how he did the whole thing. Many people got cheated because of his guaranteed returns Ponzi scheme.
Right, Mr. Hari Prasad SV. In fact, I think we have lost connection with our senior editor, Shravan Sen. But keeping on what you were speaking to us about, Mr. Hari Prasad, I also want to understand how do you think that this entire case of defrauding not just thousands of people, but the second largest bank of India, how do you think this should be dealt with in your opinion?
Sorry, I didn't get you the last point.
Yes. This case is not just about defrauding, thousands of people and their money. It's also about defrauding an entire institution, the Punjab National Bank, which is the second largest bank of India. A lot of money, like you said, is in question when it comes to this. What do you think is the first most required thing that has to be done to sort of bring justice to what has happened to so many people in this fraud?
Well, some people are always there to black malls in every bank. So he could make best use of his resources there. And money has been taken away from India in a big way. I have alerted the agencies back in 2017 and 16 itself. But, he managed everywhere and that he could not be caught before he left.
Yeah. So your conviction is that the returning of the money is the only true way in which justice can be served in this case. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Obviously, what will people do with him? Ultimately, people have lost money and the banks have lost money. The banks need to get back the money. If he gets arrested, what difference does it make to the bank or people who got cheated? People will get benefited only if the money comes back. How will they do it?
Right, sir. In fact, since you are the whistleblower in the case, I also want to understand there is a significant amount of threat that any whistleblower faces, especially in a case so big. So what are you looking at in that direction now that the arrest has happened?
No, what is threat? I don't know because I don't see that kind of things because he's a fraudster.
Yeah.
He may have some connection anywhere, but we don't know about it.
Right, Mr. Hari Prasad SV, thank you so much for speaking to us and joining us on the broadcast. In fact, I'm continuously being joined by Ambassador Deepak Vora also. Sir, to you now, could you speak to us about the nitty-gritty in the difficulties that India is set to face, or India is eyeing when it comes to an extradition like this one. In fact, in relation with Belgium, who you also said is a country with which we have a treaty, a pact signed for extradition. However, that also seems difficult to navigate through.
No, not at all, ma'am. We have enough expertise in this area. And I was a bit surprised at the comment that if I rob a bank, then I pay the money back, I go scot-free. Now that doesn't make sense to me. The crime has been committed, he should be held accountable. I'll find out where his money is stashed when I bring him back. He's not going to volunteer that information to anybody. And we do not have internationally a system where every bank in the world will tell me that this Choksi-Moksi character has got so much of money stored. But once he comes back, he's given the appropriate, we use the appropriate interrogation techniques. He will squeal, ma'am. He'll tell us. The important thing in this case is, ma'am, we've brought back people. I've brought back people. We've brought back somebody recently who was hiding in Senegal. What do those governments gain by keeping an economic offender? It messes up their reputation. Remember that we are the head of the global south, 150 countries. Once we raise this issue, I don't know if we will, and I believe we should, say that look at these guys, they are hiding these characters, and they're doing it all over the place. They're doing it from many, many countries. They take their money and then they pretend to be holier than thou. Now, the worst offender in this case, I'm sorry, give me 30 seconds, is the United Kingdom. You know why he wasn't brought back from, he was in jail in, was it in Antigua and Barbuda? Because the Privy Council, headed by Her Majesty, the Queen of England, decided to free him. What is this nonsense? And then we've got that Hiramoti character, his nephew, who's sitting in a jail somewhere in London, but the British government will not extradite him because they are, whatever it is. So this guy will come back from Belgium. Belgium wants India's friendship, ma'am. How do I put I can't put this more clearly. They want good relations with us. We are happy to deal with them. It's a tiny economy, but we're very happy to deal with them. They have to prove their bona fides, bringing back this chap. I conclude by saying when in 1960, ma'am, I know this because I've served there, when the Congo became independent, King Baudouin III, I think, of Belgium, he sort of told Patrice Lumumba, my childhood hero, the first prime minister of Congo, we are giving back your country to you. Prove to us that you can use it. And look at the arrogance. And Lumumba responded, Your Majesty, we are no longer your monkeys. So I think these European fellows should understand the world is no longer their monkeys. The world has changed. And 3 or 4 of the world's most powerful, the largest economies are in Asia, in what was the developing world. He will come back, ma'am. He will come back before the end of this year. I know what I'm saying.
Right, sir. Thanks very much. In fact, duly point noted. In fact, sir, requesting you to continue being with us. We're also getting in another fresh breaking development on the case. In fact, viewers, all related documents to Choksi have now been submitted. In fact, and open arrest papers were also shared with Belgian agencies from the side of the Indian authorities. Now, a collaborative effort being visible after the arrest of fugitive business person Mehul Choksi. The Indian authorities have shared all documents related to Choksi's fraud case, and in fact also an open arrest paper has been shared with Belgian agencies. In fact, joining me on the broadcast next is my colleague Madhurima, who will take you through the charges that have been pressed on the fugitive business person Mehul Choksi and more.
Well, viewers, it's a big development and a diplomatic victory of sorts as Belgium has arrested Mehul Choksi. So we'll take you towards as to what are the charges against Mehul Choksi. Now, he has been accused of 13,500 crore PNB bank fraud. Remember, viewers, that he had forged multiple documents and bribed a certain section of the PIB branch over there in Maharashtra, from where he had procured this kind of loan. Now, money laundering under PMLA Act as well. It's a very serious act under the Indian law, where economic fraud is registered under the PMLA Act. Criminal conspiracy and breach of trust. This is yet another allegation against Mehul Choksi, where criminal conspiracy and breach of trust has been categorically mentioned in the charge sheet as well. Moving on, viewers, one must remember that the amount of 13,500 crores that has been swindled by Mehul Choksi remains the most important aspect of it. Forgery of financial documents as well. Like I very pointed out in the beginning, beginning that he had bribed a couple of people in this specific branch of PNB to attain those kind of hefty loans. Now, destruction of evidence in fraud case as well. Multiple attempts were made by Mehul Choksi and his team to obstruct the justice by affecting the evidence, and which is why a case of fraud was also levied in his charge sheet as well. Now, cheating and fraud against Indian banks, that is the foremost and the most crucial charge over here, viewers, because 13,500 crores were taken from Indian banks that belongs to the taxpayers, the people of the country. Now, cheating and forgery. After that, we have illegal fund transfer through shell companies. So multiple shell companies were also formed by Mehul Choksi and his team, under which they had obtained multiple loans as well. And following the collapse of the entire financial system, they fled. Now, illegal fund transfer through shell companies is one of the crucial charges, viewers, because it is under this charge that the entire case has been framed through and through. Now, moving on, we'll also see, we'll also have a look at the timeline graphics over here. Now, Choksi's timeline is that Choksi fled India for US in January 2018, just some time ahead before this scam broke out. So he fled India in January 2018 and he fled for the United States of America. After that, following again, he acquired Antigua and Barbuda citizenship. Remember that he had fled from the United States and then went on to Antigua and Barbuda and applied for citizenship and received it. After which, India began the extradition process in 2018. In March, in just 2 months, India takes swift cognizance of the entire matter and raised this issue with the foreign authorities and began the extradition process. Now, in 2019, Antigua moved to revoke his citizenship. This was a crucial point and the first backlash of the extradition process that was initiated by India, where Antigua moved to revoke Mehul Choksi's citizenship in 2019. Now, in May 2021, he made a statement where a statement came out that he was allegedly abducted and taken to Dominica. So this was one statement came in where he was trying to flee from the authorities, and it came out in the open that he has been abducted. Now, in July 2021, he returned back to Antigua after receiving a bail. So he had applied for a bail, and after when he received it, he returned back to Antigua after it was said that he has been allegedly abducted. Moving on. Now, India continued efforts for extradition in 2023. Indian authorities have been continuously pressing for his extradition ever since 2018, and in 2023, major push was made, and now in 2025, Mehul Choksi was spotted in Belgium, specifically in Antwerp. And after that, Belgium authorities, had also given a very crucial statement where they went on to say that they're watching Mehul Choksi's movement very closely. And then after that, this is just a couple of weeks from now, from today, where Mehul Choksi has now been detained by Interpol. So a couple of weeks back, when the Belgium authorities had said that they are seriously looking at Mehul Choksi's movement, now he has been detained. Over to you, Gesu.
Right, Madhurima. In fact, this comes, in relation with the fact that all documents have also been submitted from the side of the Indian authorities to the Belgian authorities when it comes to the case sheet, and in fact also the arrest papers for the fugitive Indian businessman. In fact, viewers, getting in some more breaking developments, the fugitive Indian businessperson Mehul Choksi may seek bail on medical grounds. That's what preliminary reports and first sources are telling us, that Mehul Choksi, who's been detained and arrested by the Belgian police in Belgium, may now seek a bail plea, and he will submit it on the grounds of ill health, on medical issues. This comes as a big development. In fact, we were just talking about this also, viewers, where it was made clear that Mehul Choksi will make another attempt to evade prosecution. And here comes the first source which tells Republic that Mehul Choksi may seek for bail over medical grounds after his arrest in Belgium, which happened on the 12th, which happened just moments ago. In fact, Mehul Choksi may seek bail on medical grounds, citing ill health issues. Now, remember, he's also being treated for a blood cancer. That's what he's alleged, that he has blood cancer, and he's being treated in Belgium in a hospital right where he was arrested from on the 12th of April. In fact, now sources have told us that Mehul Choksi may seek a bail on medical ground. In fact, we will keep tracking the entire story for you with all the latest developments coming in. But for now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short break. And don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side on Republic TV. After massive showdown on Waqf law and AIMIM's announcement for the protest, Kiran Rijiju now takes on the anti-Waqf lobby. We're tracking this very closely for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Which are the other countries, sir, who are doing this, who have this kind of capability, sir?
So as far as I am aware, it is the United States of America, Russia and China who have demonstrated this capability. The Israelis are also working on similar capabilities. So we, I would say, are either the fourth or the fifth country in the world to have demonstrated this system.
And sir, we've seen the vehicles have the name Project Sahasra Shakti. So, can we call it by the
Republic Positive Influencer Program, which will be run from the Republic campus here, which is Asia's largest integrated news center. Now, we aim to bring diverse set of people from across the country into our campus to create content which will proliferate positive change in the society. You can create content in the fields of health, defense, technology, even politics, science, and history. If you have the talent and want the reach, apply now. Be the content creator who changes the conversation. Log on to republicpositiveinfluencer.in now.
Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium by Interpol. After massive showdown on Waqf law and AIMIM's announcement for protest, Kiran Rijiju takes on anti-Waqf lobby. BJP has called for elections in Bengal to be held under President's rule, alleging that the state policy is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Heavy security forces deployed in violence-hit Murshidabad center to send more jawans in affected areas. Security has been heightened in Hazaribagh after stone pelting on religious procession. Well, viewers, the Belgian police has arrested diamond merchant Mehul Choksi, one of the two prime accused in the major fraud of 2 billion Punjab National Bank fraud. The CBI has sought Choksi's detention. He was located in the country and acting on open arrest warrant issued by a Mumbai court against Choksi, claiming medical issues may seek bail, but Indian agencies will oppose it and pursue his extradition. So viewers, big breaking news coming in that Mehul Choksi has been arrested by Belgium. Joining us live on this broadcast is foreign affairs expert Ravinder Sachdeva. So thank you for speaking with us. Now it's yet another diplomatic victory for India after Tahavur Rana. Now Mehul Choksi has been arrested by Belgium, and this is coming after when he was spotted in Antwerp, sir, and the Belgian authorities said that they are keeping a very close watch on his movement, and it is not even 10 days that he has been arrested now.
Thank you so much. It certainly is a diplomatic and a legal victory. Because this whole case obviously is, complicated by the legalities. So it's a very much a legal victory also of our agencies as well as a diplomatic victory. And more so, Interpol had revoked the red corner notice against him last year. Last year, Mehul Choksi moved Interpol and alleged that the incident in Antigua where he was living, that was a kidnapping orchestrated by the government of India, abduction, etc. And therefore, building on that logic, Interpol agreed and they removed him from the red corner notice list. This is a year ago, so that was a setback for India, right? So, but our agencies then, the CBI and Enforcement Directorate, they kept on following up. And once they knew that he's in Belgium, they followed up with Belgian authorities, and we see what we see today.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. My second question to you is that, as you said, that it was a very tough legal battle that India has been fighting ever since 2018. What from here on now, sir? How soon can we expect that he could be extradited back to India? What are the legal, I would say, hardships that are in store for India even after this arrest?
I think there are quite a few. The soon may not be very soon. A couple of reasons which complicate this whole thing. One, apparently he's very unwell. He's suffering from blood cancer, and that's what he was in a hospital in Belgium for, and apparently he was going to move to Switzerland for further medical treatment. So it seems, and there could be that his health is really, really bad, so that would complicate several things, right? Then he will obviously move the other cards, again bring up the fact that Indian government tried to abduct him. He will play up that incident again in Belgium, right? That this is extraterritorial kidnapping, etc., whatever and all. So he'll build up several, and the courts in Belgium will follow their due process. Okay, and then, he may get bail in Belgium, okay, but has to be there, or he may, in that bail period, move back to Antigua. We don't know right now. So all in all, it seems that there are quite a few steps ahead before he is put on a plane back to India.
Well, thank you, sir. Please stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Piyush Ori and Akhil. Now, Piyush, I would like to come to you first. If you can throw some light for the viewers for us as to what the process is going to be. But Piyush, stay with us. We are getting a breaking at the moment. On this story. The breaking news coming in that India to begin Choksi's extradition process shortly. It's a big breaking news coming in, viewers, that India will begin Choksi's extradition process very shortly, and this is coming after the Belgian authorities have arrested Choksi following that open arrest warrant that was issued by a Mumbai court and the assertions from the Indian authorities. Remember that it has been a very crucial and excruciating legal battle for Indian authorities to get their hands on Mehul Choksi, who is accused of a major fraud scam in India. So big breaking news coming in that the Indian authorities are expected to initiate the extradition proceedings with Belgium officials shortly. This is a major push coming in, viewers. Remember that this is coming soon after he was detained. So Indian authorities are moving very swiftly without wasting any time, and India will begin Choksi's extradition process shortly. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Piyush Ori. Piyush, we're learning at the moment that the Indian authorities, without wasting any time, are going to begin the extradition process shortly and soon. Piyush.
So as you rightly mentioned, Madhurima, that it has been a long and a very excruciating procedure of trying to extradite not only Mehul Choksi but also his nephew Nirav Modi, who have been reportedly made and accused of swindling away rupees 13,800 crore from the second largest public sector bank in the country, that is the Punjab National Bank. And taking this into consideration, there have been several pleas that have been made at the court. There have been several procedures. There have been several diplomatic negotiations that have been done with the countries in which these two fugitives have gone into in order to extradite them. Now, in this regard, the Indian government machinery, especially the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate, with the help of Interpol, have been able to get a major breakthrough with Mehul Choksi, who reportedly had gone to Belgium and from Belgium wanted to go to Switzerland for the treatment of his blood cancer, has been arrested. Now he has been arrested by the Belgian authorities with the help of the Interpol, and he's right now in the Belgium prison. But what we have been told also by the sources is that Mehul Choksi, taking into consideration that he is suffering from blood cancer reportedly, has also applied for bail, and thereby, in order to make sure that Mehul Choksi does not get bail, the Indian government machinery has acted swiftly and has put forward the plea to extradite Mehul Choksi, the key accused in the PNB scam that had resulted in getting over rupees 13,800 crore swindled away, be extradited as soon as possible. So it is now going to be interesting to note that what legal procedure is going to take place. Important to note, Mehul Choksi has already applied for bail, but the Indian government machinery also wants to make sure that the bail is being denied to him, and in turn, he is being extradited to India through Belgium, with which India has a extradition treaty also. Back in the studio.
Well, Piyush, thank you for those details, but we are getting more breaking news in the matter. As per sources, what we are learning at the moment, viewers, is that Mehul Choksi is going to oppose India's extradition bid. Sources say that India will counter medical asylum claim of Mehul Choksi. So yet another breaking news only on Republic Media Network. Viewers, fastest breaking news we are getting you on this extradition bid of fugitive Mehul Choksi. Now, Mehul Choksi is set to oppose the extradition bid, and at the same time, what we are learning shortly is that shortly India is going to initiate the extradition process and is going to counter the medical asylum claim of Mehul Choksi. Big breaking news coming in, viewers. Joining us live on this broadcast is also my colleague Akhil. Now, Akhil, India, without wasting any time, is acting swiftly and is going to initiate the extradition process yet again very shortly. What we're learning is Mehul Choksi is going to seek bail on medical grounds, and at the same time, India is fully prepared to counter that medical asylum claim. Akhil.
Well, Madhurima, if you see, this has been a very long battle, because if you see at this point in time, there are two different cases which are being run in this PNB fraud scam, which is worth approximately 13,850 crore rupees. In this scam, what we have seen, a case was also being run from the side of the CBI, which was of the corruption case, and second case, which is against Nirav Modi and Mehul Choksi as well, in this case of by the Enforcement Directorate, which is of the financial irregularities under the PMLA. So at this point in time, if you see earlier what has happened, that back then in 2017, when a whistleblower basically came out in 2015, and after that this case pursued. And in that case, what we have seen that several Indian authorities have basically tried to proceed this case further. And in that direction, what we have seen that the Mehul Choksi took the citizenship of Antigua, and then he tried to flee Antigua in 2017. But he wasn't able to do it, and then he fled from the country in 2018. And if you see later on what has happened, that in 2019, India began formally the extradition process. And the extradition process has been continued for the last 6 years. Now the time has come. Now what has happened that on 12th of April, Belgian authorities have arrested this very person, this fugitive, Mehul Choksi, who fled this country for the last 7 years, from this country for the last 7 years. So it's going to be very crucial that how this extradition process is going to begin, because if you see earlier in this case, what you have seen that Mehul Choksi is a lawyer, and his team has basically granted a bill on the line of medical treatment, because if you see, he has been suffering from blood cancer. Initially, when he left from India, then he went to Antigua. From Antigua, then he went to Belgium, and from Belgium now he wanted to shift to Switzerland for his treatment. So it's going to be very crucial that to see from now here on that how this case proceeds further. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Akhil, for those details. We are also joined by Mr. Ravindra Sachdeva, who continues to stay with us. Sir, we are learning that India is not going to waste any time. They are going to initiate the further extradition regularities very soon, and they have in mind, like you were pointing out, that because he will be going for a medical asylum, so India is fully prepared to counter his claim as well. This is the breaking news we're learning from our sources. India is not wasting any time, sir.
No, absolutely. India is not wasting any time. And by the way, above and beyond this episode, this sends a message, I think India-wide at least, and worldwide, but India-wide specifically, to the future wannabe, criminals, that, law will catch up with you. This should dissuade at least some people from, taking illegal advantages or corruption or whichever way. We are seeing that. Look at Tagore Rana, the recent one. I'm talking a big picture, right? That be it terrorism, be it economic offenses, you are going to end up in the rule of law. That's one big message. But secondly, yes, now as to his extradition, see, this will be a complicated process, apparently legal. We put in our papers, the Belgian judicial system will review the compliance, etc., and then a case hearing and all of that will continue. There is one other aspect, that of deportation. Okay, that could happen quickly, perhaps. But one does not know. Obviously, I do think that our agencies are exploring and talking that option also. And how much the Belgian authorities will be, will be agreeable to something like that. They may not be, because that may be something under a different category maybe, but that's still a possibility also. Now talking about a bail. Yes, he is seeking bail, and this whole issue of his medical, illness. The case which India had made in Belgium also was that, if he was so unwell, but he could travel from Antigua to Belgium for medical treatment, he could very well have come from Antigua to India for medical treatment, right? The flying time may be approximately same, cost much cheaper, but at the same time, world-class facilities in India. So that's what India will be countering as to his medical, claims. But in any case, the whole issue will be, there will be steps. It will be a step-by-step process. The sooner, obviously, as you're reporting, India has made that, application or whatever letter. There must be plenty of paperwork already ongoing. So following it up with alacrity, That's why I'm saying that this case is also a success of our legal enforcement agencies as well as our diplomatic agencies and leadership in the country. So they will pursue now, but still, there are several hurdles to this particular case. Because, at each point of his judicial review, he will bring up this past case of the incident which happened, which he is saying was attempted abduction by agents of the government of India. So, he brings up several arguments like that, which kind of, which caused the case to go on longer, more hearings, etc. maybe. So I think there will be some complications, but the process should move, who knows, 3 to 6 months at least, perhaps. One would think if the Belgian courts also move, they move to their judicial rhythm, as in each country.
Yes, sir. So we are getting some more breaking news. Please stay with us. We're getting some more breaking news that it was only 2 weeks ago Mehul Choksi and his wife Preeti had obtained F residency cards in Belgium, where Preeti is a Belgian citizen and has family ties in the country, and so does Mehul Choksi. It was only 2 weeks ago, viewers, when his wife Preeti had obtained the F residency card, the foreign residency card in Belgium. Preeti is a Belgian citizen, and his family, her family of both Preeti and Mehul Choksi have very good ties in the country, and which is why they've been surviving so well so far over there, running from Indian authorities. But now, owing to the diplomatic strategy of Indian government, we see the action being taken against Mehul Choksi. But this is the big breaking news we are getting at the moment, that Preeti, Mehul Choksi's wife, had connections in Belgium and also had obtained a foreign residency card. My colleague Akhil continues to stay with us. Akhil, I would like to ask you a question. Now, we know from our sources that Preeti Choksi had applied for a foreign residency card and obtained it. She has very good ties in Belgium, and which is how they have been surviving so far there. But now it is a diplomatic victory of India that despite whatever ties they had, India is going to soon initiate the extradition process and is ready to counter the claim, the medical claim that Mehul Choksi is going to play to get out of this extradition. Akhil.
Indeed, Madhurima, if you see at this point in time, it's going to be very crucial the next few days, because the enforcement agencies will try to take back, to extradite Mehul Choksi, because in this case, if you see what we are getting to know from our sources, that Mehul Choksi and his wife Preeti, both of them have got F residency card from the Belgium, and he has got deep connections over there in Belgium. So that is one of the reasons that he fled from Antigua to Belgium. So at this point in time, if you see what we learned also from our sources, that he was planning to shift to Switzerland also for his further treatment. So what is going to be the next action forward in that direction? That is yet to be seen, and that is yet to be crucial, because whether the Indian agencies, law enforcement agencies, will directly contact the Belgium authorities to take back Mehul Choksi, because this is going to be very crucial for us to wait and watch, because in the next few days it's going to be very clear that what's the next step forward.
Well, thank you, Akhil, for those details. Thank you, Piyush, and thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, for speaking to Republic Media Network. Viewers, big breaking news coming in we've learned as to how Preeti Chaudhary had obtained that foreign residency card and that she had very deep connects in Belgium. But that did not last very long, as Indian authorities are soon going to initiate the extradition process. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after this very short break.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university
for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education, whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
But with the coming of Muhammad Yunus and his most hostile anti-Indian agenda, this can no longer be countenanced, and India will now be forced to examine the hard options. So far we've only been using carrots.
Well, global business leaders and social pioneers have gathered to attend the Lohana International Business Forum GCC Calling 2025 event. It's a conference that focuses on global capacity centers in India and Dubai. The Dubai event, hosted by Lohana International Business Forum, began on April 13. Here are some of the snippets from the event.
The vibrant city of Dubai is once again playing host to innovation, investment and international collaboration. The GCC Calling 2025 conference, organized by the Lohana International Business Forum, kicked off on April 13, bringing together global business minds and social pioneers under one roof. With a strong focus on global capacity centers, the event explores how India and the UAE can further collaborate to create agile, future-ready business ecosystems. Dubai, a strategic gateway for international business, is at the center of this conversation.
GCC, especially UAE, offers to Indian businesses. Scores of entrepreneurial Indians, including many in this room, have been extremely successful in capitalizing the favorable business environment that prevails in the United Arab Emirates.
From fintech and infra to IT and retail, Indian businesses have played a pivotal role in shaping the UAE's economic growth story. Over the past 5 decades, they have become an important part of the region's development across various emirates. The forum also aims to connect diaspora leaders with emerging entrepreneurs and foster deeper ties between India's growing tech hubs and Dubai's global outreach. With India's strong position as global talent and the tech powerhouse, and the UAE continues to lead the region in ease of doing business, platforms like GCC Calling 2025 become crucial in forging the next chapter between the two countries.
Network from UAE. They are covering this event.
The Tamil Nadu governor has once again sparked controversy, this time for encouraging students to chant Jai Shri Ram during an event in Madurai. Stay tuned for more details on this. We'll be right back after a very short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Time for hard options in Bangladesh. We all know that Joe Biden democratic dispensation had turned implacably hostile towards India, especially because of India's refusal to, spoil and cut off its relations with Russia during the Russia-Ukraine war.
Breaking. Welcome back, viewers. Tamil Nadu governor has once again sparked controversy, this time for encouraging students to chant Jai Shri Ram during an event in Madurai. Now, DMK has slammed the Tamil Nadu governor, calling him a Hindutva fanatic and labelled his actions as RSS ideologue behaviour. So, yet again, we have the DMK government trying to politicise an action of the Tamil Nadu governor, where the governor had encouraged students to chant Jai Shri Ram at an event. This did not go well with the DMK government that took the opportunity to dub the Tamil Nadu governor Arnab Ravi as an RSS ideologue. And he said that the DMK government said that the governor was a Hindu fanatic and was exuding RSS ideologue kind behavior. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Sarada. Sarada, the DMK has yet again pointed fingers at the governor. They are saying that they are questioning as to why did the governor encourage students to chant Jai Shri Ram, and this is not going down well with the DMK that in the past had made its anti-Sanatan stand very clear.
Well, Arnab Ravi, the governor of Tamil Nadu, has constantly been pointing out that the DMK has been saying things about Sanatan and derogatory terms against women. However, we also saw last week how the DMK ministers also spoke bad about Shaivism and Vaishnavism. Speaking at this particular event, Governor Arnab Ravi, speaking to the college students in Madurai, actually said that the should be blessed to learn about Ramayana, and it is written by Kamban, and at the point name, and that's why he wanted, the students also to it. So that's what happened, and the DMK is now against Arnab Ravi. So also we have the DMK and Arnab Ravi spat going on again and again. So we'll get more from Chennai on this after a short commercial break.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
Which are the other countries, sir, who are doing this, who have this kind of capability, sir?
So as far as I am aware, it is the United States of America, Russia and China who have demonstrated this capability. The Israelis are also working on similar capabilities. So we, I would say, are either the fourth or the fifth country in the world to have demonstrated this system.
And sir, we've seen the vehicles have the name Project Sahasra Shakti. So can we call it by that name, sir?
No, we have not yet decided the final name.
More than ever, we need voices that unites us and not divide us. We need voices that inform, inspire and uplift, and not really chase behind cheap clicks. At Republic, we believe that digital space can be a force for good. And that's why we are launching the Republic Positive Influencer Program. If you're a content creator that believes in nation first, if your idea sparks awareness, builds strength, or brings in the positive change, then this is your moment. Work with us at the largest newsroom in Asia. Build content in politics, history, technology, health, create anything that moves India forward. This is not just another content program. It's a movement, a revolution that you can be part of. Join us. Let's use our voice to build a Viksit Bharat. Let's give India a digital space that it deserves.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
You're watching Republic.
Viewers, top headlines. Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi detained in Belgium by Interpol. After massive throwdown on WAF law and AIMIM's announcement for protest, Kiran Rijiju takes on anti-WAF lobby. BJP has called for elections in Bengal to be held under President's rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Heavy security forces deployed and violence hit Murshidabad, sent to send more Jawans in affected areas. Security has been heightened in Hazaribagh after stone pelting on religious processions. The Belgian police have arrested diamond merchant Mehul Choksi, one of the two prime accused in the $2 billion Punjab National Bank's PNB fraud. This is the big story coming in. The CBI had sought Choksi detention after he was located in the country, acting on open arrest warrants issued by a Mumbai court. Choksi, claiming medical issues, may seek bail, but Indian agencies will oppose it and pursue his extradition. So this is a big story coming in right now, where it's a big win for India as well, because India has been pursuing his extradition for so many years. And finally, that day has finally come, where he has now been detained in Belgium. The next steps, we will go to Piyush to understand the next steps we can expect now. Let's go to Piyush joining us live, our correspondent. This move has come after India made the extradition request. We're also seeing that both the ED and the CBI want him. The many accusations against him. The Indian judicial system is waiting to serve him some justice after he executed one of the biggest banking frauds of all time.
Cancer treatment, and of course is not a flight risk at all.
So how do you view the push by Indian agencies for his extradition, sir?
There is no push, it is a process. So non-bailable warrants have been issued against him since 2018. So it is a prerequisite for an extradition that there has to be a open-ended non-bailable warrant. So that warrant has been there since 2018. Earlier they tried to pick him up from Dominica, where they failed. So then by the Dominican court order, my client was getting his treatment in Antigua. But everyone knows that in Antigua, the medical facilities are not all that good. So for his medical treatment, he had to go to Belgium, and he has been there getting his treatment for the cancer.
So what are the main legal points your team is using to fight his arrest? Is it possible to discuss?
See, arrest is a process. If whenever for any country there is an extradition request made by another country wherein they have a treaty, so first of all the person has to be arrested, then the person has to show that he's got a community ties. He is not in India, they generally call it, we lawyers call it roots in the society. When you go abroad, they like to call it community ties. And then they have to show that he's not a flight risk. We have to show that it is not a flight risk, and that there is a medical condition. So that's the only ground. There's not much law. It is factual.
So there are reports of an urgent bail request. What is your client's defense? So are you going to file a bail application?
My understanding is that there it is not called technically bail. It has to be an appeal. Okay. So it is not called bail there. So as a process of appeal, the request is made that my client should not be detained in prison.
Sir, with so much international attention, how is your team handling the legal and diplomatic challenges in this case?
No, see, I can't do much sitting here. It is my counterpart in Belgium who will be doing everything.
Okay. So what is the current health status of Mr. Choksi?
He's a sick man. He's a sick man. And after the torture that happened to him when he was picked up from Antigua by the agencies, so he's been under trauma. And he's claustrophobic. So it is very, very difficult for him. I'm very concerned for him.
All right, so that was Mehul Choksi's lawyer. We are getting the first reaction coming in on Mehul Choksi's lawyer, where he is saying a couple of things. He was getting medical treatment in Antigua, but due to low facility, he had to some low facility there in Antigua. He had to go to Belgium. The lawyers of Mehul Choksi has been fighting for him on the behalf of Mehul Choksi in different countries, including India and in other countries as well, including Antigua and Barbuda, where he had taken residence after evading India. Now, I want to go straight across to my colleague joining us, Piyush, who is tracking the story very closely from the ground. Piyush, Mehul Choksi has now been detained in Belgium, and we were discussing about this before we went to Mehul Choksi's lawyer's reaction. Now we see that he's wanted by both the ED and CBI for going ahead and executing one of the biggest banking frauds in recent history. What are we picking up right now from the CBI headquarters? Over to you, Piyush.
So, Shivangi, what I can just tell you is that it was a very important statement that was made by Mehul Choksi's lawyer over here in India, wherein he just said that there is going to be a long and a very complicated legal procedure now that is going to be undertaken by the Indian government machinery, that also includes the aid from the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate through Interpol to extradite Mehul Choksi. Now, taking into consideration that Mehul Choksi is reportedly suffering from lymphomatic leukemia since 2023, he had gone to Belgium, from where he had to go to Switzerland for treatment of lymphomatic leukemia, which he's been getting treatment since 2023. And on this grounds, Mehul Choksi has reportedly also applied for bail from the Belgian authorities, where he was taken into custody by the Belgian police in aid with the Interpol. Now, taking into consideration again that he should not be given bail, the Indian government machinery has acted swiftly, and because they have an extradition procedure with the Belgian government, they have acted swiftly and have not only opposed that Mehul Choksi should be given bail, but have also again asked that he should be extradited at the earliest to India, where he is going to be charged as per law for reportedly swindling rupees 13,800 crore or more from the second largest public sector bank in the country, in form of the Punjab National Bank. But again, as we have been having a word with several foreign representatives and also a lot of experts in this area, it is a long and excruciating procedure, a complicated procedure, and perhaps Mehul Choksi, who has been trying to prevent himself from getting arrested and being deported back to India, know all the legal nitty-gritties, and he has been trying to make sure that he is not being extradited. It is also important to note over here, Shivangi, that earlier too in Antigua, he was detained by the Indian government machinery, but that time perhaps we were unsuccessful in getting him extradited back to India. But this time, since he's been detained in Belgium, and this time since we have a long treaty with Belgium over the extradition procedure, it seems that even though the wait may be long, perhaps Mehul Choksi would be brought back to India and going to be charged for the crime that he reportedly committed of stealing public money. Back to the studio.
All right, I'll be coming back to you in a moment. We'll also be joined by Alok Bansal, foreign affairs expert. Mr. Alok Bansal is joining us to help us understand a little bit more about what we can expect next. Now, definitely a big victory for India. India is trying to extradite criminals, whether they be terrorists, whether it be economic offenders like Mehul Choksi. And now we see that after Tahavur Rana's case of successful extradition, it's time for Mehul Choksi to return. The first step has been taken. He has been detained and arrested by the Interpol. What we can expect next? Could you give our viewers a timeline as to what we can expect next in this latest update coming in?
See, firstly, it shows India's growing stature in the Committee of Nations. In fact, getting Tahavur Rana extradited and now Mehul Choksi getting arrested in Belgium, it's actually a big plus for the country. It shows that if you are a fugitive from law, you cannot escape Indian authorities irrespective of wherever you hide yourself. It may take time, but you'll eventually be extradited, we'll eventually get back to you. So it sends a very strong signal to all those who are trying to escape from law, Indian law, and I think it's a matter of time when other fugitives from law would also be extradited back to India. Now, the first step has been taken. He has been arrested, and we were listening to his lawyer who's talking about his medical condition and things like that. Now, one doesn't really know what will be the next course of actions, how bad is his medical situation, because depending on a lot of factors, his coming to India would depend, because if his condition is so critical that he needs urgent medical attention, obviously his lawyers will fight that he needs to get an immediate medical attention. He cannot be brought on such a long flight or things like that. So when will he come to India, or what will be the next step is still a question mark. But the first major step has been taken. He has been detained. Now he's in a country from where we can hope to get him extradited. Whether his condition is really bad or it is just a cover-up to prevent getting extradited to India. All these factors we'll come to know in days to come. But it is undoubtedly a big victory for Indian law, and it is also a very important signal to all the anti-India elements that irrespective of where you are hiding, we will one day get to you.
Right. And if you could take our viewers through a little bit more about, Mr. Bansal, what the India-Belgium extradition treaty is about. Is there any kind of clause or any kind of caveat we can expect which might prevent fast extradition of Mehul Choksi from Belgium all the way to India? Let's also tell our viewers that he is a resident. He got the F residency card in Belgium. That's very important to note.
See, as a resident Belgian, he has certain legal protections, I'm sure, as per the Belgian law. I'm not a lawyer, so I won't be in a position to comment. But whatever I know, that all EU countries have a stipulation that the person being extradited will not be given death penalty. In this case, there is no question of a death penalty because it's I think, a case of fraud. It is not actually a criminal case or some of murder or terrorism or something like that. I think that provision would probably not apply. But as I said, his health conditions is going to be a very, very important factor, because the pictures are showing him in a wheelchair, etc. Now, how bad is his situation, that I think the doctors would certify, because that will be one of the ploy that his lawyers will be using to prevent his extradition to India.
All right. All right, thank you for joining us, Mr. Alok Bansal, foreign affairs expert. And we are getting some reactions coming in as well. Let's go play out the reactions we're getting on the story. We also spoke to, we're getting some reactions from multiple people. Mehul Choksi's lawyer has also spoken out and spoken about what we can expect next. Mehul Choksi's lawyer says that Mehul Choksi is not doing too well health-wise.
Client Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium, and at the moment he is in custody, and will be starting the process of filing an appeal against this, and then as a process of appeal we'll be requesting that he should be pulled out of the prison. And the major ground is that because of the ill health and he's undergoing cancer treatment, and of course he's not a flight risk at all. There is no push, it is a process. So non-bailable warrants have been issued against him since 2018. So it is a prerequisite for an extradition that there has to be a open-ended non-bailable warrant. So that warrant has been there since 2018. Earlier they tried to pick him up from Dominica, where they failed. So then by the Dominican court order, my client was getting his treatment in Antigua. But everyone knows that in Antigua, the medical facilities are not all that good. So for his medical treatment, he had to go to Belgium. And he has been there getting his treatment for the cancer. See, arrest is a process. If whenever for any country there is an extradition request made by another country wherein they have a treaty, so the first of all the person has to be arrested. Then the person has to show that he's got a community ties. He is not in India. They generally call it, we lawyers call it roots in the society. When you go abroad, they like to call it community ties. And then they have to show that he's not a flight risk. We have to show that it is not a flight risk, and that there is a medical condition. So that's the only ground. There is not much law. It is factual.
अच्छी बात है, पता लगता है कि मोदी जी जो हैं वो इन लोगों को लाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये मालिया साहब हाथ में नहीं आ रहे हैं। इसी तरह मोदी जी जब हुकूमत करने के लिए आए थे तो उन्होंने लोगों से वादा किया था कि हम जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उसको भी वापस लाने हैं। ये चूँकि किस्तों में करना चाहते हैं ताकि लोग बिज़ी रहें, तो उनको किसने रोका है? वो जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उनको देखने के लिए कि कौन लोग हैं, क्यों नहीं वो पैसा आ रहा है। मालिया साहब कहाँ हैं? चौकसी साहब ने भी इनको भी बदनाम किया है। चौकसी ने कहा था कि मेरा शेयर इनके साथ भी है, बट चलो आप पकड़ के आया है, यहाँ देखेंगे। दूसरा जो अमेरिका से बंदा आया है उससे क्ल्यू मिलेगा। ये हमारी सिक्योरिटी के हवाले से नेशनल सिक्योरिटी है उसके हवाले से अच्छी है, अचीवमेंट है। आप देखना है उसके रिजल्ट्स कैसे आएंगे, तो अच्छी बात है।
क्या लगता है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि बाकी जो किस्तों में किया जा रहा है?
मुझे लगता है कि ये सोच रहे हैं कि ये जो 5 साल मिले हैं इसमें आहिस्ता आहिस्ता चलो उनको भी लाओ, फिर बाद में कुछ करेंगे। तो मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि अगर वो वाकई सिंसियर हैं तो स्विस बैंकों के अंदर जिनका पैसा है वहाँ उसको भी देखें वो कौन लोग हैं और लोगों के सामने आए जाएं, क्योंकि उन्होंने लोगों से वादा किया है। दूसरा, चौकसी साहब अगर आ गए हैं तो बाकियों को लाने का भी बंदोबस्त करें, और ताकि ये जो इंडिया के अंदर इस वक्त क्राइसिस है उसको क्राइसिस को ख़त्म किया है। इस वक्त जो ट्रेड वार चला है इस ट्रेड वार को हल करने की कोशिश करें।
देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है। मेहुल चोकसी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता।
And breaking news coming in, Union Minister Sukanto Majumdar arrives at Malda. He will meet Hindus who were forced to flee due to violence. Those are pictures also will be coming in for you right now, where Sukanto Majumdar has now arrived in Malda, and he has a very, very busy day ahead. Especially, he will be very soon be meeting Hindus who were forced to flee due to violence in Malda. So back to our coverage coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. And Sukanto Majumdar just reaching Malda a short while ago. There was a lot of violence that we've been seeing in Malda, where hundreds have left, but a lot of violence has been seen in Murshidabad. Many of these people who have left, they have taken shelter in Malda. So hundreds of people have been displaced by the tensions in Murshidabad district of West Bengal, have crossed the Bhagirathi river and taken shelter in adjoining districts such as Malda. So some of these Hindus who had to flee right now in Malda, and Sukanto Majumdar will be meeting those Hindus. Remember that the displacement of people occurred after protests over the Waqf Amendment Act was seen in different districts of West Bengal, and the demonstrations soon turned into violence, leaving some people dead. Now, a lot of people have escaped the riots and the protests and fled to Malda. In Malda, the local administration has arranged for food and shelter in schools for the families, and also many Hindus who had to escape those protests. And many volunteers have been deployed to help those who are arriving in boats at the river bank. Now, Sukanto Majumdar will be meeting many of these people. Union Minister Sukanto Majumdar will be meeting many of these people who had to leave Murshidabad and other districts to come to Malda to seek shelter. We'll try to connect to our colleagues in a short while from now, but latest update coming in right now is that a lot of people had to leave Murshidabad and other districts, cross the river by boat to escape the violence and the protests. Sukanto Majumdar will be meeting all those who had to leave Murshidabad and other districts and come to Malda to seek shelter. He'll be meeting them. So these are back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Now, also taking our viewers back to what exactly happened. We saw that Hindus had to leave, violence hit Murshidabad, and hundreds have also left, taken shelter at Malda, and the displacement of people has occurred after protests have rocked Murshidabad in the backdrop of the protest over Waqf Amendment Act 2025. Many people have been displaced the number going up to hundreds of people, and Hindus have also been some of those people who have left Murshidabad district, crossed the river and taken shelter in Malda, and that's where Sukantu Majumdar will be meeting these people as he arrives in Malda. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us. Madhurima is joining us live right now from a Republic newsrooms. Madhurima, a lot of people, hundreds had to escape. Many Hindus had to escape Murshidabad after we saw a lot of tensions and violence in the backdrop of these protests against the Waqf Amendment Act 2025. They've come to Malda, they've crossed the river. Sukantu Majumdar will be meeting them. A lot of them are also Hindus. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in and what we can expect.
Well, Shivangi, you pointed very correctly that there were precisely around 400 Hindus that have fled from that specific violence-hit district of Murshidabad, and they crossed the river and reached to that government school in Malda to seek shelter over there. Suvendu Adhikari had tweeted about it, and this statement of Suvendu Adhikari was even seconded by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress party, who said that indeed there are hundreds of Hindus that have fled from Murshidabad and travelled to Malda to seek refuge, and this is the specific place where Union Minister Sukantu Majumdar has reached to take stock of the situations, as allegations were levelled by the residents of that specific violence-hit district of Murshidabad that the water in the vicinity was poisoned because of the fact that they were Hindus, and this was happening in the aftermath of those violent protests against Waqf that forced them to flee. They were very scared. The similar statement came from the BSF as well, said that people in Murshidabad are scared and are fleeing from Murshidabad to Malda. We'll have to wait and watch, Shivangi, as to see what happens.
All right, thank you, Madhurima, for getting us all those details. We'll be tracking the story very closely here at Republic TV. Okay, let's move ahead right now. DMK slammed Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi for encouraging students to chant Jai Shri Ram in an event in Madurai. The DMK slammed the Tamil Nadu governor, calling him a Hindutva fanatic and labelled his actions as RSS ideologue behaviour. Okay, so another update coming in. We'll try to, of course, go across to our colleague as well on the story where DMK has and the Congress have slammed Tamil Nadu governor for the Jai Shri Ram chants. And this is coming in as we keep getting you back-to-back updates. R.N. Ravi, the governor, was seen asking students to chant Jai Shri Ram during a college event in Madurai. Back-to-back updates coming in. And we also have some reactions on this. Let's go ahead and play it out.
We'll take this as a movement. Let us begin it today. Take it as a movement, not only on this Malgudi Assam, it has to be done the year affair, in one form or another. And on this day, let us pay tribute to Kamba by paying tribute to the one he was a great devotee of, Prabhu Sri Ram. I say, and you say, Jai Sri Ram! 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 Jai Sri Ram!
The Honorable Governor holding Constitution post, one of the highest posts in this country, and he is speaking like an religious leader, by itself is bringing a trouble to this nation. See, India has got diverse religion, diverse language, diverse communities. And Mr. Governor keeps telling children, chant Jai Shri Ram. It is already promoting inequality. It's already promoting some religious ideology, which the Honorable Governor should not have done. But he's become a propaganda master of the RSS and the BJP. See, this is not the way a governor can act.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us, Sharda, joining us live on this. DMK Congress are slamming Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi. And if you could take our viewers through latest coming in, has there been any kind of reaction coming in from the Tamil Nadu Governor? Because he had asked students to chant Jai Shri Ram while addressing an event at a college in Madurai. Any reaction coming in from the Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi? Yes. All right, we'll try to go to Sharda in a moment. We'll try to connect to her. We're not getting some problem with her audio. Sharda, if you can hear me, just take our viewers through the latest story coming in and any reaction from Tamil Nadu governor, who has a huge row has been sparked after we saw that the governor asked some students to chant Jai Shri Ram, DMK Congress slamming the governor.
Well, following Arnab Ravi's chanting of Jai Shri Ram at the Madurai College, the DMK and the Tamil Nadu Congress, as they were stating that it's an RSS ideology that the governor is trying to push through the students and that it's not acceptable. However, governor had chanted it in a situation where he said that that people should be very fortunate to have learnt the Kamban Ramayana, and that by being there, he wanted to just promote Kamban's writing and wishing him on like the 100th year of that. So that's the reason that Ravi had stated about it, and now the DMK and the Congress are stating that this statement of the governor is wrong and that they have been constantly asking his removal from the Tamil Nadu governor post.
All right, thank you for joining us, Sharda. All those details. I'll be coming back to you as we see back-to-back updates coming in. Taking a short break, viewers, but we'll keep an eye on the story. DMK slash Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi after row erupts over Jai Shri Ram slogan. Stay tuned as we keep getting in the biggest updates on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
But with the coming of Muhammad Yunus and his most hostile anti-Indian agenda, this can no longer be countenanced, and India will now be forced to examine the hard options. So far we've only been using carrots to try and entice these people, to try and win over the people of Bangladesh, and especially in the times of Hasina Wajed, we'd gone out of the way to be friendly. But if he is going to be making
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Monday with me, Oyana Mitra. And yes, fugitive Indian businessman Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium. That's the biggest story of the moment. Tracking that and a lot more for you. But first, the headlines at 10:30. Fugitive Indian businessman Mehul Choksi, wanted in the 13,000 crore Punjab National Bank scam, arrested in Belgium. Sources say India to initiate Choksi's extradition process soon. However, fugitive businessman may oppose based on medical grounds. Jai Shri Ram chants draws ire from Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. Governor R.N. Ravi. DMK calls Governor R.N. Ravi a Hindutva fanatic. BJP calls for elections in Bengal to be held under President's rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Heavy security forces deployed in violence hit Murshidabad, center to send more Jawans in affected areas. All right, viewers, getting in some latest piece of breaking news. Mehul Choksi's lawyer Vijay Agarwal is now set to address a media conference at 11 a.m. with regards to his arrest. And Mehul Choksi's legal team, as we understand, will also be filing an appeal against his arrest. Now, this move comes shortly after the Belgian police arrested diamond merchant Mehul Choksi, who's one of the two prime accused in the $2 billion Punjab National Bank fraud in Belgium. And CBI authorities in India have sought Choksi's detention after he was located in the country, acting on open arrest warrants issued by a Mumbai court. And Choksi maintains that he has medical issues and he will seek bail on medical grounds. But Indian agencies, viewers, as we understand, will soon initiate his extradition process. That is the latest piece of breaking news that we are getting in as we track the story very, very closely. Mehul Choksi, he had fled India in January 2018, just before this scam came to light. And he first went to the United States, after which he settled in Antigua and acquiring a citizenship there shortly after. And my colleague Piyush Shori joins me live on this broadcast straight from the CBI headquarters. Piyush, what can be expected next? Mehul Choksi, as we know, has been arrested right now in Belgium. What is the next move and what can we expect from this press conference that is going to be addressed by his lawyer?
So yes, one thing is now confirmed that Mehul Choksi has indeed been arrested by the Belgian authorities, and this is in coordination with the Interpol, which was in turn working with the Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate. Now, in a breaking which has been done by my colleague Soumya, the legal team has also confirmed to her that they will be going ahead and filing an appeal that Mehul Choksi should be given bail on health grounds, because this is important to note that Mehul Choksi claims that he's been suffering from lymphomatic leukemia since 2023, and for this he has been receiving treatment. In fact, in the Mumbai court, where the investigating agencies had filed a plea that he should be brought back to India and be charged as per the law of swindling over 13,000 crore of public money from the second largest public sector bank in the country in form of Punjab National Bank. He had filed a similar request in which he had said that he cannot come to India since he is suffering from lymphomatic leukemia. Having said that, the Indian government machinery now realizes that Mehul Choksi, along with Nirav Modi, has been evading the law. They know the nitty-gritties of the law, and even before Mehul Choksi, he has been detained earlier too in Antigua, but that time he was not being able to be successfully extradited. So yes, today, after being detained by the Belgian authorities, the Indian government machinery now is not wasting any time, and they have filed a plea immediately that he should be extradited. Having taken that into consideration, Mehul Choksi also has now played his cards through his legal team, and he has applied for bail on the health grounds, and has also filed an appeal through his lawyers and his legal team that he should be also given bail and should be given treatment for the lymphomatic leukemia that he's reportedly been suffering. So it is going to be interesting to know that in these complexities of law, how exactly is the Indian government machinery now going to bring back Mehul Choksi back to India and bring him to book as per the law of swindling and stealing public money that amounts to more than rupees 13,000 crore. Back to the studio.
Yes. All right, Piyush, I'd request you to stay on with me because we're getting more breaking news. Now we're getting in a reaction from the MOS Finance, who has said, and I quote, that Prime Minister Modi has time and again reiterated that the ones who have looted the money of the public, of the poor, they will have to retain it, and action is being taken against those who have looted the money of the people and fled the country. That is the latest reaction that we are getting in from MOS Finance. Pankaj Chaudhary, take a listen in.
देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है। मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता। देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है। मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता है।
All right, viewers. Now, yes, this is the biggest story that we are tracking. This reaction is coming shortly after we understood that the Belgian police has arrested Mehul Choksi, who happens to be one of the two prime accused in the $2 billion Punjab National Bank fraud. Now, the CBI has sought Choksi's detention after he was located in the country, acting on an open arrest warrant issued by a Mumbai court. Choksi, claiming that he has medical issues, may seek bail, but Indian agencies, namely the ED and CBI, will oppose it and pursue his extradition. And we have former diplomat Achal Malhotra joining me on this broadcast this morning on this biggest story that we're tracking. Mr. Malhotra, thank you for speaking to Republic TV and for joining me this morning. Sir, my first question to you is, given that now he's been arrested in Belgium and that Indian authorities may initiate his extradition soon, what are the challenges do you think that the Indian authorities might face as we speak of this, and how soon can his extradition really come into effect?
Well, I would say at the outset that extradition processes are painfully long, and there are many loopholes, legal loopholes, which the fugitives have been able to exploit to their advantage. And you have seen, he's not the only one. We have many others, Vijay Malaya and Nirav Modi and Lalit Modi and so many of them, who are using all the available avenues for them on legal, emotional, and so far they have been able to evade the extradition. This is a pretty long, painful process. Having said that, now what happens in this case? If you recall, at one point of time when he was in Antigua, we thought we had almost got him, and if I'm not wrong, we had even sent a special aircraft to bring him back. But then it got embroiled in the local domestic politics, and the things fell apart. Now, coming to the current situation, what I can foresee, of course, we will get to know what the legal team has in mind, because you are reporting that about 11 o'clock they are going to do some press conference, what strategy they are going to adopt. What I can see at this point of time is that he definitely will ask for a bail, and then he will definitely oppose the extradition on one ground or the other. The Belgian courts will have to take also a call on some of the issues like dual criminality, whether it is a case of dual criminality, which is he being accused of the offences which are acceptable both in Belgium and in India. Then he will also play the emotional card of being sick, and the usual tactics of poor conditions in Indian jails, etc., etc. And finally, the fact that his wife is a Belgian citizen, that may also come into play. On our part, we will of course make all possible efforts to expedite extradition and bring him back to India and face the legal processes here, and take the matter to logical conclusion. Over to you.
Yes, sir. Right, sir. What I also want to understand is we are learning that he has recently obtained F residency status in Belgium, and do you think that this residency that he has obtained in the country could pose any challenge to India seeking extradition of
No,
Choksi?
I don't think it should. In fact, it should come handy, because in that case, it's if suppose at this point of time he's an Antiguan citizen or a citizen of any third country, that might even complicate the matter. In my simple understanding of this situation, it might be easier for us to deal with the Belgian government if he is a Belgian citizen. Then we are dealing with an Indian fugitive who is a Belgian citizen, and we are dealing directly with Belgian government. But if he were Antiguan or American or Canadian citizen and being detained in Belgium, then it probably would have complicated the issue. But the fact that his wife is a Belgian, he might seek medical asylum Also bringing in the factor that my wife is already a citizen here, so allow me also to stay here. At this point of time, I'm not very sure which citizenship is he holding, because there were reports, when he got the, there were some reports also about probably his Antiguan citizenship also being, questioned. So I'm not very sure what citizenship is he holding at this point of time. But to answer your question, if he is a Belgian citizen, it should theoretically make it easier for us to deal with the government of Belgium, because then we are dealing with a citizen of that country where he is detained at this point of time. And we have an extradition treaty, if I'm not wrong, with the government of Belgium. And under the provisions of that treaty, we will be on a stronger ground to get the extradition done. Over to you.
Yes. Right, sir. And if he does happen to be extradited to India, how soon do you believe that Indian authorities, the ED and CBI, who have been chasing him for so long, can actually initiate the prosecution process in this case?
Now, on the presumption we are able to get him back, I think then all the cases, all the charges against him are already, there. And I don't think there will be some investigation, some questioning, and straight away the prosecution process should start. But the moot point, the main issue here is to get him back to India so that we can, do the trial. I mean, we can start the trial and book him. We have already, charges are already there. We have already shared those charges with Interpol and many other countries. So initiating the legal process in India should not be a problem. I don't think it should take much time. But I'm not very sure how soon will we be able to get him back home.
Right. All right, sir. Mr. Malhotra, thank you so much for joining me and for your insights as we track the story very, very closely, viewers. Now, moving on to breaking news that we are getting in from Karnataka. The BJP has called for a high-level meeting this afternoon to discuss the implications and future course of action. As far as the caste census is concerned, the meeting will be led by Karnataka BJP President B.Y. Vijendra and Karnataka Leader of Opposition R. Ashoka. And prominent leaders from the dominant Vokaliga and Lingayat communities are also expected to attend this meeting. In fact, sources have indicated that this meeting will involve discussions on the pros and cons of the caste census report, and the BJP is expected to gather opinions of various leaders across the political spectrum and strategize their stand on the caste census report. And the discussions, we will also focus on launching a political campaign or movement against the Siddaramaiah government if necessary. And the BJP is currently aiming to arrive at a collective decision after hearing all viewpoints during the meeting. That is the latest information, viewers, that we are picking up on the caste census report. Getting in a reaction from Karnataka Home Minister G. Parameshwara. Let's listen in.
Many communities have expressed their anguish. Many individuals also expressed their opinions. And we will see. Once we make a study and cabinet take a decision, and then further we will see what will... I can't say anything about it. It would be inappropriate on the part of me if I say something. But unless it is discussed and decided by the government. Many communities have expressed their anguish. Many individuals also expressed their opinions. And we will see. Once we make a study and cabinet take a decision, and then further we will see what will... I can't say anything about it. It would be inappropriate on the part of me if I say something. But unless it is discussed and decided by the government.
All right, viewers, that was the reaction that we were getting in from G. Parameshwara, who's Karnataka Home Minister. And yes, the Karnataka caste census report, which was presented before a cabinet meeting, chaired by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, on Friday recommended increasing reservation for OBCs from 32% to almost 51%. And shortly after this report was tabled, now we are learning that the BJP has called for a key meeting this afternoon to discuss the implications of this caste census report and chalk out a future course of action. This meeting, as we understand, will be led by the state BJP president B.Y. Vijendra and leader of opposition R. Ashoka, and also incorporate prominent leaders from the Vokaliga and Lingayat communities. And more information coming in. Sources also say, viewers, that the meeting will involve discussions on the pros and cons of the caste census report. And the BJP will have extensive discussions with leaders of various political parties and gather a sense of what this really means. And joining me on this broadcast with more information on this meeting is my colleague Abhishek from Bengaluru. Abhishek, take us through the details of this meeting and what is it that the BJP has contended so far as this caste census report is concerned?
Well, Ayana, it is very clear that since the day the report of which the caste census had been submitted by Prakash Hegde to the sitting Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, BJP, JDS and various other parties had declined the report, saying that this study wasn't made scientifically. This was conducted during 2014 and 15, and after which, during the COVID periods, many people and many persons have lost their lives in the state of Karnataka, and this scientific study hadn't been conducted previously, and this is the reason as to why the report shouldn't have been accepted. And also, BJP is demanding that a re-survey to be conducted with respect to the caste census report. And also, today the BJP is conducting a high-level meeting this afternoon to check with the implications and future course of action by the Bharatiya Janata Party with respect to the caste census report, which has been tabled by the Congress government. We've been told that the meeting will be led by B.Y. Vijendra, who is the BJP state president, along with R. Ashoka, who is the council, the legislative assembly leader. Also, we've been told the BJP will see with the strategy of Lingayat community. They will also have a conversation with various other sects and castes of people and make sure that whatever implication with respect to the report is should be challenged in the court of law, and they will make sure that this report will not be tabled any soon. And also, the BJP will make sure that this report should not be accepted in the public domain. So the course of action will be decided by the BJP leaders after the high-profile meeting which is supposed to be happening today afternoon.
Right.
Ayoni.
All right, Abhishek, many thanks for those updates. We will be coming back to you as and when we have more developments.
घरों में यानी पहले 100 में से 16, आज 100 में से 80 घरों में नल से जल आता है। और बाबा साहब का आशीर्वाद है, हम हर घर तक नल से जल पहुंचाएंगे। शौचालय के अभाव में भी सबसे बुरी स्थिति एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी समाज की ही थी। हमारी सरकार ने 11 करोड़ से ज्यादा शौचालय बनवाकर वंचितों को गरिमा का जीवन दिया है। साथियों, कांग्रेस के जमाने में एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी के लिए बैंक का दरवाजा तक नहीं खुलता था। बीमा, लोन, मदद, ये सारी बातें सब सपना था। लेकिन अब जनधन खातों के सबसे बड़े लाभार्थी मेरे एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी के भाई बहन हैं। हमारे एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी भाई बहन आज गर्व से जेब में से रुपए कार्ड निकाल करके दिखाते हैं। जो अमीरों के जेब में कभी रुपए कार्ड हुआ करते थे, वो रुपए कार्ड आज मेरा गरीब दिखा रहा है। साथियों, कांग्रेस ने हमारे पवित्र संविधान को सत्ता हासिल करने का एक हथियार बना दिया। जब जब कांग्रेस को सत्ता का संकट दिखा, उन्होंने संविधान को कुचल दिया। कांग्रेस ने आपातकाल में संविधान की स्पिरिट को कुचला, ताकि जैसे तैसे सत्ता बनी रहे। संविधान की भावना है कि सबके लिए एक जैसी नागरिक संहिता हो, जिसे मैं कहता हूं सेक्युलर सिविल कोड। लेकिन कांग्रेस ने इसे कभी लागू नहीं किया। उत्तराखंड में भाजपा सरकार आने के बाद सेक्युलर सिविल कोड, समान नागरिकता संहिता
treatment of cancer, and last time when he was picked up from Antigua to be taken to Dominica by the Indian agencies, that time because of the torture he's feeling very claustrophobic and he's got some permanent deformities, and as well as he's suffering from PTSD, this post-traumatic stress disorder. So these are the various issues. Post-traumatic stress disorder. So these are the various issues because of which he should be granted bail. And moreover, now the case has become very strong after this Bhasin's request for extradition has been turned down.
How do you see the enforcement agencies are now pushing for this extradition to India, sir? How do you see that, sir?
That's a procedure, and basically we'll be defending it on two grounds. Generally, that it is a political case, and secondly, because of the human condition in India, and in the Sanjeev Bhasin's case, it has already been held that the Indian prison conditions are not human. So because of that, it will be defended.
Sir, there had been reports as far as you visiting Belgium and meeting Mehul Choksi. Are there any?
That's client and attorney privilege. Communication.
सर एक बार हिंदी में सर एक बार हिंदी में बता दीजिए सर हिंदी प्लीज
जी पूछें
सर क्या मेहुल चौकसी को गिरफ्तार किया है, क्या उसको प्रत्यर्पण संधि के भारत लाया जाएगा, क्या आप लोग बचाव करेंगे, किस तरीके से केस आगे बढ़ेगा?
जी उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है, सैटरडे को अरेस्ट किया गया था, अभी वो प्रिजन में हैं और उनको उनके लिए अपील फाइल की जाएगी। वहाँ बेल का प्रोसीजर नहीं है। जो अपील फाइल की जाएगी उसके अंदर रिक्वेस्ट की जाएगी कि उनको डिटेंशन में ना रखा जाए और जो है उनको अपना कंटेस्ट करने की इजाज़त दी जाए। इसके दो जनरल मेजर ग्राउंड होते हैं। एक तो ये कि वो फ्लाइट रिस्क नहीं है, इंडिया में इसे बोलते हैं रूट्स इन सोसाइटी, अब्रॉड बोलते हैं कम्युनिटी टाइज, नंबर 1 क्योंकि उनकी बैकग्राउंड बेल्जियम से ही है, और ऊपर से कि उनकी जो मेडिकल कंडीशन है वो बहुत ज़्यादा प्रिकेरियस है। पहली बात तो उनका कैंसर का ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है वहाँ से, जिसकी वजह से उनको एंटीगा से बेल्जियम जाना पड़ा, नंबर 1। नंबर 2 जो है, जब उनको इंडियन एजेंसीज ने पिक किया था एंटीगा से डोमिनिका ले जाने के लिए, तो उस टाइम पे जो टॉर्चर था उस वजह से उनको काफ़ी सारी डिफॉर्मिटीज़ हो गई हैं और उनको साइकोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम्स हो गई हैं। उनको ही इज अ पेशेंट नाउ ऑफ PTSD, पोस्ट ट्रॉमेटिक स्ट्रेस डिसऑर्डर, एंड ही फील्स वेरी क्लस्ट्रोफोबिक ऑल्सो व्हेनेवर पीपल आर अराउंड हिम।
सर वो एंटीगा से बेल्जियम क्यों गए थे? वो क्या इलाज कराने गए थे, किस लिए गए थे?
जी इलाज कराने गए थे।
अच्छा सर वो कह रहे थे वहाँ की सिटीजनशिप भी ले रही थी उनकी वाइफ वगैरह?
इस बारे में मुझे डिटेल नहीं है और वैसे भी ये क्लाइंट अटॉर्नी थोड़ी प्रिविलेज कम्युनिकेशन है।
सर आप क्या गए थे बेल्जियम, कुछ ऐसी जानकारी?
ये भी क्लाइंट अटॉर्नी प्रिविलेज कम्युनिकेशन है।
Sir,
इस बारे में जवाब नहीं दे सकता।
he has been arrested earlier in the COVID time period since 2018. He has not been arrested.
जी।
India has been saying that he should come back, he should join the investigation. What is the further step which you are going to take in this?
नहीं, हमने हमेशा सारी कोर्ट में मेंटेन किया है कि ही इज रेडी टू ज्वाइन बिकॉज ऑफ हिज मेडिकल कंडीशन ही कैनॉट ट्रैवल। सो इसलिए हमने इनिशियली मेंटेन किया है कि इंडियन एजेंसी इन्वेस्टिगेट करें, ही विल ज्वाइन ऑन वीसी। काफी लोगों को इन्होंने वीसी ज्वाइन कराई है, इसीलिए आज तक सब लोगों को फ्यूजिटिव डिक्लेयर कर दिया गया है। मिस्टर मेहुल चोकसी इज नॉट अ फ्यूजिटिव, ही हैज नॉट बीन डिक्लेयर्ड अ फ्यूजिटिव। आवर केस इज गोइंग ऑन फॉर इयर्स नाउ।
Your efforts have been sent by from your side to allow the government to have a video conferencing in this case.
हमने कोर्ट में एप्लीकेशन लगाया हुआ है।
सर, जो आरोप लगते हैं मेहुल चोकसी को लेकर और तमाम बयानबाजी भी होती है, उन आरोपों को लेकर या कहेंगे कि वो देश के कई बैंकों का पैसा लेकर जो है देश से फरार हो गए हैं, इन आरोपों को लेकर आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये देखें, कोई भी जो आदमी होता है वो मुलजिम है, मुजरिम नहीं है, वो एक्यूज हैं, कन्विक्ट नहीं है, उनके खिलाफ कोई भी चीज़ अभी साबित नहीं हुई है। कितने केस हैं इस तरह से चलते हैं, आप बताएं। अरुषि में सबने शोर मचा दिया, सुशांत राजपूत में सबने शोर मचा दिया, 2G में सबने शोर मचा दिया, क्या हुआ बाद में? खुद
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Which are the other countries, sir, who are doing this, who have this kind of capability, sir?
So as far as I am aware, it is the United States of America, Russia and China who have demonstrated this capability. The Israelis are also working on similar capabilities. So we, I would say, are either the fourth or the fifth country in the world to have demonstrated this system.
And sir, we've seen the vehicles have the name Project Sahastra Shakti. So can we call it by that name, sir?
No, we have not yet decided the final name. We will let you know once the decision is done.
Whatever we achieved today, and we have seen that they are fixed doing.
But he did not come to India because of health reason. He is ready to join the investigation anytime. On VC, they can ask him anything. He is ready to join. Number of times we have moved application here. इसीलिए उनको अभी तक fugitive declare नहीं किया गया.
So we have that kind of disease treatment here in India. I thought it's the first.
It is a choice. Now you will say कि इसको abroad पढ़ने को अपने बच्चे को क्यों भेजा? इसकी तो इंडिया में पढ़ाई हो सकती थी. So I would say that's a very ludicrous way of saying things. It is a person's choice. बीवी, वकील और डॉक्टर अपनी चॉइस का होना चाहिए. आप ये क्यों कहोगे कि कोई जैसे फॉरेनर से शादी क्यों कर ली, इंडिया में क्यों नहीं शादी की? तो तीन चीजें मैं मानता हूँ, बीवी, वकील और डॉक्टर अपनी चॉइस का होना चाहिए. ये नहीं कहना चाहिए कि कहाँ से करा रहे हैं. हाँ
सर, बतौर मेहुल चोकसी के वकील आप क्या मानते हैं कि अगर वो भारत आते हैं और जो उनकी मेडिकल कंडीशन है उन्हें यहाँ प्रॉपर इलाज नहीं मिलेगा और राजनीतिक कारणों से उन्हें परेशान किया जाएगा, क्या आपको लगता है?
जी, उनकी जो ह्यूमन राइट्स हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा अफेक्ट होंगे और ये अभी भंडारी वाले केस में तो होल्ड कर भी दिया है यूके कोर्ट्स में.
ठीक है,
थैंक यू.
Well, viewers, you just heard the lawyer for Mehul Chokshi who said that he is going to fight the case on medical grounds, and they believe that they would not, that is the fugitive Mehul Chokshi would not be able to receive a proper health and care in India, and that is the ground on which they are going to fight their case of extradition there in Belgium as well. Remember, viewers, that Belgium authorities have arrested Mehul Chokshi, and the Indian authorities will soon and shortly start the extradition process. Fugitive Mehul Chokshi wanted in the 13,000 crore Punjab National scam, detained in Belgium. Sources say India to initiate Chokshi's extradition process soon. However, fugitive businessmen may oppose on medical grounds. Jai Shri Ram chants draws ire of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. DMK calls Governor Arnab Ravi a Hindutva fanatic. BJP calls for elections in Bengal to be held under. BJP calls in elections to be held after Murshidabad violence. Heavy security forces deployed in violence-hit Murshidabad center to send more jawans in affected areas. Caste census report sparks political buzz. Key BJP meeting today. Now, viewers, fugitive Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium, and MOS Finance Pankaj Chaudhary has said that Prime Minister Modi had already said this in the past, that those who looted the money of poor will have to return it. Action is being taken against a lot of people in the country. Mehul Choksi has been arrested. It's a very big achievement for the Modi government. So, viewers, big statement coming in from the MOS Finance, who has gone forward and said that the Modi government had vowed to make sure that all those who have looted the country will be brought to justice. Justice will be done. And now MOS Finance has made this big statement on Mehul Choksi. Listen in.
देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है। मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया। देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है। मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ा।
Shifting focus to the violence that took place in West Bengal, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now taken on Waqf betas and has said that several acres of land looted in the name of Waqf. This is the first statement coming from the Prime Minister after the Murshidabad violence. We've seen how 3 people have lost their life and over 150 have been injured in the Murshidabad violence that broke out after massive protests cropped up in various locations of the district against Waqf. Now the Prime Minister has made a strong statement that acres of land was looted in the name of Waqf and that the government is going to rectify it, viewers, after this law has now come to existence and will be implemented across the countries. Whereas remember that the TMC government has said that they are not going to implement in the state of West Bengal. We was listening to what the Prime Minister had to say.
साथियों, वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टर जमीन पूरे देश में है। इस जमीन, इस प्रॉपर्टी से गरीब का, बेसहारा महिलाओं बच्चों का भला होना चाहिए था, और आज ईमानदारी से उसका उपयोग हुआ होता तो मेरे मुसलमान नौजवानों को साइकिल के पंक्चर बना करके जिंदगी नहीं गुजारनी पड़ती। लेकिन इससे मुट्ठी भर भू माफिया का कोई भला हुआ। पसमानदा मुस्लिम इस समाज को कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ, और ये भूमाफिया किसकी जमीन लूट रहे थे? ये दलित की जमीन लूट रहे थे, पिछड़ों की जमीन लूट रहे थे, आदिवासी की जमीन लूट रहे थे, विधवा महिलाओं की संपत्ति लूट रहे थे। सैकड़ों विधवा मुस्लिम महिलाओं ने भारत सरकार को चिट्ठी लिखी, तब जाके कानून की चर्चा आई है। वक्फ कानून में बदलाव के बाद अब ये गरीबों से जो लूटा जा रहा है वो बंद होने वाला है। बापू की जमीन और मां के तो जेवर भी बिक जाया करते। मुझे खुशी है कि नायब सिंह सैनी जी की सरकार ने कांग्रेस की इस बीमारी का इलाज कर दिया है। बिना खर्ची बिना पर्ची के नौकरियां देने का जो ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड हरियाणा का है वो अद्भुत है और मुझे गर्व है कि मुझे ऐसे साथी मिले हैं, ऐसी साथी सरकार मिली है। यहां के 25,000 नौजवानों को सरकारी नौकरी ना मिले, इसके लिए कांग्रेस ने एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगा दिया था। लेकिन इधर मुख्यमंत्री नायब सैनी जी ने शपथ ली, उधर हजारों युवाओं को नियुक्ति पत्र जारी कर दिए गए। यह है भाजपा का, सरकार का सुशासन। और अच्छा यह है कि नायब सिंह सैनी जी की सरकार आने वाले वर्षों में हजारों नई नौकरियों का रोड मैप बना करके चल रही है। साथियों, हरियाणा वो प्रदेश है जहां बहुत बड़ी संख्या में युवा सेना में जाकर देश की सेवा करते हैं। कांग्रेस ने तो वन रैंक वन पेंशन को लेकर भी दशकों तक धोखा ही दिया। ये हमारी सरकार है जिसने वन रैंक वन पेंशन योजना लागू की। अब तक हरियाणा के पूर्व फौजियों को भी OROP के वन रैंक वन पेंशन के 13,500 करोड़ रुपए 13,500 करोड़ रुपए दिए जा चुके हैं। आपको याद होगा, इसी योजना पर झूठ बोलते हुए कांग्रेस सरकार ने पूरे देश के फौजियों के लिए सिर्फ 500 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया था। अब आप सोचिए, अकेले हरियाणा में 13,500 करोड़ और कहां 500 करोड़। कैसी आंख में धूल डालने की प्रवृत्ति थी। कांग्रेस किसी की सगी नहीं है, वो सिर्फ सत्ता की सगी है। वो ना दलितों की सगी है, न पिछड़ों की सगी है, न मेरे देश की माता बहन बेटियों की सगी है, और न ही वो मेरे फौजियों की सगी है। साथियों, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हरियाणा विकसित भारत के संकल्प को मजबूती देगा। खेल हो या फिर खेत, हरियाणा की मिट्टी की खुशबू दुनिया भर में महक बिखेरती रहेगी। मुझे हरियाणा के अपने बेटे बेटियों पर बहुत भरोसा है। ये नया एयरपोर्ट, ये नई उड़ान हरियाणा के सपनों को पूरा करने की प्रेरणा बने। और इतनी विशाल संख्या में आप आशीर्वाद देने आए, ये मेरा सौभाग्य है। मैं आपको सर झुका करके नमन करता हूं और अनेक सफलताओं के लिए अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, viewers, you just heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi there giving a strong statement against the Waqf betas, where he went on and slammed that land mafia that was working under the garb of Waqf, and said that it is on the plea of widowed Muslim women and all those pasmandas, poor Muslim that have not reaped any benefits out of Waqf so far, that this law was even brought in place. So that's a very strong statement coming in from the Prime Minister at the time when violence has erupted in the state of West Bengal. Mayor of the city of New York, Eric Adams, has signed the proclamation to declare April 14 as Dr. Bhim Rao Ramji Ambedkar Day in the honor of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The distinction, first ever by a major US city, comes on Dr. Ambedkar's 134th birth anniversary, and to recognize the contribution of one of the world's most transformative champions of equality and civil rights.
Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar is also a great leader, and Baba Saheb Ambedkar was studied here in Columbia University, and after that he became the big leader. He was a social activist, he was a political activist, he was economic activist, and Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, many people are following his philosophy.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla attended the inaugural ceremony of the special train between Kota and Delhi from Kota railway station in Rajasthan. In his address, the Speaker said, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Railway Ministry has given a new direction to rail connectivity.
माननीय रेल मंत्री जी ने अम्बेडकर नगर से दिल्ली की एक ट्रेन चलाकर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर की जयंती पर जो पुलिस कार्य किया है, उसके लिए बधाई के पात्र हैं। हमने प्रयागराज के माध्यम को देखा, भारत की आध्यात्मिक संस्कृति की उस सामर्थ्य और ताकत को देखा, और उज्जैन की धरती जो महाकाल की धरती है, देवों की धरती है, वहां का सिंह महाकुंभ की अभी से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने शुरुआत कर दी है।
Viewers, more new breaking news coming in. Now, DMK has slammed Tamil Nadu Governor Arnab Ravi for encouraging students to chant Jai Shri Ram in an event in Madurai. Now, DMK has slammed Tamil Nadu Governor, calling him a Hindutva fanatic, and labelled his action as RSS ideologue behaviour. So, viewers, after Arnab Ravi chanted Jai Shri Ram and people followed his pursuit, this has irked the DMK government that are calling him a Hindu fanatic. Listen in to what had happened.
We'll take this as a movement. Let us begin it today. Take it as a movement, not only on this Panguli Astam, it has to be round the year affair, in one form or another. And on this day, let us pay tribute to Kamba by paying tribute to the one who was a great devotee of, Prabhu Sri Ram. I say, and you say, Jai Sri Ram! 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 Jai Sri Ram!
The Honorable Governor holding Constitution post, one of the highest posts in this country, and he is speaking like an religious leader, by itself is bringing a trouble to this nation. See, India has got diverse religion, diverse language, diverse communities. And Mr. Governor keeps telling children, chant Jai Shri Ram. It is already promoting inequality. It's already promoting some religious ideology, which the Honorable Governor should not have done. But he's become a propaganda master of the RSS and the BJP. See, this is not the way a governor can act.
Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Sarda. Sarda, there is yet another controversy between the DMK government and the governor of Tamil Nadu. Now they have a problem with him raising the slogan, chanting the slogan Jai Shri Ram. They're calling him a Hindu fanatic. Sarda.
Well, Governor R.N. Ravi, speaking to the college students in Madurai, stated that that they should be lucky to learn about Ramayana because Kamban had written it very well. And speaking about Kamban, he wished the writer, and then he said that it's on this special day he had to wish Kamban, and he chanted Jai Shri Ram and also made the students chant Jai Shri Ram. This move by the governor is being taken as an offence by the DMK and the Tamil Nadu Congress. The politicians here call R.N. Ravi to promote a particular religion, a particular God, and that's the reason they are opposing it. They have also called for a removal of Governor R.N. Ravi from the state, stating that following all the issues that have been going on between the ruling party here and the governor has now led to the point where the DMK is now seeking removal of R.N. Ravi from the state governor's position.
Well, thank you, Sarda, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as it is going to snowball into yet another political controversy between the DMK government and the Tamil Nadu governor. Viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Karnataka, where caste census report has sparked political buzz as key BJP meeting today. Specifically, the Bharatiya Janata Party has called for a high-level meeting today in the afternoon to discuss the implications and future course of action. In the meeting, they will be discussing the issue of caste census and will be led by Karnataka BJP President B.Y. Vijendra and Karnataka Leader of Opposition R. Ashoka. Prominent leaders from the dominant Vokala Lingayat community are expected to attend this crucial meeting. Let's listen into what the Karnataka Minister G. Parmeshwara had to say on this.
Many communities have expressed their anguish. Many individuals also expressed their opinions. And we will see, once we make a study and cabinet take a decision, and then further we will see what will... I can't say anything about it. It would be inappropriate on the part of me if I say something. But unless it is discussed and decided by the government.
So you just heard G. Parmeshwara, who's raised this issue. Remember, viewers, there has been a massive political controversy after there were proposition of increasing that bracket for reservation as well. And after that, the caste census issue is also on the top agenda of the Siddaramaiah government. This has drawn flack from the BJP as well, where they have alleged that how the Siddaramaiah government is trying to take away from the reservation and the benefits from a certain section and is trying to create imbalance. They have also alleged, the BJP has also alleged that the Siddaramaiah government is doing this as part of their appeasement politics plan. So there has been huge uproar in the political corridors of Karnataka, where we have seen how the BJP has been slamming the Siddaramaiah government for taking these steps. And today there's going to be a very crucial meeting held in the afternoon where the BJP state president B.Y. Vijendra is going to helmet. Strong voices from the Lingayat community are also going to participate in this particular meeting. Moving on, viewers, BJP leader and West Bengal Assembly's leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, on Sunday claimed that more than 400 Hindus have been forced to flee their houses, claiming that people are facing religious persecution following central security forces being deployed there in Murshidabad. We witnessed those violent clashes over there. After that, after that, these people are being forced to flee from this specific area of the Murshidabad district. He further blamed the Congress, the Trinamool Congress, for alleged appeasement politics, which has emboldened the radical elements in the state.
Murshidabad has turned into a war zone. Violent mobs attacked Hindu homes, pelted stones, and set property on fire. The BJP has called it nothing short of a planned anti-Hindu riot. With no visible police response, the BJP has now demanded Armed Force Special Power Act and President's rule in West Bengal.
Trinamool is anti-national. Mamata Banerjee is completely anti-national. She did it to save her vote bank. The Hindus are tortured. Hindus are shelterless. We want President's rule on the eve of the assembly election.
Bengal LOP Shuvendu Adhikari has alleged that more than 400 Hindus from Dhulian in Murshidabad were driven out of their homes by fear of religiously driven violence. Republic Bangla is the only network that is fearlessly reporting from ground zero to expose the truth of the Murshidabad violence.
इस वक्त हम लोग हैं मुर्शिदाबाद जिले के अंदर जो साजू मोड़ पे और यहीं पे ये वाकफ अमेंडमेंट लॉ के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हुए कुछ एंटी नेशनल्स ने पूरा तोड़ मोड़ किया। यहाँ पे आग जलाया गया था और अभी देखिए यहाँ पे बंगाल पुलिस की जो कॉम्बैट फोर्स है, जो स्ट्रैको फोर्स है, इन लोगों को डिप्लॉय किया जा रहा है।
On the other hand, UP CM Yogi Adityanath has issued a sharp warning saying what the TMC won't. Hindus are under attack in Bengal.
हिंसा में आपने देखा होगा कब पश्चिमी बंगाल में मुर्शिदाबाद 3 हिंदुओं की निर्मम हत्या हुई, उनके घरों से खींच करके उनकी हत्या हुई। और ये सब कौन है? ये सभी वही दलित हैं, वही वंचित हैं, वही गरीब हिंदू हैं जिसको इस जमीन का सर्वाधिक लाभ मिलने वाला है।
Even more shocking, Jamaat-e-Ulema President Maulana Mahmood Madani justified the violence in a bite which is now going viral. He said, and I quote, "Protests should have started the moment the bill was passed, indicating the violence was not a reaction but part of a plan."
कि ये प्रोटेस्ट हिंसक हो रहा है, तो प्रोटेस्ट हो कहाँ रहा है ये तो बता दीजिए। हो कहाँ रहा है प्रोटेस्ट? कैसी बात आप कर रही हैं? रुकना, जितना रुके हुए हैं इतना रुकना नहीं चाहिए था, रुकना ही गलत हो रहा है। क्यों मुर्शिदाबाद जल रहा है? कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबल है इसके लिए? मुसलमान को, इसके लिए भी मुसलमान को रिस्पॉन्सिबल बना देंगे आप?
As the BJP demands President's rule and Armed Force Special Power Act and the opposition blames diversion tactics, one thing is clear: Bengal needs calm, accountability and justice.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi took on the anti-Waqf lobby, where he went on and say that land mafia was working under the garb of Waqf and those who needed these benefits were being deprived of the same. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a very short break.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
আমরা পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
আমাদের দেশে মানুষ ইসলামের নাম বলে দোকান লুটপাট, সবাই চুর। এখানে বাটার দোকান ভেঙে
ইসরায়েল বাহিনী যেভাবে মানবতা বিরোধী কাজ করতেছে, ফিলিস্তিনি গাজাতে রাফাতে যেভাবে আমাদের মা বোন শিশুদের হত্যা।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Я ж вам сказал.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
আমরা পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের মানবতা পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
আমাদের দেশে মানুষ ইসলামের নাম বলে দোকান লুটপাট।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and West Bengal's Murshidabad has completely turned into a war zone over anti-Waqf protests. We're tracking that story very, very closely for you. The dissent against the West Bengal government and Trinamool Congress is only rising in the state. But first, a quick check on the headlines.
वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टर जमीन पूरे देश में है। वक्फ कानून में बदलाव के बाद अब ये गरीबों से जो लूटा जा रहा है वो बंद होने वाला है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi takes on Waqf betas, says several acres of land looted in the name of Waqf. Fugitive Mehul Choksi, wanted in the 13,000 crore rupees Punjab National Bank scam, arrested in Belgium. Jai Shri Ram chants draws ire of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. DMK calls Governor R.N. Ravi a Hindutva fanatic. BJP calls for elections in Bengal to be held under the president's rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Heavy security forces deployed in violence-hit Murshidabad center to send more jawans in affected areas. Caste census report sparks political buzz. Key BJP meeting to be held today. Viewers, starting first with what's happening in Bengal, the state that continues to remain on the boil, on the edge over the Waqf showdown. Now remember, just a few days back, at least 110 people yesterday were arrested in connection with grave violence that took over in Murshidabad and the Nadia district in West Bengal. In fact, this came after the death of at least 3 people who were killed at the hands of a violent, out-of-control mob that was protesting against the Waqf Amendment Act. In fact, that violence led to the killing of at least 3 people and has left several others injured. No clarity on the number of people who were injured from the side of the state authorities. Just today, BJP's Sukanta Majumdar also was planning to meet with the families of who were forced to flee their homes and leave their homes and run away for safety from Murshidabad after violence broke out in the district. Now, violent protests were reported in several other areas as well, including Samserganj, Suti and Dhulian, where mobs torched vehicles, attacked homes and clashed with the police and also looted the shops and businesses of Hindus in the area. The police have arrested over 130 people, 130 people detained in connection with the violence. Listen in to BJP's Suvendu Adhikari and also Sukanta Majumdar.
Mamata Banerjee not provided adequate land to the BSF. The MLA Farakka is participated PFI program. The Sumy leader Ahmed Hassan Imran, Mamata Banerjee sent him to Rajya Sabha. Directly PFI, Sumy, Ansarul Bangla with Trinamool. Trinamool is anti-national. Mamata Banerjee is completely anti-national. She did it to save her vote bank. Last parliament election, Mothabadi, Farakka and Samserganj, TMC lost the battle. For that reason, they are repairing their Muslim vote bank with the name of Waqf Amendment Bill. The Hindus are tortured, Hindus are shelterless. We want President's rule on the eve of the assembly election.
सेंट्रल फोर्सेस के तैनाती होने के बाद स्थिति में थोड़ा थोड़ा सुधार आया है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है अभी भी स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है कि जहां पे हिंदू सर उठा के जी सके, फ्रीडम के साथ जी सके, अपनी रिलीजियस जो आइडेंटिटी है उसके साथ जी सके। और जो लोग मुर्शिदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट से भागकर रिफ्यूजी बनकर मालदा गए हैं, वो लोग वापस लौटने की स्थिति अभी तक तैयार नहीं हुई है। मैं कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट के स्पेशल बेंच को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा। नहीं तो ममता बनर्जी की सरकार किस फिराक में थी, आप इसका जानकारी आप जनता को होनी चाहिए कि जब बीएसएफ उतरा, कुछ घंटा बीएसएफ रहने के बाद ही बीएसएफ के अफसर को डीएम ने फोन करके बताया था कि वी विल हैंडल इट, आपको रहने की जरूरत नहीं है। यानी बीएसएफ को उठा लो और फिर से एक बार हिंदुओं के ऊपर ऐसी अत्याचार है, इस तरीके का प्लानिंग तृणमूल कांग्रेस के प्रशासन के ऊपर तरफ से था। मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट को, स्पेशल बेंच को, जिन्होंने ये निर्णय लिया कि मुर्शिदाबाद में इस स्थिति में सेंट्रल बलों की, केंद्रीय बलों की तैनाती बहुत जरूरी है।
Bhaskar, my colleague, joins us from West Bengal to get us more details. Bhaskar, talk to us about the gravity of the situation right now. What are we expecting in terms of the safety of the Hindus in the state, especially after the two big statements that have come in from the BJP?
Absolutely. Look, there are some Hindu families who fled away from Murshidabad and took shelter in Malda district just because they were attacked by some goons who were protesting against Waqf amendment law, but they are actually trying to they are trying to create a massacre in Murshidabad and surrounding areas, and they are trying to take Hindu lives by poisoning the water sources or by putting petrol and other inflammable things over Hindu people. So now the BJP, the main opposition party in Bengal, they are demanding president's role. Also the local people of Murshidabad spoke to them. They also demanding a permanent BSF camp inside these areas like Dhulian, like Suti, like Shamsherganj, and in the surrounding areas, just to ensure their lives, just to ensure the women's modesty. And now, of course, the state police, they are claiming that everything is under control. But the current situation, the real scenario is this: everything isn't under control because some Hindu families, they had no other option but to flee away from Murshidabad and take shelter in Malda. And today, Sukanta Majumdar, BJP state president, also is a minister, he is going to visit those families. And of course, they are yet to receive a single help from state government administration. And the common people in Malda, they are supporting their livelihood. They are arranging clothes and food for them. And also they are demanding that after this kind of incidents, they are not feeling safe in Murshidabad. And so BJP, they are demanding a president's role to be implemented in these areas of Murshidabad. Over to you.
Right, Bhaskar. Thanks very much for getting in those details and for bringing the entire case details for our viewers. For now, viewers, we in fact will delve into the details of the case. And the truth should be said as is. 3 people killed, multiple people injured. The state authorities have not been even able to provide a number on how many people have been injured. And over 130 people arrested by the police. Now, this comes after the West Bengal authorities maintained a mum over the matter, so much so that the Calcutta High Court was forced to press in and order the deployment of central agencies, including the BSF and the CAPF. In fact, more Jawans are going to be deployed in the violence-hit areas today of West Bengal. Now, West Bengal's leader of opposition in parliament, BJP Suvendu Adhikari, has taken a huge jab at the ruling Trinamool Congress government and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. In fact, he said that it was the state government's silence that was fanning the flames of the violence that have gripped the streets of West Bengal. He also made big claims saying that 400 Hindu families were forced to flee from their homes over the violence that unfolded in Murshidabad, a subject to violence first and second, being driven away from their homes. The plight of Hindus in West Bengal remains to be in focus. Take a look at this.
Murshidabad has turned into a war zone. Violent mobs attacked Hindu homes, pelted stones, and set property on fire. The BJP has called it nothing short of a planned anti-Hindu riot. With no visible police response, the BJP has now demanded Armed Force Special Power Act and President's rule in West Bengal.
Trinamool is anti-national. Mamata Banerjee is completely anti-national. She did it to save her vote bank. The Hindus are tortured. Hindus are shelterless. We want president's rule on the eve of the assembly election.
Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari has alleged that more than 400 Hindus from Dhulian in Murshidabad were driven out of their homes by fear of religiously driven violence. Republic Bangla is the only network that is fearlessly reporting from ground zero to expose the truth of the Murshidabad violence.
इस वक्त हम लोग हैं मुर्शिदाबाद जिले के अंदर जो साजू मोड़, ये साजू मोड़ पे, और यहीं पे ये वाकफ अमेंडमेंट लॉ के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हुए कुछ एंटी नेशनल्स ने पूरा तोड़ मोड़ किया। यहाँ पे आग जलाया गया था और अभी देखिए यहाँ पे बंगाल पुलिस की जो कॉम्बैट फोर्स है, जो स्ट्रैको फोर्स है, इन लोगों को डिप्लॉय किया जा रहा है।
On the other hand, UP CM Yogi Adityanath has issued a sharp warning saying what the TMC won't. Hindus are under attack in Bengal.
हिंसा में आपने देखा होगा कब पश्चिमी बंगाल में मुर्शिदाबाद 3 हिंदुओं की निर्मम हत्या हुई, उनके घरों से खींच करके उनकी हत्या हुई। और ये सब कौन है? ये सभी वही दलित हैं, वही वंचित हैं, वही गरीब हिंदू हैं जिसको इस जमीन का सर्वाधिक लाभ मिलने वाला है।
Even more shocking, Jamaat-e-Ulema President Maulana Mahmood Madani justified the violence in a bite which is now going viral. He said, and I quote, "Protests should have started the moment the bill was passed, indicating the violence was not a reaction but part of a plan."
We're getting in a big breaking development in the Mehul Choksi case, and Mehul Choksi has been arrested from the Antwerp residence. Choksi has been lodged in the Antwerp jail. In fact, his bail hearing will also be done in the Antwerp court. This comes as a big development. Just moments ago, he was arrested in Belgium, and now we're getting in the first details that his bail hearing will be heard in the Antwerp court. Now, viewers, remember, this comes after Mehul Choksi's lawyer also said that they will be filing for a bail plea in the court against the extradition orders which have been filed by the Indian authorities. In fact, Mehul Choksi's lawyer Vijay Agrawal has also said that Choksi allegedly has PTSD, injuries, claustrophobia, and is also undergoing a cancer treatment. In fact, he said that because of his precarious medical condition, he's on the no-fly list, and he has developed deformities and psychological issues which make him unfit for interrogation or questioning as of now. In fact, the latest that we're getting in is that his bail plea will be heard in the Antwerp court. Mehul Choksi's bail plea will be heard in the Antwerp court. We're also being joined by my colleague Piyush Ori, who is right outside the CBI headquarters in the national capital, to get us more details. Piyush, we were eyeing that, his team will file a bail plea, and I think that is also on the cards now because we have a confirmation that it will be heard in the Antwerp court. Speak to us about it, Piyush.
So what I can tell you is that it has now been officially confirmed by the Indian government machinery, the Indian embassy, that Mehul Choksi has indeed been arrested. In fact, taking into consideration that Mehul Choksi claims that he's been suffering from lymphomatic leukemia since 2023, he has said that he will not be able to travel to India, and for this he had also filed a plea in a court in Mumbai. However, taking into consideration that he is one of the main accused, along with his nephew Nirav Modi, in swindling away more than rupees 13,500 crore, the Indian government machinery, aided by CBI as well as Enforcement Directorate, is leaving now no stone unturned, and they have filed a plea to get Mehul Choksi being extradited at the earliest. This after the Belgian police arrested Mehul Choksi on behest of the extradition treaty which the Indian government has with the Belgian government. But yes, the legal of Mehul Choksi has also now confirmed that they will be filing an appeal to make sure that Mehul Choksi does not get extradited to India, and instead he should be kept over there at Belgium. From there, he can be sent to Switzerland for his treatment. It is important to note over here that earlier too, when he was in Antigua, the Indian government machinery was able to detain Mehul Choksi. However, he was not being able to extradite them. So yes, taking cognizance of its past mistakes, the Indian government machinery this time does not want to leave any stone unturned, and they have filed the plea at the earliest to get Mehul Choksi get first arrested and now get extradited to India, where he can be charged as per law for the 13,500 crore scam which he did of the second largest public sector bank in the country in form of PNB, that is the Punjab National Bank. Back to the studio.
Thanks for getting us that information and those details. Piyush, we're in fact also being joined by Digvijay Singh Jadeja, who is a jeweler from Bhavnagar in Gujarat, and he had, in fact, viewers, just to give you a bit of a background, he's one of the whistleblowers in the case, very key to the case. He had reached the police and the judiciary in 2016 to speak to them about the matter related to Choksi. He had said that he's a fraudster, and in fact, he's also under huge debt. And with being under the debt, he's planning to escape India. All of these was brought to light by him. सर धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक से बात करने के लिए. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, उन टर्न ऑफ इवेंट्स में जब आप पुलिस के पास गए थे, जुडिशरी के पास गए थे 2016 में, इन एक्यूजेशंस के पास के साथ आपने एक क्रिमिनल एफिडेविट भी फाइल किया था गुजरात कोर्ट में. आपको क्या रिप्लाई मिला था इन कंप्लेंट्स पे उस समय?
मैडम, ये मेहुल चोकसी इतना बड़ा धोखेबाज और चीटर है. मैंने 2014 में एफआईआर फाइल करा था गुजरात स्टेट सीआईडी क्राइम में.
जी,
स्टेट सीआईडी क्राइम में मैंने एफआईआर फाइल करा था. मेरा
I think viewers, we have some issues with the network there, but we were in conversation with Digvijay Singh Jadeja, who is one of the key whistleblowers in the case. And while we return to that, my colleague Soumya also spoke to the lawyer of Mehul Choksi, who is Vijay Agrawal. Listen into that conversation.
My client was arrested on Saturday और जो है क्या कहते हैं उनकी अब अपील फाइल की जाएगी. तो उस अपील के अंदर रिक्वेस्ट की जाएगी कि उनको बेल दी जाए और उनको डिटेंशन में ना रखा जाए और वो अपनी एक्स्ट्रेडिशन कंटेस्ट करेंगे.
India is trying for his extradition. On what grounds are you going to fight against the extradition, and why is he not joining the investigation against the scam in India? Why is he not traveling to India?
जी, इसमें आपने दो सवाल पूछे. पहला सवाल तो ये है कि जो जनरल ग्राउंड होते हैं वो दो होते हैं कि इंडिया में उनको उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स अफेक्ट हो जाएंगे. नंबर 2, पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर रहेगा. ठीक है. और जो है क्या कहते हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं वो हमेशा से ज्वाइन करने के लिए उन्होंने ऑफर किया हुआ है और वीसी पे ज्वाइन करने के लिए ऑफर किया हुआ है. बिकॉज ऑफ हेल्थ कंडीशन ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते हैं.
Did he try to misuse his or hide his identity in Antwerp in Belgium? There are reports around that.
No, those reports are unfounded, and I think your homework is not proper. There is no such report that I have ever come across. Rather, he got himself checked in the hospital. He has been taking treatment in his own name. That is why everyone knows here, and that is why we filed the documents in the court. We ourselves have filed the documents in the court. So, where is the question of his hiding his identity?
Can we expect you to travel to Belgium anytime soon?
That's a client-attorney privilege communication. So, I'll not give you my itinerary.
Joining me once again is Digvijay Singh Jadeja. Digvijay जी, आप कुछ टर्न ऑफ इवेंट्स के बारे में बताइए. आप जब कोर्ट के पास गए, आपने कहा कि ये फ्रॉड में इन्वॉल्व्ड हैं और वो देश छोड़ के जाने की बात कर रहे हैं, जाके अब्रॉड सेटल होने की बात कर रहे हैं. क्या रिस्पॉन्स मिला आपको अथॉरिटीज की तरफ से, पुलिस और कोर्ट अथॉरिटीज की तरफ से?
किसी ने मेरा सुना ही नहीं. किसी ने मेरा सुना ही नहीं और मेरे को किसी ने जस्टिस नहीं दिया. आज 10 साल हो गया है. मोदी सरकार उसको पकड़ के ला रही है. वो मोदी साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूं, लेकिन नीचे की जो उसकी ऑफिसर्स है वो सब पैसा ले लेंगे और उसके एजेंट अभी निकलेंगे, सबको पैसा दे देंगे, बाद में कहेंगे कोई एविडेंस ही मिलता नहीं है जी. और ये जो भी कह रहे हैं, वो जितनी भी इन्वेंट्री दिखा रहा है वो इन्वेंट्री का 10 गुना ज्यादा दाम करके बता रहे हैं. और ऑफिसर भी सब उसके अंदर इन्वॉल्व होके उसको इनडायरेक्टली हेल्प कर रहे हैं. उसका एडवोकेट अभी बोल रहा है कि अभी उसका ह्यूमन राइट्स जो है वो उसने 150 करोड़ लोगों के साथ लोगों का ह्यूमन राइट्स खत्म कर दिया. उसके सामने उसको कुछ नहीं है
जी.
मेरा 106 केजी गोल्ड बार लेके भागा है प्लस 30 करोड़ रुपीस. आज का वो 125 करोड़ से 128 करोड़ उसकी कीमत होता है
जी.
किसी ने मेरा सुना ही नहीं. जब उनके अगेंस्ट में एविडेंस मिल गया था, सीआरपीसी 164 का स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड हो गया, तो उसका एक एडीजी कक्षा का आदमी मेरे को बोलता है कि आप 70 लाख रुपीस दो तो हम उसको अरेस्ट करेंगे.
जी दिग्विजय जी, आप इस बारे में कुछ और इन्फॉर्मेशन दीजिए। आपको ये आइडिया कैसे लगा था कि वो देश छोड़ के जा रहे हैं, अब्रॉड जाके सेटल होने का प्लान कर रहे हैं? ये सारे क्यूज आपको कहाँ से पता चले थे?
मेरा और उसका, मैं उसका फाइनेंशियर था। मैंने उसके साथ 106 केजी गोल्ड बार मैंने इन्वेस्ट करा था और भावनगर, अहमदाबाद, बड़ौदा, जामनगर, भुज, सूरत, मुंबई ऐसे 10 स्टोर मैंने उसका डेवलप करके उसको दिया था। वो 10 स्टोर का 30 करोड़ रुपीस था ये सब। और हमारे एग्रीमेंट के हिसाब से उसको 95% स्टॉक मिनिमम रखने का था, लेकिन मैं एक बिजनेसमैन के हैसियत से उसको उसके ऊपर ट्रस्ट रख के चल रहा था। लेकिन जब स्टॉक का लेवल कम होने लगा तो मैंने उसको बोला कि भाई आप स्टॉक रखो, स्टॉक रखो। तो वो कभी स्टॉक का ना नहीं बोलता था, लेकिन स्टॉक देता नहीं था। तो मेरे को डाउट हुआ, तो मैंने उसका पूरा 5 साल का जितना भी बैलेंस शीट था, मैं बेसिकली इंजीनियर हूँ, मेरे को बैलेंस शीट और वो मैं पढ़ा नहीं हूँ, तो भी मैंने उसका फोरेंसिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन करा। उसमें मेरे को पता चला कि ये आदमी ने 9,000 से ज्यादा लोन लेके रखा है और ये पैसा सब उसने एब्रॉड साइफन अप कर दिया है। तो ये सब बातें मैंने लिख के कोर्ट में दिया
जी।
ये मैंने कोर्ट में एफिडेविट पे लिख के दिया था। तो किसी ने कॉग्निजेंस ही नहीं लिया कि ये आदमी बोल रहा है तो इसको कुछ देखो तो सही। न पुलिस ने लिया, न कोर्ट ने लिया, न गवर्नमेंट ने लिया, किसी ने उसका कॉग्निजेंस नहीं लिया और उसको आराम से यहाँ से भागने दिया।
जी दिग्विजय जी, धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक से बात करने के लिए, हमसे जुड़ के हमसे ये सारी चीजें शेयर करने के लिए।
और आज के दिन में भी इसकी एफआईआर में, मेरी एफआईआर में चौकसी और चौकसी की मिसिस दोनों एक्यूज है और अलग टोटल एक्यूज जो है वो 12 है, 12 एक्यूज है
जी।
तो मैं आज इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर को फोन करता हूं और पूछता हूं। मैं थोड़े दिन पहले ही गुजरात के एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी होम के पास गया था मिस्टर M.K. दास के पास, और मैंने कहा था कि साहब मैं इसका कंप्लेनेंट हूं
जी।
मेहुल चोकसी भाग गया है, दूसरे 11 एक्यूज अभी भी इंडिया में घूम रहे हैं, तो उसका तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाए। लेकिन वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर बोलता है कि बस इन्वेस्टिगेशन चलता है, हम उसके अगेंस्ट में एविडेंस इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं। 10 साल हो गया है।
दिग्विजय जी, आशा करते हैं कि हम एक्सट्रेडिशन के बहुत पास पहुंच चुके हैं। एक्सट्रेडिशन का प्रोसेस आपको जान के खुशी होगी, सिंस क्योंकि आप सफरर रहे हैं इस पूरे केस में, इतने सालों से एक्सट्रेडिशन का प्रोसेस शुरू हो चुका है। अब देखना बस ये है कि इसमें कितना समय लगता है। एंड दिस इज अ ह्यूज डिप्लोमैटिक विन फॉर द कंट्री, व्यूअर्स, दैट हैज टू बी रिमेंबर्ड। नाउ ऑल्सो व्यूअर्स, मूविंग ऑन, इट हैज टू बी नोटेड दैट द मिनिस्टर फॉर फाइनेंस, द मिनिस्टर फॉर स्टेट, Minister of State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, has also said that multiple people, key players, are being investigated in connection with the case of Mehul Choksi after his arrest in Belgium. Listen into that statement.
देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है। मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता।
पता लगता है कि मोदी जी जो हैं वो इन लोगों को लाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये मालिया साहब हाथ में नहीं आ रहे हैं। इसी तरह मोदी जी जब हुकूमत करने के लिए आए थे तो उन्होंने लोगों से वादा किया था कि हम जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उसको भी वापस लाने हैं। ये चूँकि किस्तों में करना चाहते हैं ताकि लोग बिज़ी रहें, तो उनको किसने रोका है? वो जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उनको देखने के लिए कि कौन लोग हैं, क्यों नहीं वो पैसा आ रहा है। मालिया साहब कहाँ हैं? चौकसी साहब ने भी इनको भी बदनाम किया है। चौकसी ने कहा था कि मेरा शेयर इनके साथ भी है।
Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom where shock replaces skill and vulgarity. Dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Я же вам сказал.
The Positive Influences program brings together a diverse set of people. The content you create has to be positive. The content you create has to be for nation building. Come be a part of this revolutionary project.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
আমরা পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের মানবতার পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো, আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
আমাদের দেশে মানুষ ইসলামের নাম বলে দোকান সবাই
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Я же вам сказал.
Ворог ударив 2 балістичними ракетами.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium by the Interpol. Next is the effort to get him back to India to face justice. Because Mehul Choksi is an economic offender and he has gone ahead and executed one of the biggest banking frauds. All this and much more coming right up, and as usual, the headlines. Let's get started.
वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टर जमीन पूरे देश में है। वक्फ कानून में बदलाव के बाद अब ये गरीबों से जो लूटा जा रहा है वो बंद होने वाला है।
Prime Minister Modi takes on Waqf. Baiters say several acres of land looted in name of Waqf. Fugitive Mehul Choksi wanted in 13,000 crore Punjab National Bank scam arrested in Belgium. Jai Shri Ram chants raw ire of Tamil Nadu CM MK Stalin. DMK calls Governor R.N. Ravi a Hindutva fanatic. BJP calls for elections in Bengal to be held under President's rule, alleging that the state police is effectively aligned with Mamata Banerjee's political agenda. Heavy security forces deployed in violence in Murshidabad, set to send more jawans in affected areas. Caste census report sparks political buzz. BJP meeting today. Viewers, a big story coming in. The Belgian police have arrested diamond merchant Mehul Choksi, one of the two prime accused in the $2 billion Punjab National Bank fraud. Now, the CBI sought Choksi's detention, and he was also located in the country. Acting on open arrest warrants issued by a Mumbai court, Choksi claims medical issues, that's what his lawyer is saying, may seek bail, but Indian agencies will oppose it and pursue his extradition. So on your screen, you can see the charges against Mehul Choksi, 13,500 crore PNB bank fraud scam, one of the biggest scams when it comes to the world of finance. Money laundering under PMLA Act, and much more coming right up. Okay, we are getting some more breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. Let's go to the big breaking update we're getting on the story. In connection, Indian envoy to Republic saying matter being pursued with relevant authorities. Indian ambassador to Belgium, Choksi, is in custody. Okay, big update coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. We're getting a reaction coming in from the Indian government right now. The Indian envoy to Republic. Finally, we are getting a reaction coming in where Republic has found out that the matter is being pursued with the relevant authorities. So this is the first reaction that we are getting on the story. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV after fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium after India's extradition request. This is Mehul Choksi, one of the two key accused in the 13,500 crore Punjab National Bank scam, has been arrested in Belgium at the request of the CBI. The move comes after this request was made by India. The extradition request has been made by India. And we're also getting back-to-back updates in terms of a reaction coming in from the Indian ambassador. Let's go to Shravan Sen, who's joining us, our senior editor. Shravan, getting a reaction coming in from the Indian ambassador and the envoy. Matters being pursued with relevant authorities, also saying that Choksi is in custody. Whose custody is Choksi in? This is a reaction coming in from the Indian ambassador.
Well, in fact, my colleague Soumya spoke to the Indian ambassador to Belgium, who has now confirmed that Mehul Choksi is in the custody of Belgian authorities. This after the Indian authorities had raised a concern about Mehul Choksi's presence in Belgium. Back in the month of January, in fact, you have had Mehul Choksi's lawyers indicating that he will not be able to participate in the investigation that is being carried out here in India because he's suffering from medical concerns. And that is the reason why he wanted permission to travel to Switzerland for further treatment. In fact, we're given to understand that back in the month of September last year is when India once again raised this concern with the Interpol. In fact, there was a red corner notice that was issued against Mehul Choksi. Based on the red corner notice, now you have the Interpol taking action. What we can confirm is that Mehul Choksi is in a jail in Antwerp. In fact, his matter is going to be heard in the court in the next few days. Whether at all he is going to be released. As far as bail procedures are concerned, the legal jurisprudence in Belgium is a little different, something that my colleague Soumya has been able to gather so far. Soumya, if I can just quickly take this question to you. You have spoken to Vijay Agarwal, Mehul Choksi's lawyer here in the national capital. Sources indicating that the matter likely to come up in the court in the next few days?
Yes, first the confirmation has been given by the Indian Embassy in Belgium that Mehul Choksi has been arrested by the authorities, the Belgian authorities there in Antwerp. Now, if we talk about what lies ahead of Mehul Choksi and what is the next course of action in terms of his legal team, Vijay Agarwal, who happens to be the counsel of Mehul Choksi, has gone on to clear that there is no such jurisprudence with regards to bail hearings. There, if you're arrested in Belgium, only what you can do is file an appeal against those against the arrest, and he's going to file the appeal on two grounds. One being that Mehul Choksi is not a flight risk. Second, he is undergoing a treatment, cancer treatment. So these are the two grounds that he's going to raise in the appeal that he's going to file against the arrest of Mehul Choksi there in Belgium.
All right. Also, we're getting some more reactions coming in, Swami. I think we're getting some reactions coming in from the lawyers. And if you could take our viewers through what we are learning of.
कहाँ जाएंगे? कलेक्टर महोदय के लिए कलेक्टर ऑफिस जा रहा है, ज्ञापन देने, उसके बाद वहाँ के आश्वासन मिलता है, उसके बाद आएगी।
पूरा है ना, जितने सबने भाईचारा खत्म कर दिया है, अब हिंदुओं को हिंदू के उसमें ही जुलूस निकालना ही, वो अगर पाप है तो कहाँ पे निकाले?
ये हिंदू धर्म नहीं बचने दे रहा है। हाँ, तस्वीर आप देखिए, यहाँ पर पुलिस जो है को किसी भी तरह जो जहां से इन्हें प्रोटेस्ट की अनुमति मिली थी, जहां इन्हें ज्ञापन कलेक्ट्रेट कार्यालय में देना था, उस ओर जाने के लिए गुजारिश कर रही है। पहले बलपूर्वक खदेड़ने की कोशिश की, और अब देखिए ये तस्वीर, जितने भी जो हिंदू सेंटर से जुड़े लोग हैं जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे, अब उन्हें उस दिशा में ले जाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये जो क्राउड है, जो विरोध कर रहे लोग, इनका कहना है कि उन्हें कर्नलगंज जाने दिया जाए, जहां पर की हंगामा हुआ था, जहां पर की पथराव हुआ था, लेकिन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति ना बिगड़े, इसी के चलते जो पुलिस की टीम है वो इनको किसी भी तरह से दूसरी दिशा में खदेड़ रही है, जिससे कि ऐसी स्थिति ना बने, हिंसा ना हो और कोई भगदड़ जैसी स्थिति ना हो, पथराव ना हो और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति ना बने, इसलिए दूसरी दिशा में इन लोगों को भेजा जा रहा है।
हो रही है, कहीं ना कहीं PFI के लोग हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आतंकवादी और डी कंपनी के लोग हैं, जो पत्थरबाजी कर रहे हैं, राम की शोभा यात्रा, हनुमान महोत्सव नहीं बनाने दे रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं PFI और डी कंपनी के लोग हैं। आतंकवादी हमारे लिए है कि उनके लिए
जुड़े हैं जी, क्यों प्रोटेक्शन मिल रहा है उनको सर? ये जिहादी लोगों की सोच है, उसी सोच को ये अपना रहे हैं गुना जिले में।
शांति के टापू को इन्होंने आतंक का गढ़ बना दिया है। आज
जाना चाहते हैं?
हम तो सिर्फ हमारे राम की शोभा यात्रा निकालना चाहते हैं, हमारे राम के जन्मभूमि है।
जुलूस में अगर ऐसे पथराव होंगे,
हाँ, हिंदू होना हमारा गुनाह है, हिंदू होकर हम हिंदुओं की आस्था का पूजा पाठ नहीं कर सकते।
भारत देश में हम जय श्री राम के नारे नहीं ले सकते खोल के?
पाकिस्तान में जाकर शोभा यात्रा निकालेंगे,
जय श्री राम का नारा लगाएंगे। तस्वीर है, एक और तस्वीर आप देखिए, यहाँ पर फिर से ये लोग एकजुट हो गए हैं, फिर से आप लोगों को पुलिस उस साइड भेजना चाह रही है, आप लोग इस साइड जा रहे हैं, क्या है वजह, क्या है? हम उनको जताना चाह रहे हैं कि हिंदुओं की ताकत। हाँ, उन्होंने ये पत्थरबाजी करके जो बताया है ना, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब जिसका भारत है, नया भारत, नया देश का।
अगर हमारी शोभा यात्रा नहीं निकलेगी तो इनके भी कोई कार्यक्रम नहीं होगा।
क्योंकि ये सभी लोग जो हैं, इनको जो परमिशन मिली थी उसके विपरीत दिशा में ये लोग जा रहे थे, कर्नलगंज की तरफ जा रहे थे, इसीलिए पुलिस जो है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति सुधारने के लिहाज से इन लोगों को किसी तरह से खदेड़ भी रही है, मना भी रही है, हर जतन कर रही है, जिससे कि ये जो क्राउड है कर्नलगंज साइड ना हो, जहाँ कलेक्ट्रेट में ज्ञापन देना उसी साइड जाए। लेकिन हिंदू सेंटर के जो लोग हैं वो, उनका कहना है कि पुलिस एक तरफा कार्रवाई कर रही है, पुलिस इनकी सुनवाई नहीं कर रही है, पुलिस हिंदुओं पर ही लाठीचार्ज कर रही है, ये आरोप प्रदर्शन कर रहे लोगों ने कहा। हालांकि ये लोग दूसरी दिशा में जहाँ प्रोटेस्ट की अनुमति थी उस साइड बढ़ रहे हैं। देखिए जो तस्वीरें हैं वो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, लोगों के बीच से ही हम आपको ये तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ये देखिए तमाम ये जो लोग हैं, अब इस साइड पीछे देखिए, पीछे यहाँ पर देखिए भीड़ है, ये भी इसी दिशा में जा रही है। हम एक्चुअल जो स्थिति है वो आपको बता रहे हैं कि हुआ क्या था, कि कर्नलगंज उस साइड है, उस साइड अगर ये भीड़ जाती तो हिंसा होती, और इसीलिए पुलिस जो है किसी भी तरह इनको मनाना चाहती है। सर आखिर लोग किस साइड जा रहे थे?
ये जा रहे थे पोस्ट ऑफिस तरफ।
अच्छा, कर्नलगंज।
हाँ,
और अब आप
किस वापस भेज रहे हैं? वापस हनुमान चौराहे तरफ।
वापस चौराहे जो हनुमान चौराहा है उस तरफ ले जाने की कोशिश पुलिस कर रही है। और यहाँ पर जो जितने लोग हैं, ये चूंकि पुलिस की पूरी कोशिश ये है कि दोबारा हिंसा ना हो। कर्नलगंज की तरफ अगर ये लोग जाते तो हंगामा होता, हिंसा हो सकती थी, और इसीलिए पुलिस पूरी कोशिश ये कर रही है।
पुलिस प्रशासन हमें रोक रही है हमारा काम करने से। अगर ये हमारी सुनवाई नहीं करते तो हम ऐसी धरना प्रदर्शन करते रहेंगे, और करना है जो हमें। हमारी मांग जब तक पूरी नहीं होगी, बुलडोजर नहीं चलेगा घरों पर। जब लगा ऐसा कि पत्थर वालों के घर पे
बुलडोजर नहीं चलेगा, आप प्रोटेस्ट करते रहेंगे?
आप करते रहेंगे।
आप बताइए भैया, आप बताइए।
देखिए हमारी एक बात है, यदि मुस्लिम समाज ऐसे ही करेगा, पुलिस हम पे लाठी चार्ज करेगी, हम वहां तक पहुंच ही नहीं पाएंगे। तो हमारा कहने का मतलब यही है कि पुलिस हमको रोके ना वहां से जाने के लिए।
और अगर हमें रोका, हम पुलिस पे कुछ भी हो सकता है। प्रशासन
आपको परमिशन हनुमान चौराहे की
नहीं थी, कुछ परमिशन नहीं होता। हम इस देश के रहेंगे, देश में रहेंगे। अगर हम
और लोगों से मैं बात करता हूँ। सर वो पुलिस कह रही कि आपको हनुमानगंज चौराहे की परमिशन थी, आप इस साइड क्यों जा रहे हैं?
देखिए परमिशन तो जो है मुसलमान समाज को भी हिंदू समाज के रथ पर, हिंदू समाज के विमान पर पथराव डालने की अनुमति दी थी क्या? मैं पुलिस प्रशासन से जानना चाहता हूँ, ये दोहरा रवैया क्यों? पुलिस प्रशासन ने जो है क्या हिंदू समाज के विमान पर और अखाड़े पर क्या पुलिस प्रशासन ने उनके लिए पत्थर फेंकने की परमिशन दी थी? मैं पुलिस
मौके पर पहुंच चुके हैं, ये गाड़ी कलेक्टर की है, और जितने भी हिंदू संगठन से जुड़े लोग हैं, देखिए इनकी जो इनमें गुस्सा है। इनका कहना है कि हमें जब हनुमान जयंती के जुलूस पर पथराव हो सकता है, जब उसके बाद भी अगर पुलिस हमें प्रोटेस्ट से रोकती है, तो देखिए ये देखिए नारेबाजी। हाँ, पुलिस प्रशासन के खिलाफ
पुलिस हमें जाने से रोक रही है, इसलिए
वो जाना चाहते
देख सकते हैं तो हम कार्रवाई भी कर सकते हैं, पलटवार करेंगे हम।
अभी फिर से पत्थरबाज हुई, हमारा गुट गया था, उन्होंने फिर से छत पे बड़े बड़े पत्थर फेंके हमारे ऊपर।
हमारी एक ही मांग है, पत्थर का जवाब हम पत्थर का जवाब हम ईंट से देना जानते हैं।
जब प्रशासन खुद कुछ क्यों नहीं कर पा रही तो हमें क्यों रोका जा रहा है वहाँ जाने?
ये तस्वीरें तमाम गुस्से में है, हिंदू संगठन से जुड़े लोग हैं। इनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि इनको कर्नलगंज क्यों नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा। पुलिस के सामने चुनौती है कि अगर ये उस साइड जाते हैं तो फिर से सांप्रदायिक हिंसा हो सकती है। आप देखना ये कि ये जो क्राउड है, जिन्हें हनुमान चौराहे की परमिशन थी, ये उस दिशा में जाकर शांतिपूर्ण प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं या इसी तरह बेकाबू होकर उस साइड जाने की कोशिश करते हैं, क्योंकि यही बड़ी चुनौती है पुलिस को।
नगर पालिका कब बने?
संविधान का आदेश में, और काफी मांगनी चाहिए।
आगे हम
दादा मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ, एक आध विजुअल मिस करे।
All right, getting some updates coming in where we see that Hindus are sitting a protest in Guna MP now. Coming in after the stone pelting incident during Hanuman Jayanti procession which took place in Guna in Madhya Pradesh. The violence took place around 8 p.m. on Saturday when two members of these two communities came face to face during a Hanuman Jayanti procession. So there's uproar over that. And protesters are leading a rally against a stone pelting which had taken place on Hanuman Jayanti. We'll try to go back to our colleague in a short while from now to understand what is happening. But on Saturday, police forces were deployed quickly to bring the situation under control, and now there are more protests over the stone pelting. Okay, we move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the stories we're tracking. In a major crackdown, the Indian Coast Guard and Gujarat ATS seized over 300 kilograms of narcotics worth around 1,800 crores in a high-stakes night operation conducted on April 12 and 13 near the international maritime border. Union Home Minister Amit Shah lauded that effort, calling it a testament to the Modi government's relentless campaign to dismantle drug network and its whole of the government approach in building a drug-free Bharat. Big action by Gujarat ATS. 3,000 kilograms of drugs worth 1,800 crores has been seized by the officials. The back-to-back updates coming in right now. Republic TV, in a major crackdown, Indian Coast Guard and the Gujarat ATS seized a huge haul of narcotics. Those pictures coming in on your screen worth around 1,800 crores in a high-stakes night operation conducted on April 12th at 13 near the international maritime border. Minister Amit Shah lauded the effort, calling it a testament to the Modi government's relentless campaign to dismantle drug networks and its whole of the government approach in building a drug-free Bharat. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now, Gopi, if you could take our viewers through these pictures which we are seeing, 300 kilograms of drugs worth 1,800 crores has now been seized by the Gujarat ATS and the Coast Guard. Those pictures coming in, if you could take our viewers through latest coming in.
Well, look, Shivangi, what we are learning from our sources is that these were the smugglers who were coming from the Pakistan side, and they had almost crossed the international boundary line. But after looking at the ATS who were in fact inside the Arabian Sea, they saw this, and the smugglers dumped the entire amount of drugs which they were carrying into the Arabian Sea. Now, this was 190 kilometers away from Porbandar, which happens to be the port, one of the ports in Gujarat. Now, there are many such successful joint operations which have been done time and again. We have seen that even in last year, 2024, we have seen that in the month of February and April as well, the joint operation had been successfully carried out by the Gujarat ATS as well as the Coast Guards. So, this is a big victory for, in fact, the ATS as well as Coast Guard. Back to you.
All right, Soumya, this is a major crackdown on narcotics, and we have seen earlier as well where the Gujarat ATS has cracked down on narcotics and those who try to smuggle narcotics into the country. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in, do we know that who is behind this smuggling of narcotics? There's a nexus and a network which works around the clock to smuggle narcotics and smuggle out narcotics from India.
Well, in fact, correctly pointed out by you, Shivangi, there is a nexus which what we are learning from our sources operates time and again. We have seen whenever these joint operations have been successful, even in the past, there has been involvement of smugglers coming from the Pakistan side. They have tried to flee the international border, and they have tried to, in fact, smuggle drugs from there to Gujarat. This is not the first operation. We have been telling our viewers that repeated such joint operations, successful joint operations, in fact, have been done by the Gujarat ATS as well as the Coast Guards. And this is not for the first time that the Pakistani handlers and smugglers are involved. Time and again, we have seen that drugs have been coming from that side of the border. And this, in fact, this particular operation was the tip to Gujarat ATS. They had got this tip, and they went 190 kilometers inside the sea from Porbandar, and that's when they got to see the Pakistani smugglers dumping entire amount of drugs which they were carrying in the Arabian Sea. Back to
All right, thank you for those details. Gopi, I'll be coming back right to you for more updates on the story. Let's move ahead right now because we go to Karnataka. The recently released caste census report in Karnataka has now prompted the BJP to convene a high-level meeting this afternoon to deliberate on its implications and decide the party's future strategy. Chaired by Karnataka BJP President B.Y. Vijendra and leader of the opposition R. Ashoka, the meeting will see and participation from influential leaders. And this is coming in from the Lingayat and the Vakaliga communities. Sources indicate that the party will weigh the pros and cons of the report, gather feedback from key stakeholders, and may consider launching a political campaign against the state government based on the consensus reached. So back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers. What we see is that the Karnataka Home Minister has already confirmed receiving the state's caste census report. And in the latest news coming in, the BJP will be chairing a key meeting on the same to deliberate the implications and decide the party's future strategy. I want to go ahead and play out the reactions coming in.
Many communities have expressed their anguish. Many individuals also expressed their opinions. And we will see. Once we make a study and cabinet take a decision, and then further we will see what will... I can't say anything about it. It would be inappropriate on the part of me if I say something. But unless it is discussed and decided by the government. Many communities have expressed their anguish. Many individuals also expressed their opinions. And we will see. Once we make a study and cabinet take a decision, and then further we will see what will... I can't say anything about it. It would be inappropriate on the part of me if I say something. But unless it is discussed and decided by the government.
Abhishek is joining us right now. Abhishek, what we see right now is that the Karnataka cabinet will discuss the caste census report. That will happen on April 17th. But the BJP is also holding a meeting on the caste census. If you could take our viewers through latest coming in, and what can we expect next in this story? Right. I'll go up to Abhishek. We're getting some trouble with his video. We'll try to connect back to him. But these are back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And this is coming in just after the caste census report has... the Karnataka Home Minister had said that we have received the copy of the caste census report. And this is coming in as the meeting will be convened. Recently released caste census report in Karnataka has prompted the BJP to convene a high-level meeting this afternoon to deliberate on implications. And we are seeing that the meeting will see participation from influential leaders as well. Okay, let's go ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment. Bharat in 5 minutes. Getting some updates coming in. Mayor of City of New York, Eric Adams, has signed the proclamation to declare April 14 as Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Day in honor of Baba Sahib Ambedkar. Now, the distinction, first ever by a major US city, comes on Dr. Ambedkar's 134th birth anniversary and to recognize the contributions of one of the world's most transformative champions of equality and civil rights. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla attended the inaugural ceremony of the special train between Kota and Delhi from Kota railway station. In his address, Speaker said that under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, the railway minister has given a new direction to rail connectivity. Criminal clashes has been reported from Jharkhand's Hazaribagh after a religious procession was stone-pelted near a mosque. Clashes flared in a couple of areas after confrontation broke out between two communities during a yagya ceremony, a procession near a mosque. The incident led to stone pelting and burning of straw stacks, causing the situation to worsen rapidly. MOS Defence Sanjay Seth attends the opening ceremony of the Africa-India Key Maritime Engagement, a multilateral exercise for maritime progress and security that brings together 10 countries, including India, Djibouti, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles, South Africa, and others. On the occasion, Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi says this is the first time that 10 countries of India and Africa will coordinate in such an exercise.
हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है, नौसेना के लिए, भारत देश के लिए, कि आज यहाँ पर हमारे 3 जहाज नौसेना के दार एस सलाम हार्बर में उपस्थित हैं। और जो सबसे बड़ा जो हमारी ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव इनिशिएटिव है, यह एकम अफ्रीका इंडिया की मैरीटाइम एंगेजमेंट। ये एक तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव एक्सरसाइज इसलिए है क्योंकि ये पहली बार है जहाँ पर अफ्रीका और इंडिया के 10 देश एक साथ हमने डिसाइड किया कि हम लोग एक साथ एक्सरसाइज करेंगे।
Murshidabad violence, former Congress MP from Murshidabad's Behrampur, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, put the blame on BJP, charged a ruling Trinamool Congress is giving the BJP an opportunity to call common Muslims jihadis, and this benefit both the parties.
देखिए, बीजेपी की अपना मकसद तो अलग है, आप जानते हैं। बीजेपी सारे हिंदुस्तान में ध्रुवीकरण की राजनीति कर रही है और बीजेपी को हम सब जानते हैं कि बीजेपी सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण करेगा ही, उसको पहचानते हैं। लेकिन जो ढोंग करती है ना बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री, ये जो ढोंग करते हैं, जो सामने एक आवरण रख रही है कि वो सेकुलर है, लेकिन उसका ये धजिया भी निकलने लगे। बीजेपी सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण करेगी, इसमें कोई नई बात नहीं है। आम मुसलमानों को जिहादी कहने की मौका बंगाल की सरकार नहीं तो दे रही है बीजेपी पार्टी को। और इसके सुविधा किसकी होती है? टीएमसी मतलब सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी को और बीजेपी को।
Coming up, viewers, fugitive Mehul Choksi wanted in the 30,000 crore Punjab National Bank scam arrested in Belgium.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
আমরা পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের মানবতার পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো, আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
তাদের দেশে মানুষ ইসলামের নাম বলে দোকান সবাই চুর, এখানে বাটার দোকান ভেঙে
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik. It's 12:30 p.m. this afternoon, and the big story that we are tracking for you is that fugitive Mehul Choksi is finally under arrest in Belgium. He left the country in the year 2008, and after 7 excruciating years of continuous follow-up, chasing him all the way from Antigua to the United States to his mid-attempts to flee to Cuba, and then finally ending up in Belgium in 2024, the Belgian authorities, upon the request of the Indian authorities, have finally held him, and perhaps now the extradition process will go on. Amidst this, there is a nationwide campaign on once that Tahawur Rana was extradited successfully by India, is Mehul Choksi and other fugitives next in the line in waiting? Is it time for a national campaign to get all the fugitives back? I'll get you all the details on this story in just a moment, but as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Fugitive Mehul Choksi wanted for 13,000 crore PNB scam arrested in Belgium. Another big win for India. Rana extradited, Choksi next. From Malia to Sanjay Bhandari, Republic remains on the forefront of exposes against these fugitives.
Whether you would be comfortable when we asked about your extradition.
I'm not going to answer any of your questions, all right? Please stop bothering.
Will you look at me at least?
Thank you very much, sir. Of course.
Mr. Malia, we just asked you a simple question.
Please, you're polite to ask.
मेरी अगर कोई टेप करिए तो डिलीट कर दो.
Questions which I asked you, sir. Well, let's be fair. Let's be very fair. No, let's be.
अब तुम दिल्ली से आए हो ना? अब तुम लंदन में आए तो फिर तुम जरा तरीके से रहो यार.
मैं आपको.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi takes on Waqf painters. But before that, from Malia to Sanjay Bhandari, Republic remains on the forefront to expose these fugitives.
वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टर जमीन पूरे देश में है. वक्फ कानून में बदलाव के बाद अब ये गरीबों से जो लूटा जा रहा है वो बंद होने वाला है.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi takes on Waqf painters, says several acres of land looted in the name of Waqf. Coast Guard seizes 1,800 crores worth of meth from dump in Arabian Sea. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the headlines that we are tracking for you at 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. Meanwhile, more breaking news updates are coming in from the state of West Bengal. The breaking news update at this hour is that CRPF has been deployed in Shamsherganj following violence in Murshidabad. That is the big breaking development after the deployment of CAPF along with the BSF in the violence-hit Murshidabad district that has been burning since Friday after prayers. Now the CRPF has been deployed in Shamsherganj, a particular area of concern in West Bengal where a lot of violence was seen in the aftermath of the prayers on Friday, following which tensions were extremely high on Saturday. I have my colleague Bhaskar joining me on the phone line, who's bringing us more details live from Murshidabad. Bhaskar, tell us more about the CRPF deployment now in Shamsherganj and what's the kind of situation prevailing at the moment.
Well, at this moment, along with the BSF Jawans, now CRPF Jawans are now being deployed in Shamsherganj area of Murshidabad, and right now they are conducting a route march in those areas which were affected by those attackers who were attacking on Hindu families. And as of now, the BSF Jawans along with CRPF Jawans, they are conducting a number of route march and area domination procedures just to ensure the safety and security of common people. And BSF Jawans are now being on the field along with the CRPF Jawans. And the latest update from the state of West Bengal is that the CRPF is now being deployed in different parts of Shamsherganj, which is under Murshidabad district and which is the most affected area of Murshidabad. Over to you.
Bhaskar, also tell us a little bit more about why Shamsherganj in particular is the place where CRPF has been deployed despite of the presence of CAPF and the BSF. Yesterday you were at a school where Hindu refugees, on some unlikely site that you were expecting in the state of West Bengal, where people had to flee their houses and settle into a school because of targeted alleged persecution of violence that took place in Murshidabad. Tell us more about what is so critical about Shamsherganj in particular where the CRPF has now been deployed.
Well, look, Shamsherganj is a very close area of Indo-Bangladesh international border, and allegedly, Hindus are the minority in Shamsherganj, and of course, there has been some allegations that intruders from Bangladesh, those Jamatis and those anti-Indian peoples, they use this route to enter India and create ruckus and plan something big against India. So Shamsherganj is a very critical point in respect of national security, and now BSF Jawans and CRPF Jawans, they are creating an extra level of security to ensure the nation's safety, to ensure the safety of common people, to ensure the safety of common life. And Shamsherganj is no doubt a very critical point in respect of national security. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Bhaskar, for all those details that you have brought to us from Shamsherganj. We'll be closely watching, ladies and gentlemen, the updates coming in live from West Bengal, Republic Bangla, the only network reporting from ground zero on the truth of Murshidabad violence. Moving on to another big breaking news update that we have been tracking since early morning today. The Belgian police has arrested diamond merchant Mehul Choksi, who's one of the two prime accused in the $2 billion Punjab National Bank fraud. The CBI had sought Choksi's detention after he was located in the country, that is Belgium, after acting an open arrest warrant was issued by the Mumbai court on Choksi in the year 2018 and 2021. Choksi is now claiming medical issues and is seeking bail, but Indian agencies are going to oppose it and pursue his extradition. On this matter, Republic has been leading the investigation. We have already had an exclusive conversation with Mehul Choksi's lawyer on what is going to be his defense strategy / excuse to avoid this extradition. Listen in, viewers.
My client was arrested on Saturday और जो है क्या कहते हैं उनकी अब अपील फाइल की जाएगी तो उस अपील के अंदर रिक्वेस्ट की जाएगी कि उनको बेल दी जाए और उनको डिटेंशन में ना रखा जाए और वो अपनी एक्स्ट्रेडिशन कंटेस्ट करेंगे.
India is trying for his extradition. On what grounds are you going to fight against the extradition, and why is he not joining the investigation against the scam in India? Why is he not traveling to India?
जी इसमें आपने दो सवाल पूछे. पहला सवाल तो ये है कि जो जनरल ग्राउंड होते हैं वो दो होते हैं कि इंडिया में उनको उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स अफेक्ट हो जाएंगे. नंबर 2 पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर रहेगा. ठीक है. और जो है क्या कहते हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं वो हमेशा से ज्वाइन करने के लिए उन्होंने ऑफर किया हुआ है और वीसी पे ज्वाइन करने के लिए ऑफर किया हुआ है. बिकॉज ऑफ हेल्थ कंडीशन ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते हैं.
Did he try to misuse his or hide his identity in Antwerp in Belgium? There are reports around that.
No, those reports are unfounded and I think your homework is not proper. There is no such report that I have ever come across. Rather, he got himself.
उनके घरों पर बुलडोजर एक्शन हो. बताइए क्या मांग है?
क्या सर?
क्या मांग है आप लोग की?
आप लोग सर बुलडोजर चलवाना चाहिए. बुलडोजर जेसीबी चलना चाहिए. जेसीबी चलना चाहिए.
मन में आश्वासन
मंद आश्वासन है. हाँ बोला है बुलडोजर चलो. चलवाना बुलडोजर. जय श्री राम. हमें जेसीबी चलनी चाहिए.
यहाँ पर देखिए कलेक्ट्रेट में इन लोगों ने ज्ञापन दे दिया है. ये तस्वीर एक है जहाँ पर बात करते हैं.
कलेक्टर को आवेदन दिया है और कलेक्टर को आवेदन दिया है और हिंदू समाज की तरफ से विश्व हिंदू बंधन ने ये मांग की है साथ में कि 7 दिवस के अंदर क्या है आप 7 दिवस के अंदर उन जिन लोगों ने जो जिहादी शामिल हैं उन सबके घर तोड़े जाने चाहिए. कानूनन कार्रवाई करना चाहिए और अगर 7 दिवस के अंदर उन लोग पे कठोर कार्रवाई नहीं होती है तो हिंदू समाज भी स्वयं कार्रवाई करेगा.
कल पथराव हुआ है
उस पर शासन उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो रही है और हम ये मांग करता बजरंग दल विश्व हिंदू परिषद बजरंग दल ये मांग करता है कि हिंदू समाज को कमजोर नहीं समझे और हिंदू समाज अगर अपनी पे आ जाएगा तो फिर उनको भी निकलने मुश्किल हो जाएगी.
जितेंद्र क्या आप बताइए क्या डिमांड है आप लोग की? मांग क्या है?
आज हिंदू समाज इकट्ठा होकर के जिहादी मानसिकताओं के लोगों को गिरफ्तार की जाए पूरे लोगों पर और डोजर कार्रवाई की जाए. राजपाल की कार्रवाई की जाए इनके खिलाफ.
कितने दिन का आश्वासन दिया है?
7 दिन के अंदर वो उनके घरों को तोड़ने की कार्रवाई होना चाहिए. 7 दिवस के घर आरोपियों के घर उनके 7 दिन बाद फिर हिंदू समाज स्वतः कार्रवाई करेगा.
आश्वासन मिला?
हाँ.
तो देखिए हिंदू संगठन से जुड़े लोग जो है यहाँ पर देखिए कलेक्ट्रेट कार्यालय के बाहर की तस्वीर आप देखिए. इस तरह की तस्वीर यहाँ पर है. बुलडोजर 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 इस तरह की यहाँ पे नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं ये लोग.
बुलडोजर की मांग है. बिल्कुल
बुलडोजर की मांग है. हम हमारे देश में नहीं रह सकते क्या? इन कटमुल लोग इनका बाप का हिंदू इनका बाप कौन है?
उन्होंने क्या परमिशन ली थी पत्थर फेंकने की?
ठीक है इनको बाप को पत्थर मारने की. भाजपा क्या भारत में भगवान राम का नारा लेना कठिन हो गया है. यहाँ भी यानी कोई मस्जिद कहेंगे अब भगवान राम का नाम लेना मुश्किल पड़ गया है. बिल्कुल.
आप बताइए क्या मांग थी आप लोग की? क्या हुआ यहाँ पर? क्या मांग थी? किस तरह का आश्वासन मिला? फिर से इत्मीनान से बताइए क्या मांग थी?
विश्व हिंदू परिषद और हिंदू समाज ने जो जिहादियों को द्वारा मस्जिद के सामने हमारी धार्मिक यात्रा पर हमला किया गया है वो उसका विरोध किया है और जिन जिहादी कुछ गिरफ्तार भी हुए शासन के द्वारा उन पर कठोर कार्रवाई हो, उनके घरों पर अवैध जो कारोबार चल रहे हैं उन पे कार्रवाई हो ताकि उनका मनोबल गिरे, क्योंकि ऐसे जिहादियों के कारण ही एक वर्ग विशेष बदनाम होता है। हमारा कोई वर्ग विशेष तो, लेकिन जो जिहादी है उसे घर तोड़ देना चाहिए।
आश्वासन मिला
कलेक्टर से अभी 7 दिन का समय दिया है शासन को कि 7 दिवस के अंदर कठोर कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। अगर 7 दिवस कार्रवाई होती तो विश्व हिंदू परिषद बजरंग दल समाज के साथ मिलकर स्वतः कार्रवाई के लिए फ्री होगा।
बुलडोजर के नारे
जी
बुलडोजर के नारे
बिल्कुल बुलडोजर कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। बुलडोजर कार्रवाई
हिंदू अब नहीं सहेगा, बहुत अत्याचार हो गया।
क्या कहेंगे बुलडोजर?
अब हिंदू अत्याचार नहीं सहेगा।
ठीक है क्या
बुलडोजर चलवाओ।
जय श्री राम बोलना भाई था, बहुत वो हो गया। जय श्री राम का नाम नहीं ले सकते।
इसे काम नहीं चलेगा, कार्रवाई सख्त होना चाहिए, कार्रवाई सख्त होना चाहिए।
आखिर बुलडोजर
इन लोगों के द्वारा सोची समझी कार्रवाई थी, ये पहले से ही तेजी बना के बैठे थे कि हम लोग
पूरा बुलडोजर की मांग।
क्या है बुलडोजर
बुलडोजर पूरे अतिक्रमणों पर, पूरे इनके हत्याओं पर जो काम यूपी में योगी जी कर रहा है वही काम हम मध्य प्रदेश में मोदी साहब जी से उम्मीद चाहते हैं कि मोदी साहब की ऐसा ही कुछ गुलामा करें।
बुलडोजर चाहिए, बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए लोगों को ऊपर।
हिंदू समाज बुलडोजर चलवाना मेरा बुलडोजर
तमाम ये ज्ञापन है जो यहाँ पर दिया था, ज्ञापन जो दिया था हिंदू संगठन के लोगों ने, जितने लोग यहाँ पर कलेक्ट्रेट के बाहर इकट्ठे हुए हैं सब बुलडोजर 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 इस तरह की बात कर रहे हैं। सबका कहना ये विरोध है हिंदू संगठन के लोगों का। यहाँ
जाम लगे था। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
लोग कह रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि अगर 7 दिन में कार्रवाई नहीं होती है तो फिर हिंदू संगठन दोबारा सड़कों पर उतरेगा और विरोध करेगा।
Ladies and gentlemen, those are the live visuals coming in from Guna in Madhya Pradesh, where on Saturday a Hanuman Jayanti procession came under targeting of stone pelting when it was moving across a mosque in Guna, following which tensions were extremely high. Yesterday, 8 arrests were made, last information that was made available in this case. And today, Hindu groups including VHP and many other groups have gathered together outside the administrative offices there, demanding bulldozer action. They are saying that if action is not taken against the perpetrators who carried out the stone pelting on Saturday on the Hanuman Jayanti procession, then they will continue to stage protests. Those are the live visuals that Republic is tracking from Guna in Madhya Pradesh, where large sums of crowds have gathered outside the administrative offices in Madhya Pradesh's Guna.
हिम्मत दे दो यार मुसलमान। बांग्लादेश पाकिस्तान बना दिया उन लोगों ने। चलना चाहिए मुसलमानों की मोहन सरकार ने
Extremely concerning protest there live from Guna, where lots of chanting and sloganeering is taking place outside administrative offices, with youth up in arms and angry and demanding bulldozer action against the stone pelting incident that was reported in Madhya Pradesh's Guna on Saturday, following a Hanuman Jayanti procession becoming a target while moving outside a mosque. We'll be closely tracking the developments in Guna. So far, the information is concerned, the administration has arrested over 8 people in this case, and yet there's a demand for bulldozer action against the perpetrators on their illegal properties and illegal businesses as alleged by the protesters there, and they are saying that bulldozer action is needed for the same. Meanwhile, shifting back our focus to the main story this afternoon, which remains Mehul Choksi's arrest in Belgium. Now, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has dodged the questions on Mehul Choksi, calling it once again a diversion tactic by the BJP to distract from the real issues. This is the first reaction coming in from the leaders of opposition, as after Tahawur Rana's extradition, similar responses were heard by these opposition leaders. Now that Mehul Choksi has been detained in Belgium upon the request of Indian authorities for an extradition in the 13,000 crore Punjab National Bank scam case. Samajwadi chief Akhilesh Yadav has come out and said that this is just politics of distraction. A similar statement which was made in the case of Tahabur Rana as well. Let's listen into what Akhilesh Yadav said on Mehul Choksi's arrest in Belgium. Let's quickly listen into what Akhilesh Yadav said on Mehul Choksi being detained in Belgium.
वालों पर देखिए, ये सरकार की सब जानकारी में था। सरकार समय समय पर ऐसे काम करेगी जिससे तमाम बुनियादी सवालों पर चर्चा न हो। आज सबसे बड़ा सवाल है कि संविधान सुरक्षित है कि नहीं है, संविधान के तहत ये सरकार चल रही कि नहीं चल रही है। ये जानबूझ करके इसी तरह के कारनामे और काम करेगी जिससे बुनियादी सवालों से ध्यान हट जाए।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting in a lot of latest political reactions on the story. While the centre has reiterated that those who have looted this country will be brought back to justice, the National Conference is saying that this is just politicization of the matter. Listen into those reactions.
देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है। मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता।
पता लगता है कि मोदी जी जो हैं वो इन लोगों को लाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये मालिया साहब हाथ में नहीं आ रहे हैं। इसी तरह मोदी जी जब हुकूमत करने के लिए आए थे तो उन्होंने लोगों से वादा किया था कि हम जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उसको भी वापस लाने हैं। ये चूँकि किस्तों में करना चाहते हैं ताकि लोग बिज़ी रहें, तो उनको किसने रोका है? वो जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उनको देखने के लिए कि कौन लोग हैं, क्यों नहीं वो पैसा आ रहा है। मालिया साहब कहाँ हैं? चौकसी साहब ने भी इनको भी बदनाम किया है। चौकसी ने कहा था कि मेरा शेयर इनके साथ भी है।
Those were the initial political reactions coming in on this story. A political war of words has already emerged. However, Republic continues to lead the investigative angle in this entire story, and my colleague has already spoken to Mehul Choksi's lawyer. This is his defense. Listen in.
माई क्लाइंट वॉज अरेस्टेड ऑन सैटरडे, और जो है क्या कहते हैं उनकी अब अपील फाइल की जाएगी। तो उस अपील के अंदर रिक्वेस्ट की जाएगी कि उनको बेल दी जाए और उनको डिटेंशन में ना रखा जाए, और वो अपनी एक्सट्रेडिशन कंटेस्ट करेंगे।
India is trying for his extradition. On what grounds are you going to fight against the extradition, and why is he not joining the investigation against the scam in India? Why is he not traveling to India?
जी, इसमें आपने दो सवाल पूछे। पहला सवाल तो ये है कि जो जनरल ग्राउंड होते हैं वो दो होते हैं कि इंडिया में उनको उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स अफेक्ट हो जाएंगे। नंबर 2, पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर रहेगा, ठीक है। और जो है क्या कहते हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं वो हमेशा से ज्वाइन करने के लिए उन्होंने ऑफर किया हुआ है, और वीसी पे ज्वाइन करने के लिए ऑफर किया हुआ है। बिकॉज ऑफ हेल्थ कंडीशन ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते हैं।
Did he try to misuse his or hide his identity in Antwerp in Belgium? There are reports around that.
No, those reports are unfounded, and I think your homework is not proper. There is no such report that I have ever come across. Rather, he got himself checked in the hospital. He has been taking treatment in his own name. That is why everyone knows here, and that is why we filed the documents in the court. We ourselves have filed the documents in the court. So where is the question of his hiding his identity?
Can we expect you to travel to Belgium anytime soon?
That's a client-attorney privilege communication. So I'll not give you my itinerary.
Mayor of the city of New York, Eric Adams, has signed a proclamation to declare April 14th as Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar Day in honor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. The distinction, first ever by a major US city, comes on Dr. Ambedkar's 134th birth anniversary to recognize the contributions of one of the world's most transformative champions of equality and civil rights.
Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar is also a great leader, and Babasaheb Ambedkar was studied here in Columbia University, and after that he became the big leader. He was a social activist, he was a political activist, he was economic activist, and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, many people are following his philosophy.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla attended the inaugural ceremony of a special train between Kota and Delhi from Kota's railway station in Rajasthan. In his address, the speaker said that under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the railway minister has given a new direction to rail connectivity.
माननीय रेल मंत्री ने अम्बेडकर नगर से दिल्ली की एक ट्रेन चलाकर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर की जयंती पर जो पुलिस कार्य किया है उसके लिए बधाई के पात्र हैं। हमने प्रयागराज के माध्यम को देखा, भारत की आध्यात्मिक संस्कृति की उस सामर्थ और ताकत को देखा और उज्जैन की धरती जो महाकाल की धरती है, देवों की धरती है, वहां का सिंह महाकुंभ की अभी से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने शुरुआत कर दी है।
Communal crashes have been reported from Jharkhand's Hazaribagh after a religious procession was stone-pelted near a mosque. Tensions flared up in Barkhata on Sunday after confrontation broke out between two communities during a yagya ceremony and procession near a mosque. The incident led to stone pelting and burning of straw sacks, causing the situation to deteriorate rapidly.
की बातें पोस्ट कर रहे हैं और तरह का रूमर उड़ा रहे हैं, तो उससे हम लोग सावधान रहें और ऐसी कोई घटना नहीं है कि जो नियंत्रित नहीं है, सब कुछ नियंत्रित है।
Union Minister of State for Defence Sanjay Seth attended the opening ceremony of AIKEYME or Africa-India Key Maritime Engagement, a multilateral exercise for maritime progress and security that brings together 10 countries, including India, Comoros, Djibouti, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles and South Africa. On the occasion, Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi said that this is the first time that 10 countries of India and Africa will coordinate in such an exercise.
हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है, नौसेना के लिए, भारत देश के लिए, कि आज यहाँ पर हमारे 3 जहाज नौसेना के दार एस सलाम हार्बर में उपस्थित हैं और जो सबसे बड़ा जो हमारी ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव इनिशिएटिव है, यह एकम अफ्रीका इंडिया की मैरीटाइम एंगेजमेंट। ये एक तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव एक्सरसाइज इसलिए है क्योंकि ये पहली बार है जहाँ पर अफ्रीका और इंडिया के 10 देश एक साथ हमने डिसाइड किया कि हम लोग एक साथ एक्सरसाइज करेंगे।
On Murshidabad violence, former Congress Member of Parliament from Murshidabad's Behrampur, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, has put the blame on the BJP. He charged the ruling Trinamool Congress, saying that it is giving BJP an opportunity to call common Muslims jihadis and that this will benefit both the parties.
देखिए, बीजेपी की अपना मकसद तो अलग है, आप जानते हैं। बीजेपी सारे हिंदुस्तान में ध्रुवीकरण की राजनीति कर रही है और बीजेपी को हम सब जानते हैं कि बीजेपी सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण करेगा ही, उसको पहचानते हैं। लेकिन जो ढोंग करती है ना बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री, ये जो ढोंग करते हैं, जो सामने एक आवरण रख रही है कि वो सेकुलर है, लेकिन उसका ये धजिया भी निकलने लगी। बीजेपी सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण करेगी, इसमें कोई नई बात नहीं है। आम मुसलमानों को जिहादी कहने की मौका बंगाल की सरकार नहीं तो दे रही है बीजेपी पार्टी को, और इसके सुविधा किसकी होती है? टीएमसी मतलब सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी को और बीजेपी को।
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, another big win for India after Tahavur Rana's extradition. Sources say India to initiate Choksi's extradition process soon in Belgium. All the exclusive insights and investigation on Mehul Choksi only on Republic. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after this short break.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education, whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
MDH की देगी मीरज।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Я же вам сказал.
The Republic Positive Influencer Program, which will be run from the Republic campus here, which is Asia's largest integrated news center. Now we aim to bring diverse set of people from across the country into our campus to create content which will proliferate positive change in the society. You can create content in the fields of health, defense, technology, even politics, science and history. If you have the talent and want to reach, apply now. Be the content creator who changes the conversation. Log on to republicpositiveinfluencer.in now.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
আমরা পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের মানবতার পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো, আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
যাদের দেশে মানুষ ইসলামের নাম বলে দোকান সবাই চুর, এখানে বাটার দোকান ভেঙে
Republic Media Network is thrilled to announce an influencer incubator program where you can be a part of creating some world-class content that is nation first and that creates awareness. And Republic is going to give your content the reach. The Positive Influencers program, which aims to bring together diverse set of people from across the country, is going to run from the Republic Media Network campus, which has the largest newsroom in Asia. So what is the wait for? Come and join this revolutionary program.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH, MDH।
Я же вам сказал.
Ворог ударив 2 балістичними ракетами по центру міста Суми. Зараз проводяться ліквідаційні аварійні роботи, надається допомога пораненим. В цей час знаходилось дуже багато людей на вулиці. Ворог розраховував досягти найбільше нанесення ураження.
Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity. Dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant. Our all-out focus on Mehul Choksi's arrest and how extradition is next on the cards. It's a big win for India. We get to that and many other stories that are making headlines this afternoon. Let's take a quick check. Fugitive Mehul Choksi, wanted in 13,000 crore Punjab National Bank scam, arrested in Belgium. Another big win for India after Tahavur Rana's extradition. Sources say India is all set to initiate Choksi's extradition process.
Whether you would be comfortable when we asked about your extradition.
I'm not going to answer any of your questions, all right? Please stop bothering me.
Will you look at me at least?
Thank you very much, sir. Of course.
Mr. Walia, we just asked you simple questions.
Please, you're polite to ask.
मेरी अगर कोई टेप करिए तो डिलीट कर दो.
Questions which I asked you, sir. Well, let's be fair. Let's be very fair. No, let's be.
अब तुम दिल्ली से आए हो ना? अब तुम लंदन में आए तो फिर तुम जरा तरीके से रहो यार.
मैं आपको.
From Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi to Sanjay Bhandari, Republic remains on the forefront to expose these fugitives.
वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टर जमीन पूरे देश में है. वक्फ कानून में बदलाव के बाद अब ये गरीबों से जो लूटा जा रहा है वो बंद होने वाला है.
Prime Minister Modi takes on Waqf baiters, says several acres of land looted in the name of Waqf. Coast Guard seizes 1,800 crore rupees worth of met dumped in Arabian Sea. And first up, we get you details of how Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar met with Hindus who have taken refuge in Malda. In fact, the latest pictures and information that we received of a meeting that Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar had with Hindus who've taken refuge in Malda. We'll try and also get you the audio of what happened as a part of this meeting, where the BJP is now meeting Hindus in Malda to hear their woes and what has been their plight. These pictures clearly indicating a sense of the pain and trouble that Hindus have gone through in the Murshidabad violence, so much so that they've been forced to move to Malda. And even as the state government, I beg your pardon, has still not taken complete control of what happened in Murshidabad. The BJP there in Malda visiting those victims who migrated due to the violence, and they are now narrating their plight and all that they have gone through as collateral damage. Bhaskar from Republic Bangla joining us with the latest details. Bhaskar, tell us what they are saying to Shukanta Majumdar.
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो लोग अभी मालदा पे रुके हुए हैं वो लोग तरह के सारे मुर्शिदाबाद के जो शमशेरगंज एरिया है वहाँ से भाग के आए थे अपनी जान और मान बचाने के लिए। और अभी इस वक्त भाजपा नेता और केंद्रीय मंत्री श्रीकांत मजूमदार वो अभी वहाँ पे मौजूद है, उसके साथ और सारे जो एमएलए थे वो भी मौजूद है। और यहाँ तो लोग हैं तो भाग के मालदा पे शेल्टर लिए हुए हैं, वो लोग उसको बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से उन लोगों के ऊपर टॉर्चर हुआ, किस तरह से उन लोगों का घर जला दिया गया, किस तरह से उन लोगों को पूरी बात बताया गया, उन लोगों की इज्जत देने का बात भी बोला गया। इस तरह का जो सारी चीजें हैं सब बता रहे हैं श्रीकांत मजूमदार जी को। और इस वक्त श्रीकांत मजूमदार के साथ साथ भाजपा के वरिष्ठ नेता सभी वहाँ पे मौजूद थे। और भाजपा का साफ कहना है कि जब तक सरकार की तरफ से रिलीफ आएगा तो आएगा, नहीं तो भाजपा की तरफ से ये रिलीफ मटेरियल के जो बंदोबस्त किया जाएगा।
Continue talking to us, Bhaskar, in terms of the action being taken by the Mamata government and how the BJP is also trying to address the grievances of these refugees, little children who have been impacted. And it is shameful that the Mamata government still turns a blind eye.
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो लोग भाग के आया, जो हिंदू शरणार्थी भाग के आए, उन लोगों का साफ कहना है कि ममता बनर्जी की सरकार, ममता बनर्जी की गवर्नमेंट ने उन लोगों के लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं। और भाजपा की तरफ से राष्ट्रपति शासन के लिए बोला जा रहा है कि यहाँ पे जो 355 और 356 वो इम्प्लीमेंट होना चाहिए। और अभी जो माहौल है उसमें सब मिलके अभी ममता बनर्जी के पुलिस और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के ऊपर सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
Bhaskar, we're also learning that CRPF has been deployed in Samsarganj following the violence in Murshidabad. So many of these Hindus who had to move to other parts, they don't have a home, they don't know where to go to. They're troubled for food, for their lives, for the fact that they don't have a home anymore. Who is to look after them?
बिल्कुल, देखिए यही तो सवाल है कि जिस तरह से ये लोग बेघर हो चुके हैं, इन लोगों के देखभाल कौन करेगा, क्योंकि इन लोगों के पास अभी कुछ बचा भी नहीं है। इन लोगों का जो घर था वो घर को जला दिया गया, इन लोगों का जो जमीन था वो जमीन पे भी पॉइजन मिला दिया गया। ऐसे एलिगेशन भी आ रहे, पीने के पानी के अंदर भी पॉइजन डाला दिया, ऐसे सारे एलिगेशन आ रहे। और उन लोगों को अभी तक पता नहीं है कि के पास
ধর্ষিতা হতে হতো এই মহিলাকে। আজকে হিন্দুদের এই পরিস্থিতি দায়ীকে কোলের শিশু তাকে নিয়ে পালিয়ে আসতে হয়েছে। নাও তুমি আমরা চাইছি যা পরিস্থিতি আমরা কোর্টে যাবো পায়ে হাত দেয় না।
यहाँ पे हालत बहुत ही गंभीर है।
সরকারকে নির্দেশ দিতে লাগবে, একে সরাও লাগবে, নির্দেশ দেওয়ার জন্য বাচ্চারা লাগবে। হাইকোর্টকে আমরা আজই জানাবো। আমি অলরেডি আমার উকিলদেরকে বলে দিয়েছি,
हम लोग हाई कोर्ट के पास ये सारे घटना बताएंगे, हाई कोर्ट के पास जाएंगे।
ক্ষতিপূরণ দিয়ে
सबको डैमेज मिलना चाहिए। डैमेज और सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी इंश्योर होने के बाद ही आप लोग वापस जा सकते हैं। हम लोग हाईकोर्ट के पास जाके ये बातें भी बताएंगे कि किस तरह से आप लोगों के ऊपर टॉर्चर हुआ, कैसे तोड़फोड़ किया गया, आप लोगों का घर कैसे आग लगा दिया गया, सारी चीजों पर। और जिस तरह से बताया गया कि हिंदुओं को नहीं रहने देंगे, जिस तरह से बताया गया कि हिंदुओं को मार देंगे, और ये मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी अब और नहीं रहेंगी। आगे हम लोग कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट के पास पूरा दरखास्त करूंगा और पूरी जिम्मेदारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को लेना पड़ेगा। डीजी बाहर घूम रहे हैं, फोटो उठा रहे हैं, इधर उधर घूम रहे हैं, लेकिन इधर आने के लिए वो सोचा ही नहीं। इन लोगों का सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी कौन इंश्योर कर सकता है? ये लोग हिंदू है, इसलिए इन लोगों को अपना इज्जत खोने के लिए बता रहे हैं ये लोग। हम ये बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री को क्या ये दिखाई नहीं देती है?
না সে তো এখানে বর্ডার এমন ইচ্ছে করে পোরাস করে রাখা হয়েছে, বর্ডার এখানে এমন ইচ্ছে করে
और ये जो इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर ये जानबूझ के यहाँ पे फेंसिंग डालने नहीं दे रहे ये लोग।
সেই ভারত বিরোধী শক্তিগুলো এই পারে তার অ্যাক্টিভিটি চালাতে পারে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় জমি দেন না ফেন্সিং করার জন্য। এই ধরনের দেশ বিরোধী মুখ্যমন্ত্রী, ভারত বিরোধী মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কোন রাজ্যে হয়নি, পশ্চিমবঙ্গে ছেড়ে কোন রাজ্যে হয়নি।
किसी और स्टेट में ऐसा नहीं हुआ, सिर्फ पश्चिम बंगाल में ये चल रहा है।
পর্যন্ত নিজের বাড়ির জামাই করতে এরা ছাড়বে, এদের মানসিকতা এমন হয়ে গেছে। শুধু ভোট ভোট, ক্ষমতা পয়সা, ক্ষমতা পয়সা, কয়লা বালি ইট সিমেন্ট, কত পয়সা লাগে একজন মানুষের বাঁচতে?
ये पैसा और पावर के चक्कर में, पावर के लालच में ममता बनर्जी ऐसी कर रही है।
वचনের সাথে কি হয়েছে আমরা জানি না, কিন্তু এটা তো
क्या असल में क्या हुआ हम लोग भी पता है, और हम लोग आगे इसको कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट के पास रखेंगे कि ममता बनर्जी की सरकार फेल कर चुकी है।
যেহেতু ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার রাজ্যে, প্রশাসনকে অনুরোধ করবো যতদিন না পর্যন্ত ওখানে এদের সুরক্ষা কনফার্ম হচ্ছে, যতক্ষণ না পর্যন্ত এদের সুরক্ষার গ্যারান্টি রাজ্য সরকার দিতে পারছে, ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত এদেরকে জোর করে ওখানে পাঠাবেন না। আমরা সুরক্ষা
और मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से ये बोलना चाहूंगा कि जब तक इन लोगों का सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी इंश्योर ना हो जाए, तब तक इन लोगों को इधर से मत निकल दीजिएगा।
স্বামী ভিডিও এবং আইসি এরা মিলে প্রচেষ্টা চালাচ্ছে এই ক্যাম্পে যেন উঠে যায়, কারণ রাজ্যের মান সম্মান বাঁচাতে হবে। কিসের মান সম্মান তোমার রাজ্যে? তুমি আমার মা বোনদের ইজ্জত রক্ষা করতে পারছো না, অপরাধ মুখ্যমন্ত্রী, একজন মহিলা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী হয়ে শুনতে হচ্ছে আমাদেরকে। উনি ইমাম সাহেবদেরকে নিয়ে নাকি মিটিং এ বসবে। আমি ওই মিটিং এ মহিলাদেরকে নিয়ে যাওয়ার জন্য, এবং আমি বলবো এই মহিলাদেরকে চলুন কলকাতার সেই ইমাম সাহেবদের বৈঠকে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী
কোন জায়গায় যে বাংলাদেশ থেকে বা যারা উদ্বাস্তু হয়ে আসে এরা নিজের দেশে, নিজের রাজ্যে, নিজের দেশে উদ্বাস্তু, নিজের রাজ্যে উদ্বাস্তু, নিজের জেলায় উদ্বাস্তু।
ये लोग खुद अपने जिला में ट्रिगर हो चुके हैं, और इसके जवाब मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी को ही देना पड़ेगा।
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এমন জায়গায় রাজ্যটাকে পৌঁছে দিয়েছেন, বাংলাদেশে পরিণত করে দিয়েছেন।
ममता बनर्जी पश्चिम बंगाल को पूरे बांग्लादेश बनाने की कोशिश में है।
আমি বলছি, আমার কাছে রিপোর্ট আছে 18 তারিখ 17 তারিখ আরো ভয়ঙ্কর পরিস্থিতি এরা তৈরি করতে চলেছে রাজ্য সরকারের আশকারা।
इससे भी और ज्यादा गंभीर सिचुएशन ये लोग बनाने वाले हैं, ऐसे इंटेल है मेरे पास।
তদন্ত হওয়া উচিত। আমরা জেলায় জেলায় এর বিরুদ্ধে রাস্তায় নামবো, জেলায় জেলায় রাস্তায় নামবো, আমরা কোর্টে যাবো। মানে একদিকে গণতান্ত্রিক পদ্ধতিতে লড়বো, আর একদিকে আমরা কোর্টে গিয়ে আইনি পথে লড়বো। আমি আজকেই রাত্রিবেলা এখান থেকে ফিরে গিয়ে সন্ধ্যেবেলা, আমি মোথাবাড়ি থেকে ফিরে আসার পর মাননীয় গৃহমন্ত্রী অমিত শাহজিকে পুরো আমি যা দেখলাম পুরো বিষয়টা বলুন এবং
केंद्रीय स्वराष्ट्र मंत्री अमित शाह जी को भी मैं बताऊंगा क्या हुआ है असल में इधर
আগামী দিনে যেন আরো বেশি কিছু কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনী এখানে রাখা যায় মুর্শিদাবাদে উপযুক্ত
और ज्यादा सेंट्रल फोर्स चाहिए इधर मुर्शिदाबाद जिला में क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी की पुलिस लॉ एंड ऑर्डर इंश्योर नहीं कर पा रही है
করা হচ্ছে না সেই জন্য আমি এরপরে কোর্টের কাছে আমরা বিজেপির তরফে আমরা
Bhaskar, I want you to stay on with us as we played out that entire statement by Shukanta Majumdar, who's saying that they will also approach the High Court given the plight of Hindus in West Bengal. So many of them have had to move out of Murshidabad. They are homeless today. And Mamata Banerjee's appeasement politics, that sees no end to it. She is set to meet imams on the 16th of April at a time when Hindus feel so threatened for their lives. All right, so we cut across to more breaking news coming in. Antigua Prime Minister Gaston Brown has told Republic TV that extradition is only a matter of time. He said that we've revoked his citizenship, which means it is literally a matter of time that Mehul Choksi will be extradited back to India. This is a big statement coming in from the Antiguan Prime Minister Gaston Brown. Mehul Choksi's citizenship has been revoked, and something that has been confirmed by Antiguan Prime Minister Gaston Brown, which means that it is only a matter of time that Mehul Choksi is extradited to India. He was arrested by the Belgian police, one of the two prime accused in the $2 billion Punjab National Bank scam. And the CBI has sought Choksi's detention after he was located in the country. Remember, this has been an ongoing process, but diplomatic efforts and how the agencies have presented watertight evidence that has now led to this big development. Mehul Choksi, who's been arrested by the Belgian police, and even as he stays lodged, Antiguan Prime Minister Gaston Brown confirming to Republic that it is only a matter of time that he will be extradited back to India because his citizenship has also been revoked. Shavan will join us shortly to take us through the details of this statement as we continue to get you back-to-back reactions on this big development. Just after Tahavvur Rana, next in line is Mehul Choksi. India has been pushing for the extradition of these fugitives from Tahavvur Rana to Mehul Choksi to Sanjay Bhandari to Vijay Mallya to Nirav Modi. As efforts are on in full swing, next in line is Mehul Choksi. And most importantly, this is a big development that is coming in. Gaston Brown, who's the Antiguan Prime Minister, has confirmed that Mehul Choksi's citizenship has been revoked. India is using the legal and diplomatic route to nail Mehul Choksi. Our agencies are at the top of it as they are presenting evidence one after the other to now have Mehul Choksi back in India. Mehul Choksi, who had fled the country after the $2 billion scam, and he had based himself out of Antigua, where he had sought citizenship. But after all these years of running away, it seems like it is only a matter of time that he will be extradited back to India at the earliest. Shavan said with us on the broadcast to take us through the details of this big statement, confirmation coming in from the Antiguan Prime Minister Gaston Brown on Mehul Choksi's extradition.
Well, in fact, a short while back, I spoke to the Antiguan Prime Minister Gaston Brown, keeping in mind that Mehul Choksi still holds the citizenship of Antigua. In fact, the Antiguan Prime Minister now washing his hands off by simply saying that his citizenship has been revoked. Now, what's the current status of Mehul Choksi's citizenship is not known to us at this point in time, because if at all his citizenship has been revoked and the matter is being heard in the Antiguan court, then the extradition process from Belgium becomes far more easier, given the fact that the Belgian authorities will perhaps have to now look into the request that has been made by
India. In fact, back in the month of September is when a fresh extradition request was sent after the Indian investigative agencies did come across the latest news coming in that he had moved out of Antigua and he was in Belgium. In fact, you've had the legal counsel of Mehul Choksi in Indian court stating that he is undergoing medical treatment, and from Belgium he would rather want to move to Switzerland for further medical help. But remember, there was no permission that was granted. What we know so far is this, that he is now lodged in a jail in Antwerp. In fact, the matter is going to be heard in a court in Antwerp in the coming few days. The date is yet to be finalized. Having said that, remember, they do not have a provision of a bail hearing, but having said that, he can certainly challenge the arrest that has been made by the Interpol through the Belgian authorities.
Shaman, I want to thank you for getting us these latest details. A slew of reactions that have come in. In fact, MOS Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, who also spoke on Mehul Choksi's arrest. Listen in to what he said.
My client was arrested on Saturday और जो है क्या कहते हैं उनकी अब अपील फाइल की जाएगी, तो उस अपील के अंदर रिक्वेस्ट की जाएगी कि उनको बेल दी जाए और उनको डिटेंशन में ना रखा जाए और वो अपनी एक्स्ट्रेडिशन कंटेस्ट करेंगे.
India is trying for his extradition. On what grounds are you going to fight against the extradition, and why is he not joining the investigation against the scam in India? Why is he not traveling to India?
जी, इसमें आपने दो सवाल पूछे. पहला सवाल तो ये है कि जो जनरल ग्राउंड होते हैं वो दो होते हैं कि इंडिया में उनको उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स अफेक्ट हो जाएंगे. नंबर 2, पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर रहेगा. ठीक है, और जो है क्या कहते हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं वो हमेशा से ज्वाइन करने के लिए उन्होंने ऑफर किया हुआ है और वीसी पे ज्वाइन करने के लिए ऑफर किया हुआ है. बिकॉज ऑफ हेल्थ कंडीशन ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते हैं.
Did he try to misuse his or hide his identity in Antwerp in Belgium? There are reports around that.
No, those reports are unfounded, and I think your homework is not proper. There is no such report that I have ever come across. Rather, he got himself checked in the hospital. He has been taking treatment in his own name. That is why everyone knows here, and that is why we file the documents in the court. We ourselves have filed the documents in the court. So, where is the question of his hiding his identity?
Can we expect you to travel to Belgium anytime soon?
That's a client-attorney privilege communication. So, I'll not give you my itinerary.
देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है. मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता. देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है. मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता.
And well, after the Tahawwur Rana, now opposition has started politics on Mehul Choksi's arrest as well. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who dodged questions on Mehul Choksi, calling it a diversionary tactic by the BJP.
देखिए, ये सरकार की सब जानकारी में था. सरकार समय समय पर ऐसे काम करेगी जिससे तमाम बुनियादी सवालों पर चर्चा न हो. आज सबसे बड़ा सवाल है कि संविधान सुरक्षित है कि नहीं है, संविधान के तहत ये सरकार चल रही कि नहीं चल रही है. ये जानबूझ करके इसी तरह के कारनामे और काम करेगी जिससे बुनियादी सवालों से ध्यान हट जाए.
पता लगता है कि मोदी जी जो हैं वो इन लोगों को लाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये मालिया साहब हाथ में नहीं आ रहे हैं. इसी तरह मोदी जी जब हुकूमत करने के लिए आए थे तो उन्होंने लोगों से वादा किया था कि हम जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उसको भी वापस लाने हैं. ये चूँकि किस्तों में करना चाहते हैं ताकि लोग बिज़ी रहें, तो उनको किसने रोका है वो जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उनको देखने के लिए कि कौन लोग हैं, क्यों नहीं वो पैसा आ रहा है. मालिया साहब कहाँ हैं? चौकसी साहब ने भी इनको भी बदनाम किया है. चौकसी ने कहा था कि मेरा शेयर इनके साथ भी है.
And time now to take a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you very closely. These are stories in brief from across the country on Bharat in 5 minutes. Mayor of the city of New York, Eric Adams has signed the proclamation to declare April 14 as Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar Day in honor of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The distinction, first ever by a major US city, comes on Dr. Ambedkar's 134th birth anniversary and to recognize the contributions of one of the world's most transformative champions of equality and civil rights.
Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar is also a great leader, and Baba Saheb Ambedkar was studied here in Columbia University, and after that he became the big leader. He was a social activist, he was a political activist, he was economic activist, and Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, many people are following his philosophy.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla attended the inaugural ceremony of the special train between Kota and Delhi from Kota railway station in Rajasthan. In his address, Speaker said under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, the railway minister has given a new direction to rail connectivity.
माननीय रेल मंत्री जी ने अम्बेडकर नगर से दिल्ली की एक ट्रेन चलाकर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर की जयंती पर जो पुलिस कार्य किया है उसके लिए बधाई के पात्र हैं। हमने प्रयागराज के माध्यम को देखा, भारत की आध्यात्मिक संस्कृति की उस सामर्थ और ताकत को देखा, और उज्जैन की धरती जो महाकाल की धरती है, देवों की धरती है, वहां का सिंह महाकुंभ की अभी से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने शुरुआत कर दी है।
Communal clashes have been reported from Jharkhand's Hazaribagh after a religious procession was stone-pelted near a mosque. Tensions flared in Barkatha on Sunday after a confrontation broke out between two communities during a yajna ceremony and procession near a mosque. The incident led to stone pelting and burning of straw stacks, causing the situation to deteriorate rapidly.
की बातें पोस्ट कर रहे हैं और तरह का रूमर उड़ा रहे हैं, तो उससे हम लोग सावधान रहें और ऐसी कोई घटना नहीं है कि जो नियंत्रित नहीं है, सब कुछ नियंत्रित है।
Union MOS Defence Sanjay Seth attends the opening ceremony of Africa-India Key Maritime Engagement, a multilateral exercise for maritime progress and security that brings together 10 countries including India, Comoros, Djibouti, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles and South Africa. On the occasion, Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi said this is the first time that 10 countries of India and Africa will coordinate in such an exercise.
हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है, नौसेना के लिए, भारत देश के लिए, कि आज यहाँ पर हमारे 3 जहाज नौसेना के दार ए सलाम हार्बर में उपस्थित हैं। और जो सबसे बड़ा जो हमारी ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव इनिशिएटिव है, यह एकम अफ्रीका इंडिया की मैरीटाइम एंगेजमेंट। ये एक तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव एक्सरसाइज इसलिए है क्योंकि ये पहली बार है जहां पर अफ्रीका और इंडिया के 10 देश एक साथ हमने डिसाइड किया कि हम लोग एक साथ एक्सरसाइज करेंगे।
On Murshidabad violence, former Congress MP from Murshidabad's Barhampur, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, put the blame on BJP. He charged that ruling TMC is giving the BJP an opportunity to call common Muslims jihadis, and this benefits both the parties. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, Prime Minister Modi takes on Waqf beaters, says several acres of land has been looted in the name of Waqf.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
আমরা পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের মানবতার পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো, আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
আমাদের দেশে মানুষ ইসলামের নাম বলে দোকান সবাই চুর এখানে বাটার দোকান ভেঙে
Fugitive Mehul Choksi wanted in 13,000 crore Punjab National Bank scam arrested in Belgium. Another big win for India after Tahavur Rana's extradition. Sources say India to initiate Choksi's extradition process soon.
Whether you would be comfortable when we asked about your extradition.
I'm not going to answer any of your questions, all right? Please stop bothering.
Will you look at me at least? Thank you very much, sir.
Of course.
Mr. Malia, we just asked you a simple question.
Please, you're polite to ask.
मेरी अगर कोई टेप करिए तो डिलीट कर दो.
Questions which I asked you, sir. Well, let's be fair. Let's be very fair. No, let's be.
अब तुम दिल्ली से आए हो ना? अब तुम लंदन में आए हो तो फिर तुम जरा तरीके से रहो यार.
मैं आपको
From Vijay Mallya to Sanjay Bhandari, Republic remains on the forefront to expose these fugitives.
वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टर जमीन पूरे देश में है. वक्फ कानून में बदलाव के बाद अब ये गरीबों से जो लूटा जा रहा है वो बंद होने वाला है.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi takes on Waqf baiters, says several acres of land was looted in the name of Waqf. And Coast Guard seizes rupees 1,800 crore worth of drugs dumped in the Arabian Sea. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with Congress leader Digvijay Singh's statement, where he has gone ahead to say that why are there certain organizations that spread hatred and incite riots. The Congress MP's shocking comments comes in the wake of Waqf violence that has taken place. This again, the statement that comes in is response to the Guna violence that took place yesterday in Madhya Pradesh, where he said that the question is why are certain organizations that spread hatred and incite riots allowed to take possessions with DJs playing loud music in front of mosque? Why does the administration grant them such permission is what the Congress Member of Parliament has been questioning. Let's first listen in to that statement by Digvijay Singh.
देखिए बात यह है कि क्या कारण है कि जो कुछ ऐसे संगठन जो कि नफरत फैलाते हैं, जो कि दंगे फसाद कराते हैं, उनको क्यों इजाज़त दी जाती है कि वे जुलूस के रूप में डीजे लगाकर मस्जिदों के सामने से निकलें? ये प्रशासन क्यों मंजूरी देता है? नहीं देना चाहिए। यदि आप देखेंगे तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन है, उसका पालन नहीं हो रहा है। मैंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन का पालन करने के लिए हाई कोर्ट में रिट पिटीशन लगाई हुई है। 3 साल से लंबे थे, उसकी तारीख नहीं मिल रही है। अगर ईमानदारी के साथ माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गाइडलाइन का पालन सरकार करे तो कहीं दंगे फसाद नहीं होंगे, लेकिन ये डबल इंजन की सरकार की मानसिकता है नफरत फैलाकर दंगे फसाद कराने की, राजनीतिक लाभ को। लेकिन अब धीरे धीरे लोगों के बात समझ में आ रही है।
And we shift our focus to other news that's coming in, and this is from the state of Karnataka. Now, the recently released caste census report in Karnataka has prompted the BJP to convene a high-level meeting this afternoon to deliberate on its implications and decide the party's future strategy. Chaired by Karnataka BJP President B.Y. Vijendra and Leader of Opposition R. Ashoka, the meeting will see participation from influential leaders of the Vokaliga and Lingayat communities. Now, sources also indicate that the party will weigh the process, the pros and cons of the report, gather the feedback from key stakeholders, and may also consider launching a political campaign against the state government based on the consensus that has been reached.
Many communities have expressed their anguish. Many individuals also expressed their opinions. And we will see, once we make a study and cabinet take a decision, and then further we will see what will... I can't say anything about it. It would be inappropriate on the part of me if I say something. But unless it is discussed and decided by the government. Many communities have expressed their anguish. Many individuals also expressed their opinions. And we will see, once we make a study and cabinet take a decision, and then further we will see what will... I can't say anything about it. It would be inappropriate on the part of me if I say something. But unless it is discussed and decided by the government.
Moving on to the other news that we're tracking now, the Belgian police has arrested fraud and fugitive Mehul Choksi, one of the two prime accused in the $2 billion Punjab National Bank fraud. The CBI sought Choksi's detention after he was located in the country acting on open arrest warrants issued by a Mumbai court. Now, Mehul Choksi, claiming medical issues, may seek bail, but Indian agencies will oppose it and pursue his extradition, is what we are getting to know. We also spoke to the advocate of Vijay Mallya, E.C. Agarwal. We'll just quickly get that and listen to what he had to say. But remember, this is a campaign that Republic has been pursuing. Time and again, Republic has exposed the fraudsters and the fugitives, be it Vijay Mallya, Sanjay Bhandari or Mehul Choksi. The Choksi case timeline dates back to January 2018 when Choksi flee India to the United States, and this was to escape the authorities. We are also getting a reaction from Mehul Choksi's lawyer. Let's listen in.
My client was arrested on Saturday और जो है क्या कहते हैं उनकी अब अपील फाइल की जाएगी तो उस अपील के अंदर रिक्वेस्ट की जाएगी कि उनको बेल दी जाए और उनको डिटेंशन में ना रखा जाए और वो अपनी एक्सट्रेडिशन कंटेस्ट करेंगे.
India is trying for his extradition. On what grounds are you going to fight against the extradition, and why is he not joining the investigation against the scam in India? Why is he not traveling to India?
जी इसमें आपने दो सवाल पूछे. पहला सवाल तो ये है कि जो जनरल ग्राउंड होते हैं वो दो होते हैं कि इंडिया में उनको उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स अफेक्ट हो जाएंगे. नंबर 2 पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर रहेगा. ठीक है. और जो है क्या कहते हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं वो हमेशा से ज्वाइन करने के लिए उन्होंने ऑफर किया हुआ है और वीसी पे ज्वाइन करने के लिए ऑफर किया हुआ है. बिकॉज ऑफ हेल्थ कंडीशन ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते हैं.
Did he try to misuse his or hide his identity in Antwerp in Belgium? There are reports around that.
No, those reports are unfounded, and I think your homework is not proper. There is no such report that I have ever come across. Rather, he got himself checked in the hospital. He has been taking treatment in his own name. That is why everyone knows here, and that is why we filed the documents in the court. We ourselves have filed the documents in the court. So, where is the question of his hiding his identity?
Can we expect you to travel to Belgium anytime soon?
That's a client-attorney privilege communication. So, I'll not give you my itinerary.
Now, MOS Finance Pankaj Chaudhary has also spoken on Mehul Choksi's arrest. Listen in to what he had to say.
देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है. मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता. देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा, और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है. मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता है।
After the Rana, now the opposition has started politics on Mehul Choksi's arrest as well. This time it is the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav who has dodged the questions on Mehul Choksi, calling it a diversionary tactic by the BJP.
देखिए, ये सरकार की सब जानकारी में था। सरकार समय समय पर ऐसे काम करेगी जिससे तमाम बुनियादी सवालों पर चर्चा न हो। आज सबसे बड़ा सवाल है कि संविधान सुरक्षित है कि नहीं है, संविधान के तहत ये सरकार चल रही कि नहीं चल रही है। ये जानबूझ करके इसी तरह के कारनामे और काम करेगी जिससे बुनियादी सवालों से ध्यान हट जाए।
पता लगता है कि मोदी जी जो हैं वो इन लोगों को लाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये मालिया साहब हाथ में नहीं आ रहे हैं। इसी तरह मोदी जी जब हुकूमत करने के लिए आए थे तो उन्होंने लोगों से वादा किया था कि हम जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उसको भी वापस लाने हैं। ये चूँकि किस्तों में करना चाहते हैं ताकि लोग बिज़ी रहें, तो उनको किसने रोका है वो जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उनको देखने के लिए कि कौन लोग हैं, क्यों नहीं वो पैसा आ रहा है। मालिया साहब कहाँ हैं? चौकसी साहब ने भी इनको भी बदनाम किया है। चौकसी ने कहा था कि मेरा शेयर इनके साथ भी है।
It is not going to affect the non-recovery of any dues. Dues are recoverable under the Act by process of law. That has to be, the government will have to move against people normally challenge this law. If it affects me, I'll immediately go to the court, and court may grant stay of such proceedings, or it may not. If it grants, normally the litigants, they like that to prolong it as long as possible. But the implementation of law, it is really going to affect large number of industrialists especially, and many of the industrialists as it is, they don't look to this law as a good law, because this
now
law,
that you have mentioned about industrialists, we know there are high profile cases like that of Mehul Choksi. Right. We also know another case of Vijay Mallya, which I think you are representing. Yes. So you have been representing. So we just wanted to understand how is it going to impact cases like these now that Mehul Choksi has been arrested. How do you look at this?
no, persons who are affected, they will be brought back to India. Now once they are brought back to India, then the cases have to proceed against them. And this process of proceeding of cases in India is not a very easy process. It takes a lot of time. It takes years before the case comes to an end. And that is the whole unfortunate thing in this country.
Just one last question, sir. Mallya has limited options. We have seen Vijay Mallya, and we have also understood and learned from our sources that he is seeking asylum in Britain. So, why exactly? We just wanted to understand why is that particular person trying to run away from legal proceedings?
You see, I have been his lawyer, therefore I cannot comment on this at all.
But what next is in store for Vijay Mallya?
You see, so far as Vijay Mallya's case is concerned, I cannot talk at all. You see, he has been our client.
Yeah,
right?
Understood, sir. But why is he seeking asylum? Just trying to understand that.
That precisely I can't say anything. You see, this is a advocate and client's relationship. We are not supposed to talk against or in favor of our client.
To an exclusive breaking news coming in where we have spoken to Antiguan Prime Minister Gaston Brown, and he has said that they have revoked Mehul Choksi's citizenship and the matter is now being heard by the court. The Antigua Prime Minister has also stated that Choksi will oppose India's extradition bid. Listen into this exclusive conversation that Shawat Sen has had with the Antigua Prime Minister.
But a quick comment from you, Mr. Brown, because the matter is about an Antiguan citizen also. So I just wanted a quick comment on how the Antiguan government is looking into the matter.
As you know, he was subjected to extradition. We'd revoked his citizenship. And those are matters that are before the court. We know nothing else about Mr. Choksi.
So have you revoked his citizenship? Does that mean that you're going to ask for an investigation into this matter and call him from Belgium?
Yes, I do. Definitely not. We have no locus at this time. If he's in Belgium, that's a matter for the Belgian authorities.
And will the Antiguan authorities also speak to the Interpol? Because given the fact that he still says that he is an Antiguan citizen and he's requesting on medical grounds for certain relief.
As far as we're concerned, Mr. Choksi's citizenship has been revoked. He challenged in the court, and he's also subjected to extradition, which he has challenged.
Just get a quick comment from you, Mr. Brown, because the matter is about an Antiguan citizen also. So I just wanted a quick comment on how the Antiguan government is looking.
All right, so that was the Antiguan Prime Minister speaking to Republic, saying that confirming to Republic that Mehul Choksi's citizenship has been revoked and the matter is now being heard by the court. He also stated that Choksi will oppose India's extradition bid. And we shift our focus to what's happening in the state of West Bengal. Even as 400 Hindus have been forced to flee from their homes and take shelter in campus, shocking statement has come to light from a TMC leader. West Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim has now downplayed the exodus of Hindus in West Bengal, where he says, and I quote, they are migrating within Bengal only and everything is all right. So it is Bengal Minister Mamta's right hand in this case, Firhad Hakim, not new to controversies, who has said, in fact, who has downplayed the exodus of Hindus, saying that Hindus are leaving Murshidabad to settle again in West Bengal itself. Listen into that statement by Firhad Hakim.
ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है, यहाँ पर ऐसा कोई परिस्थिति नहीं है। बंगाल से बंगाल में ही जा रहे हैं, तो बंगाल सुरक्षित है बोल के देख जाएगा, सारी जगह जा रहे हैं। सब ठीक है। पुलिस डीजीपी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कल किया, हम देखा, जो पूरा कठोर होगा। एक घटना घट गई है, उसको लेके ऐसा कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए। वो घटना ऐसा, इससे बहुत बड़ा घटना यूपी पे, इसमें गुजरात में घटी थी। उसके बाद भी लोगों चुप था। आज ऐसा क्या घटना जो हुआ निंदनीय है, निंदनीय है। जो भी किया वो निंदनीय किया। इसका पीछे कौन है ये निकालना पुलिस के काम है और निकालेगा, मेरा विश्वास है। मगर ये घटना नहीं चाहिए था ये, क्योंकि ये बंगाल की पवित्र भूमि है। ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है, यहाँ पर ऐसा कोई परिस्थिति नहीं है।
All right, so that was West Bengal Minister, right hand of Mamta Banerjee, Firhad Hakim, essentially going ahead and confidently downplaying the exodus of Hindus in Murshidabad. Madhurima, my colleague, joins me live from the newsroom. Madhurima, Firhad Hakim has not just said that the exodus is from Bengal to within Bengal, but he's also said that incidents like these keep on happening. So he's essentially downplaying what is the biggest Waqf violence that took place under the nose of Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee.
Well, absolutely, Tanisha. What needs to be seen here is how Firhad Hakim is trying to brush it under the carpet as to how 3 lives have been lost and over 150 people have been rendered injured, specifically in the district of Murshidabad, and the fact that there were 400 Hindus that were forced to cross the river and move to Malda and seek refuge inside a government school to stay safe. He's trying to downplay the fact that how the villagers of that particular village in Murshidabad had said that the water has been contaminated by the protesting minority groups over there, and that they are not able to even drink the water, and that there's a larger conspiracy. Even the fact that how Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary from the Congress party has also come forward, Tanisha, and said that yes, Hindus are scared in Murshidabad. The similar claim have been made by the DIG, BSF as well, Tanisha, who said that Hindus are scared. We have deployed multiple teams. So a statement coming in from Congress, BJP and BSF top brass as well. But here we have a TMC person who is trying to downplay the serious incidents of violence that have erupted across Bengal, and specifically in Murshidabad, where 3 people have lost lives, and I repeat, 150 have been rendered injured.
Absolutely, Madhurima. Thank you very much for sharing those details. It is the West Bengal government that is completely dismissing the exodus of Hindus in Murshidabad. Remember, large-scale violence that took place on Saturday. Temples were broken, Hindu deities were targeted, and soon after which is when the Hindu exodus is taking place in the village of Murshidabad in West Bengal, and Mamata Banerjee's minister there completely dismissing the Hindu exodus that has been happening. The pictures on your screen, viewers, show the exact picture. On one hand, there are visuals of violence, the large-scale violence that took place in the name of Waqf Act in the state of West Bengal, where not just did the protesters, the anti-Hindu mob targeted and vandalized and caused anarchy on the streets, but also targeted Hindus. They targeted the temple, soon after which the visuals on the right-hand side of your screen show how villagers, Hindus specifically, have been leaving and taking shelter somewhere else. Story that Republic has broken now in another exclusive conversation with Republic TV. Antiguan Prime Minister Gaston Brown has said that they have revoked Mehul Choksi's citizenship, and the matter is now being heard by the court. In fact, the Antiguan Prime Minister has also confirmed to Republic that Choksi will oppose India's extradition bid. Listen in to that exclusive conversation.
Just get a quick comment from you, Mr. Brown, because the matter is about an Antiguan citizen also. So I just wanted a quick comment on how the Antiguan government is looking into the matter.
As you know, he was subjected to extradition. We revoked his citizenship. And those are matters that are before the court. We know nothing else about Mr. Choksi. So
have you revoked his citizenship? Does that mean that you're going to ask for an investigation into this matter and call him from Belgium?
Yes, I do. Definitely not. We have no locus at this time. If he's in Belgium, that's a matter for the Belgian authorities.
And will the Antiguan authorities also speak to the Interpol? Because given the fact that he still says that he is an Antiguan citizen and he's requesting on medical grounds for certain relief.
As far as we're concerned, Mr. Choksi's citizenship has been revoked. He challenged in the court, and he's also subjected to extradition, which he has challenged.
All right, so that was the Antiguan Prime Minister in an exclusive conversation with Shravan Sen, where he has confirmed that Mehul Choksi, the fugitive, the fraudster, will oppose India's extradition bid. Listen in once again to that exclusive conversation that Shravan Sen has had with the Antiguan Prime Minister.
Just get a quick comment from you, Mr. Brown, because the matter is about an Antiguan citizen also. So I just wanted a quick comment on how the Antiguan government is looking into the matter.
As you know, he was subjected to extradition. We revoked his citizenship. And those are matters that are before the court. We know nothing else about Mr. Choksi.
So have you revoked his citizenship? Does that mean that you're going to ask for an investigation into this matter and call him from Belgium?
Yes, I do. Definitely not. We have no locus at this time. If he's in Belgium, that's a matter for the Belgian authorities.
And will the Antiguan authorities also speak to the Interpol? Because given the fact that he still says that he is an Antiguan citizen and he's requesting on medical grounds for certain relief.
As far as we're concerned, Mr. Choksi's citizenship has been revoked. He challenged in the court, and he's also subjected to extradition, which he has challenged.
All right, from Vijay Mallya to Sanjay Bhandari and Mehul Choksi, it's time for India to get the fugitive back. That was an exclusive conversation that you just heard with the Antiguan Prime Minister that my colleague Shravan Sen has had. We move on to the other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Fresh arrests were made in connection with the alleged stone pelting on a procession on the occasion of Hanuman Jayanti in Guna in Madhya Pradesh. According to sources, 7 more people were arrested in connection with the stone pelting incident, taking the number of arrests in the case to 17. In a massive joint operation, the Indian Coast Guard and the Gujarat ATS seized over 300 kgs of drugs worth about rupees 1,800 crores near the Gujarat coast. Sharing the details of the joint operation, the Gujarat ATS said that the smugglers dumped the narcotics and fled after spotting the Coast Guard vessel. The consignment was recovered at sea and handed over to the ATS for further probe. The operation went down on the intervening night of April 12th and 13th. Unidentified bike-borne assailants targeted a car with country-made explosives in Prayagraj. In a chilling CCTV grab, the 2 bike-borne assailants were seen closing in on a vehicle, lobbing a crude bomb and fleeing the spot. According to sources, the police were in the process of filing a case on the basis of the CCTV footage. A youth was fined over a daring public stunt in Noida's Sector 33. The police swung into action after a video grab showing the youth dancing on the roof of a moving car went viral. The youth was slapped with a fine of rupees 38,500 by the Noida Traffic Police. After a big win for the forces in Kishtwar, where 3 trapped Jaish terrorists were gunned down, anti-terror operations were ongoing in the Jammu region. According to top sources, top army officers are making regular visits to areas to review the ongoing anti-terror operations. Lieutenant General P.K. Mishra, who recently took over as the new White Knight Corps commander, visited all operational areas in the Jammu region over the last couple of weeks. In a massive boon for air passengers in Haryana, Prime Minister Narendra Modi flagged off commercial flight operations from Haryana's Hisar to Ayodhya today. The Prime Minister also laid the foundation stone for a new terminal building of Hisar's Maharaj Agrasen Airport. And it's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get you all the details of how TMC has time and again downplayed the exodus of Hindus in the state of West Bengal, specifically in Murshidabad, after large-scale violence against the Waqf Act. All that and much more after a break.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Я же вам сказал.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের মানবতার পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
যাদের দেশে মানুষ ইসলামের নাম বলে দোকান সবাই চুর, এখানে বাটার দোকান ভেঙে
ইসরায়েল বাহিনী যেভাবে মানবতা বিরোধী কাজ করতেছে, ফিলিস্তিনি গাজাতে রাফাতে যেভাবে আমাদের মা বোন শিশুদের হত্যা করতেছে আমেরিকার সহযোগিতায়, তারই প্রতিবাদে তার নিন্দা জানার জন্য আমরা এখানে এসেছি। আমাদের সামর্থ্য নয় আমরা ওখানে গিয়ে কিছু করার, আমরা এই জন্য প্রতিবাদ করতেছি। আমরা পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের মানবতার পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. We get you all the details on Mehul Choksi's arrest and how this marks one step closer to getting him back to India to face the law. His extradition, that is certainly something that is awaited. We get you all the latest details. First, a quick check of the headlines. Fugitive Mehul Choksi wanted in the 13,000 crore rupees Punjab National Bank scam, arrested in Belgium. In a super exclusive on Republic, Antigone Prime Minister Gaston Brown has confirmed Mehul Choksi's citizenship has been revoked. Another big win for India after Tahavur Rana's extradition. Sources say India to initiate Choksi's extradition process soon.
Whether you would be comfortable when we asked about your extradition.
I'm not going to answer any of your questions, all right? Please stop bothering.
Will you look at me, please?
Thank you very much, sir. Of course.
Mr. Malia, we just asked you simple questions.
Please, you're polite to ask.
मेरी अगर कोई टेप करिए तो डिलीट कर दो.
Questions which I asked you, sir. Well, let's be fair. Let's be very fair. No, let's be.
अब तुम दिल्ली से आए हो ना? अब तुम लंदन में आए तो फिर तुम जरा तरीके से रहो यार.
मैं आपको
From Vijay Mallya to Sanjay Bhandari, Republic remains on the forefront to expose these fugitives.
वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टेयर जमीन पूरे देश में है। वक्फ कानून में बदलाव के बाद अब ये गरीबों से जो लूटा जा रहा है वो बंद होने वाला है।
Prime Minister Modi takes on Waqf. Baiters says several acres of land looted in the name of Waqf. Shocking response from Congress over Guna violence. Party remains silent on stone pelting but questions the need for taking out processions.
ऐसे संगठन जो कि नफरत फैलाते हैं उनको क्यों इजाज़त दी जाती है कि वे जुलूस के रूप में मस्जिदों के सामने से निकलें? ये प्रशासन क्यों मंजूरी देता है? नहीं देना चाहिए।
Thank you for staying with Republic, and we get you details of how West Bengal LOP Shuvendu Adhikari has demanded an NI investigation in the Murshidabad violence. In fact, he's also demanded president's rule in the state. BJP upping the ante against the Mamata government in West Bengal after what has happened in Murshidabad. Several Hindus have been displaced. They have been forced to move to Malda. They stand homeless, and BJP now upping the ante Suvendu Adhikari has not just demanded an NI investigation in the Murshidabad violence, but also demanding president's rule in the state. Listen in.
निधन तो उनका लोग किया, घर में घुसपैठ किया हरगोविंद दास चंदन दास को। पूरा बंगाल 16 को हिंदू शहीद दिवस मनाएगा। बंगाल में घर में घुस के पिता और लड़का को जिस तरीके से काटा है लोग चाकू से, उसका खिलाफ बंगाल का हिंदू बांटने वाला नहीं है। हिंदू शहीद दिवस पूरा प्रदेश में मनाया जाएगा 16 को।
And you heard that statement from Suvendu Adhikari, who has demanded president's rule in the state of West Bengal. In fact, he's with me on the phone line. Mr. Adhikari, all right, I beg your pardon. It is Shukanta Majumdar who's with us on the phone line. Shukanta Majumdar, we just heard from you a short while ago, and you said that you're all set to approach the High Court on what has happened with Hindus in Murshidabad. What's the plan?
Yes, we will ask the Honorable High Court to give the compensation, to ask the state government to give the compensation to the victims of this riot. Today, in front of mine, the victims, those have taken refuge to the Malda district. Those refugees have described their agony and pain they have faced in front of the police. Even they are molested, the women were molested, they were tried to burn, they were beaten by the Muslim goons, their houses were set as on fire. So this kind of incident happened, and the police was without any clue at that time, and so many losses of property, as well as we have lost 2 lives there. So this is the condition, and we will urge the Honorable High Court of Kolkata to advise the central government, to instruct the central government to give the compensation to the victims, as well as to ask the state government as well as the central government to linger the process of deployment of central forces in the disturbed area.
No, but Mr. Majumdar, you think that the problem is much bigger, and this is beyond Murshidabad. Hindus in West Bengal today feel threatened. They don't feel safe anymore. Does the Mamata government even intend working towards this problem? Because TMC leaders were still trying to normalize the situation by saying that this movement of Hindus is absolutely normal and this has nothing to do with the violence.
See, this is the mindset of the Trinamool Congress party members and the leaders. That's why they are not ready to counter this problem. They don't want to solve this problem because it suits with their political stand. They use these Muslim goons, the rioters, as the election machinery during the election. These rioters play a pivotal role during the election to threaten the Hindus in the minority areas, where the minorities are in a majority. And these people are used in the other places also. And it is a big problem. It is not confined to the Murshidabad district. In every district, in Malda, in North Dinajpur, in South Dinajpur, this Muslim association, Muslim organization, they are asking for the permission to the police to hold this kind of rallies. And I am assuring you that I am forecasting you, if this kind of rally takes place in any part of the West Bengal, it will be violent again, once again, anywhere in the state of West Bengal. This is the mindset of those communal people. Some section of these people, those are coming on the road. These are very communal, and they are anti-India mindset people. So that's why Mamata Banerjee used themselves as a vote bank. And the state government officials, especially the Firada, as I have been informed by your reporter, that Firada said this migration is quite normal. It is a shameless statement given by your cabinet minister.
Mr. Majumdar, what we see on our screens is painful to watch. Little children are homeless. People are stripped of their livelihood. You spoke to a lot of these Hindus. What is their state?
See, this is really painful to observe these Hindus. They have left their villages and how they were describing their upbeat in front of mine. So it is really, their experience is it's a harrowing thing. And in this Hindustan, we call India as Hindustan also sometimes. So it is really pathetic that these kind of atrocities are happening on the Hindus. Similar kind of things were observed in the Bangladesh 3 months ago. And now similar kind of incidents are we are observing in the state of West Bengal. It's really shameful for all the people of this country as well as the state.
Indeed it is. I want to thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon. As we now get you further details, more than 400 Hindus who have been forced to flee from their homes. They are in shelter camps right now. And a shocking statement that is coming in from a TMC leader, West Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim, who is trying to downplay this exodus of Hindus and saying that they are migrating within Bengal itself, so everything is all right. Listen in.
ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है, यहाँ पर ऐसा कोई परिस्थिति नहीं है। बंगाल से बंगाल में ही जा रहे हैं, तो बंगाल सुरक्षित है बोल के देख जाएगा, सारी जगह जा रहे हैं, सब ठीक है। पुलिस डीजीपी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कल किया, हम देखा, जो पूरा कठोर होगा। एक घटना घट गई है, उसको लेके ऐसा कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए। वो घटना ऐसा, इससे बहुत बड़ा घटना यूपी पे इसमें गुजरात में घटी थी, उसके बाद भी लोगों चुप था। आज ऐसा क्या घटना जो हुआ निंदनीय है, निंदनीय है, जो भी किया वो निंदनीय किया। इसका पीछे कौन है ये निकालना पुलिस के काम है, और निकालेगा, मेरा विश्वास है। मगर ये घटना नहीं चाहिए था ये, क्योंकि ये बंगाल की पवित्र भूमि है।
Meanwhile, there is mounting anger over what has been happening in West Bengal, especially in the wake of several Hindus who've been forced to flee from their homes. Listen in to more voices coming in.
दुर्भाग्य है, मैं निवेदन करता हूं रिपब्लिक भारत से, उम्मीद करता हूं आपसे, क्योंकि आपके जो चीफ हैं वो सनातन की आवाज को उठाते हैं। इसके नाते आपसे अपील निवेदन है कि बांग्लादेश की स्थिति भयावह है, उसी पैटर्न पे पश्चिम बंगाल चल रहा है। आप मेदिनीपुर से लेकर खुर्शिदाबाद तक की जो घटना आप देख सकते हो, वो घटना दुखद है। जितनी निंदा की जाए उतनी कम है। आपसे अपील है कि वहां मानवता की रक्षा।
इलेक्शन मांगा है, ये जनता का मांग है। जहां हिंदू माइनॉरिटी है, ये लोग हिंदू लोग को वोट नहीं दे रहा है। इलेक्शन का दौरान ईसीआई को प्रेसिडेंट रूल में इलेक्शन कराना चाहिए यहाँ का डेमोक्रेसी के लिए, और एनआईए तुरंत होना चाहिए मुर्शिदाबाद इशू में। वहाँ एंटी नेशनल फोर्स का एक्टिविटीज है। पहले एनआईए हुआ मोमिनपुर, इकबालपुर में, रिसड़ा में, डालखोला में, शिवपुर में, सब एक्सट्रीमिस्ट को अंदर किया एनआईए। यह अंसारुल बांग्ला पीएफआई सिमी का काम है, उसको पेट्रोनाइज कर रहा है यहाँ का सरकार, वोट बैंक की लालच से। सरकार बोल रही है हमारी पुलिस अच्छा काम कर रही है।
All right, so that's the latest statement that just came in from Shubhendu Adhikari, where the BJP is upping the ante against the TMC government over the absolute sorry situation that West Bengal sees after the Murshidabad violence. Several Hindus, more than 400, who've been forced to move out of their homes. They have moved from Murshidabad to Malda and other areas of West Bengal. At a time like this, the TMC is downplaying this exodus. It is saying that the movement is only within West Bengal and such incidents happen. The mindset of the TMC, that is particularly concerning, where Hindus feel threatened for their lives. Let's once again listen to what Shrikanta Majumdar had said.
सेंट्रल फोर्सेस के तैनाती होने के बाद स्थिति में थोड़ा सुधार आया है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है अभी भी स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है कि जहां पे हिंदू सर उठा के जी सके, फ्रीडम के साथ जी सके, अपनी रिलीजियस जो आइडेंटिटी है उसके साथ जी सके। और जो
now have Dilip Ghosh with us on the phone line. Mr. Ghosh, very good afternoon to you. Your word on how more than 400 Hindus have been forced to move out of their homes.
जी बिल्कुल, जिस दिन घटना हुई मैं मुर्शिदाबाद के पास ही था और मेरे सामने हुआ। मैं रात को जब आया देखा गाड़ी जल रही थी, हाईवे रेलवे सब बंद हो गया था। इतना भयावह स्थिति है तो वहाँ लोग टिक नहीं सकते हैं और लगातार 2 दिन चला। काल भी टेंशन था तो मजबूरी में लोग वहाँ से भाग रहे हैं। सरकार की प्रशासन की कोई मदद नहीं है और खाली बोलने कुछ नहीं हुआ है।
The BJP is demanding there should be president's rule in the state of West Bengal, approaching the High Court, trying every possible measure to get Hindus justice in West Bengal. How are you upping the ante against the Mamata government?
नहीं देखिए, ऐसे 4-5 जिला में धीरे धीरे फैल रहा है। नॉर्थ बंगाल में नहीं था, अब कुछ बिहार में, सिलीगुड़ी में भी हिंसा शुरू हो गया है। साउथ में यहाँ हावड़ा, हुगली, मेदिनीपुर, साउथ ईस्ट और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी टेंशन है। तो अगर यहाँ जहाँ हिंदू संख्या लघु है वहाँ अगर उनका कोई सिक्योरिटी नहीं रहेगा तो ये सरकार किस काम का है? और लगातार चलेगा तो लोग पलायन करना शुरू कर देंगे। तो ये हिंदू सुन्न करके और यहाँ राज चलाना चाहती है, इसलिए यहाँ वही सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का हस्तक्षेप चाहिए, नहीं तो हिंदू यहाँ सुरक्षित नहीं है।
And the mindset of the TMC that is trying to downplay this exodus, they say that the movement is only within West Bengal. So what is the problem?
नहीं, क्यों लोग अपना गांव छोड़कर, घर छोड़कर क्यों जाएंगे? गांव के लोग घर छोड़ के उस पर मुर्शिदाबाद से मालदा गए और रो रहे हैं कि हमारा गाय, बकरी, हमारा खेत पड़ा हुआ है, पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा। ये तो जम्मू कश्मीर की जैसी हालत हो गई है। पहले लोग कश्मीर से पलायन करके जम्मू आए, फिर जम्मू से पलायन करके बाकी देश में गए। तो आज वही शुरुआत हुआ है, मुर्शिदाबाद छोड़कर नदिया में, मालदा में जा रहे हैं, फिर वहां से कहीं और माइग्रेट करेंगे। 2021 में चुनाव के बाद यही स्थिति हुई थी। आज भी हजारों लोग बंगाल छोड़ के चले गए, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र में नौकरी कर रहे हैं। उनका घर तोड़ दिया गया, दुकान लूट लिया गया है। आके क्या करेंगे वो यहाँ?
All right, Mr. Ghosh, thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon. And that is the state of affairs in West Bengal. More than 400 Hindus who stand displaced at this point. They've been forced to move out of Murshidabad. They're stranded off their livelihood, their homes, not knowing what the future entails for them. But the TMC government at such a point downplaying this exodus. And BJP says Hindus are unsafe in West Bengal. Moving on, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Haryana, where he made his first public remarks on the newly passed Waqf Act, hailing the Waqf Act as a game changer. Prime Minister said that the Waqf land benefited only a few land mafias, while the backward Muslim community gained nothing out of it. In fact, in an all-out attack on the opposition, Prime Minister Modi accused the Congress of appeasement politics, saying that the party's opposition to the new law proves their strategy is divisive. Listen in.
Speaking at a public address in Haryana, Prime Minister Modi took cognizance of the dissent over the Waqf Act. In his first public statement over the newly passed Act, the Prime Minister accused the Congress party of playing appeasement politics over the Act. Accusing the Congress of only creating noise, he asked why has the party not reserved 50% of its election tickets for Muslims if it's so concerned about minorities. Prime Minister Modi also said that the Waqf board owned lakhs of hectares of land, but the assets were never used to help the poor and needy Muslims, and only land mafias made the most out of it.
वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टर जमीन पूरे देश में है। इस जमीन, इस प्रॉपर्टी से गरीब का, बेसहारा महिलाओं, बच्चों का भला होना चाहिए था। और ये भूमाफिया किसकी जमीन लूट रहे थे? ये दलित की जमीन लूट रहे थे, पिछड़ों की जमीन लूट रहे थे।
Targeting the Congress, he said the opposition party made the constitution a tool for gaining power. He said the Congress made arbitrary changes in the Waqf law for political mileage.
2013 के आखिर में, आखिरी सत्र में कांग्रेस ने इतने सालों तक चल रहे वक्फ के कानून में आनन फानन संशोधन कर दिया ताकि चुनाव में वोट पा सके.
The key statement comes at a time when multiple incidents of Anti-Waqf Act protests turning violent have come to light, and the most grave one from the state of West Bengal.
And after Mehul Choksi's arrest, we now get you details of what the Antigone Prime Minister Gaston Brown has said to Republic in a super exclusive. That statement of how he said that extradition is only a matter of time. In fact, the Antigone Prime Minister Gaston Brown has also said that we have revoked his citizenship. This is the latest that has come in on Republic and how India is getting a step closer as far as his extradition is concerned. The Antigone Prime Minister Gaston Brown on Mehul Choksi has said that the matter is now being heard by the court. And if he is in Belgium, then it is for the Belgium authorities to look into. Choksi has challenged his extradition. Now remember, Mehul Choksi's lawyer who continues to defend him on medical grounds. Listen in to what he said.
My client was arrested on Saturday और जो है क्या कहते हैं उनकी अब अपील फाइल की जाएगी. तो उस अपील के अंदर रिक्वेस्ट की जाएगी कि उनको बेल दी जाए और उनको डिटेंशन में ना रखा जाए और वो अपनी एक्सट्रेडिशन कंटेस्ट करेंगे.
India is trying for his extradition. On what grounds are you going to fight against the extradition, and why is he not joining the investigation against the scam in India? Why is he not traveling to India?
जी इसमें आपने दो सवाल पूछे. पहला सवाल तो ये है कि जो जनरल ग्राउंड होते हैं वो दो होते हैं कि इंडिया में उनको उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स अफेक्ट हो जाएंगे. नंबर 2 पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर रहेगा. ठीक है. और जो है क्या कहते हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं वो हमेशा से ज्वाइन करने के लिए उन्होंने ऑफर किया हुआ है और वीसी पे ज्वाइन करने के लिए ऑफर किया हुआ है. बिकॉज ऑफ हेल्थ कंडीशन ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते हैं.
Did he try to misuse his or hide his identity in Antwerp in Belgium? There are reports around that.
No, those reports are unfounded and I think your homework is not proper. There is no such report that I have ever come across. Rather, he got himself checked in the hospital. He has been taking treatment in his own name. That is why everyone knows here, and that is why we filed the documents in the court. We ourselves have filed the documents in the court. So where is the question of his hiding his identity?
Can we expect you to travel to Belgium anytime soon?
That's a client-attorney privilege communication. So I'll not give you my itinerary.
MOS Finance Pankaj Chaudhary, who also spoke on Mehul Choksi's arrest, listen into what he said.
देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है. मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता. देखिए, मोदी जी ने जो पहले ही कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा जिन जिन लोगों ने खाया है उसको वापस करना होगा और देश में सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई चल रहा है. मेहुल चोक्सी पकड़ा गया है, निश्चित तौर से एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता.
And well, after the Havarana opposition that has started politics on Mehul Choksi's arrest as well, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who dodged questions on Mehul Choksi, calling it a diversionary tactic by the BJP. Listen in.
देखिए, ये सरकार की सब जानकारी में था. सरकार समय समय पर ऐसे काम करेगी जिससे तमाम बुनियादी सवालों पर चर्चा न हो. आज सबसे बड़ा सवाल है कि संविधान सुरक्षित है कि नहीं है. संविधान के तहत ये सरकार चल रही कि नहीं चल रही है. ये जानबूझ करके इसी तरह के कारनामे और काम करेगी जिससे बुनियादी सवालों से ध्यान हट जाए.
पता लगता है कि मोदी जी जो हैं वो इन लोगों को लाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये मालिया साहब हाथ में नहीं आ रहे हैं. इसी तरह मोदी जी जब हुकूमत करने के लिए आए थे तो उन्होंने लोगों से वादा किया था कि हम जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उसको भी वापस लाने हैं. ये चूँकि किस्तों में करना चाहते हैं ताकि लोग बिज़ी रहें, तो उनको किसने रोका है? वो जो स्विस बैंकों में पैसा है उनको देखने के लिए कि कौन लोग हैं, क्यों नहीं वो पैसा आ रहा है. मालिया साहब कहाँ हैं? चौकसी साहब ने भी इनको भी बदनाम किया है. चौकसी ने कहा था कि मेरा शेयर इनके साथ भी है.
And we now play out that exclusive interview that Antigone Prime Minister Gaston Brown gave to Republic TV, where he said that they have revoked Mehul Choksi's citizenship and the matter is now being heard by a court. He also stated that Choksi will oppose India's extradition bid. Listen in.
Just get a quick comment from you, Mr. Brown, because the matter is about an Antiguan citizen also. So I just wanted a quick comment on how the Antiguan government is looking into the matter.
As you know, he was subjected to extradition. We revoked his citizenship. And those are matters that are before the court. We know nothing else about Mr. Choksi.
So have you revoked his citizenship? Does that mean that you're going to ask for an investigation into this matter and call him from Belgium?
Yes, I did. Definitely not. We have no locus at this time. If he's in Belgium, that's a matter for the Belgian authorities.
And will the Antiguan authorities also speak to the Interpol? Because given the fact that he still says that he is an Antiguan citizen and he's requesting on medical grounds for certain relief.
As far as we're concerned, Mr. Choksi's citizenship has been revoked. He challenged in the court, and he's also subjected to extradition, which he has challenged.
And time now for a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you this afternoon. Stories in brief on Bharat in 5 minutes. Mayor of the city of New York, Eric Adams, has signed the proclamation to declare April 14 as Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar Day in honor of Bala Saheb Ambedkar. The distinction, first ever by a major US city, comes on Dr. Ambedkar's 134th birth anniversary and to recognize the contributions of one of the world's most transformative champions of equality and civil rights.
Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar is also a great leader, and Babasaheb Ambedkar was studied here in Columbia University, and after that he became the big leader. He was a social activist, he was a political activist, he was economic activist, and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, many people are following his philosophy.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla attended the inaugural ceremony of the special train between Kota and Delhi from Kota railway station in Rajasthan. In his address, the Speaker said that under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, the railway minister has given a whole new direction to rail connectivity.
माननीय रेल मंत्री जी ने अम्बेडकर नगर से दिल्ली की एक ट्रेन चलाकर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर की जयंती पर जो पुलिस कार्य किया है उसके लिए बधाई के पात्र हैं। हमने प्रयागराज के माध्यम को देखा, भारत की आध्यात्मिक संस्कृति की उस सामर्थ्य और ताकत को देखा, और उज्जैन की धरती जो महाकाल की धरती है, देवों की धरती है, वहां का सिंह महाकुंभ की अभी से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने शुरुआत कर दी है।
Republic Media Network is thrilled to announce an influencer incubator program where you can be a part of creating some world-class content that is nation first and that creates awareness. And Republic is going to give your content the reach. The Positive Influencers program, which aims to bring together diverse set of people from across the country, is going to run from the Republic Media Network campus, which has the largest newsroom in Asia. So what is the wait for? Come and join this revolutionary program.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
আমরা পাশাপাশি সারা বিশ্বের মুসলমানদেরকে এবং সারা বিশ্বের মানবতার পক্ষের লোকদেরকে বলবো, আপনারা সবাই ইসরায়েলি পণ্য বয়কট করুন এবং গাজা এবং ফিলিস্তিনের পক্ষে অবস্থান নিন।
Fugitive Mehul Choksi, wanted in the 13,000 crore rupee Punjab National Bank scam, arrested in Belgium. In a super exclusive on Republic TV, Antiguan Prime Minister Gaston Brown confirms Mehul Choksi's citizenship has been revoked. Another big win for India after Tahabur Rana's extradition. Sources say India to initiate Choksi's extradition process soon.
Comfortable when we asked about your extradition.
I'm not going to answer any of your questions, all right? Please stop bothering.
Will you look at me, please? Thank you very much, sir.
Of course.
From Malya to Sanjay Bhandari, Republic remains on the forefront to expose these fugitives.
वक्फ के नाम पर लाखों हेक्टर जमीन पूरे देश में है। वक्फ कानून में बदलाव के बाद अब ये गरीबों से जो लूटा जा रहा है वो बंद होने वाला है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi takes on the Waqf baiters, says several acres of land looted from the poor in the name of Waqf.
ऐसे संगठन जो कि नफरत फैलाते हैं, उनको क्यों इजाज़त दी जाती है कि वे जुलूस के रूप में मस्जिदों के सामने से निकलें? ये प्रशासन क्यों मंजूरी देता है? नहीं देना चाहिए।
Shocking response from Congress over Guna violence. Party remains silent on the stones pelted at the Shobha Yatra, but questions the need for taking out a procession. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Dr. Mishra. We start with breaking news coming in now. Congress MP Digvijay Singh has made a shocking comment on Guna violence. Now, Digvijay Singh says, and I quote, "The question is, why are certain organizations that spread hatred and incite riots allowed to take out processions with DJs playing loud music in front of mosques? Why does the administration grant them permission? Such permissions should not be given. BJP and RSS only create hatred and create violence." Unquote. That's what Digvijay Singh has said. Remember, we was in Indore, I beg your pardon, in Guna of Madhya Pradesh. There was violence during Hanuman Jayanti celebration, the procession. There was controversy. There was a clash because of the route that the Hanuman Jayanti procession had taken. You have the visual running to the left side of your screen. Stones were pelted at the Hanuman Jayanti procession. But Digvijay Singh has a problem that why a procession was taken out at first place. Listen in.
देखिए, बात यह है कि क्या कारण है कि जो कुछ ऐसे संगठन जो कि नफरत फैलाते हैं, जो कि दंगे फसाद कराते हैं, उनको क्यों इजाज़त दी जाती है कि वे जुलूस के रूप में डीजे लगाकर मस्जिदों के सामने से निकलें? ये प्रशासन क्यों मंजूरी देता है? नहीं देना चाहिए। यदि आप देखेंगे तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन है, उसका पालन नहीं हो रहा है। मैंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन का पालन करने के लिए हाई कोर्ट में रिट पिटीशन लगाई हुई है। 3 साल से लंबे थे, उसकी तारीख नहीं मिल रही है। अगर ईमानदारी के साथ माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गाइडलाइन का पालन सरकार करे तो कहीं दंगे फसाद नहीं होंगे। लेकिन ये डबल इंजन की सरकार की मानसिकता है नफरत फैलाकर दंगे फसाद कराने की, राजनीतिक लाभ को। लेकिन अब धीरे धीरे लोगों के बात समझ में आ रही है।
All right, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in right now. These are visuals coming in. These are visuals coming in right now from Kolkata, viewers. Shalda Indian Secular Front is protesting against the Waqf Act. There you have visuals coming in. So there's no end to the Waqf protests in Kolkata, in any part of West Bengal, despite deadly violence in several parts where Hindus have been forced to migrate and flee their homes amid the protests, the violence in the name of Waqf. These rallies continue. There is no ban, there is no restriction on such processions in West Bengal. There are objections, there are permissions not granted during Ram Navami, but you see what's happening there. After violent protests took the lives of at least 3 people, vandalizing properties, targeting of Hindus. But you see the groups in the name of Waqf continue on the streets of Kolkata to raise banners, to raise slogans, blocking roads, jamming roads. You see the huge number of this organization called Indian Secular Front protesting against Waqf in Shalda of Kolkata. And this is, of course, as the West Bengal administration continues to be a mute spectator. Central forces have been rushed to those violence-hit areas, and TMC netas, MPs, state ministers continue to make incendiary comments. They continue to provoke. Mamata Banerjee continues to say that she'll defy the law of the land. But and amidst all of this, you see that these processions continue, the fear-mongering continues, misleading of communities continues. This is coming in from the heart of Kolkata, the capital city of the heart of West Bengal, the capital city of West Bengal, that is Kolkata. The protests continue unabated, and there are plans for more protests. There's no restrictions, there's no control. As even the Calcutta High Court had said that what has been happening in West Bengal, we cannot keep our eyes shut to that. There is violence rampant, and despite that, you see that in the name of protest, the Waqf demonstration continue. Gesu, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Gesu, well, while we see that there are central forces deployed in several violence-hit parts of West Bengal, you have these processions continuing in several parts, even in Kolkata.
Rakshita, the visuals in fact on our screens right now, they're from Sealdah in Kolkata, where anti-Waqf Act protests have once again taken the entire street by a storm. In fact, also Rakshita, it's very key to understand that just today, more forces were deployed, more central forces were pressed in the state of West Bengal, including companies of the CAPF and units of the BSF in heavy numbers were deployed today across areas which were marred by violence just a few days back. Viewers, now it's also vital to remember that this comes shortly after at least 130 arrests were made in cases of violence which unfolded in Murshidabad and the Nadia districts in the state of West Bengal. In fact, while the Trinamool Congress is completely under question for what they're doing to protect against these violent eruptions across the state, the TMC leaders, including the Chief Minister, remain mum over the matter. These are the visuals of the protests that have broken out.
Yeah, right. Stay with us, Gesu. We have Bhaskar joining us on the broadcast. Bhaskar, tell us what is happening, because we see despite the violence that has been erupting, and it has been deadly violence, these processions, these demonstrations continue. Bhaskar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Bhaskar, please go ahead.
बिल्कुल, देखिए कलकत्ता में भी ये वाकफ अमेंडमेंट के खिलाफ एक रैली थे और उस रैली में जाने वाले जितने लोग थे आईएसएफ के पार्टी से, इंडियन सेक्युलर फ्रंट नौशाद सिद्दीकी के जो पार्टी से, उन लोगों को पुलिस ने रोक दिया बासंती हाईवे पे और उसी के बाद तुरंत बासंती हाईवे बंद कर दिया। ये आईएसएफ वर्कर्स सुबह से जो रोड ब्लॉकेट चल रहा था और काफी सारे हंगामा भी हुआ पुलिस के साथ। हाथ जो लोग वाकफ अमेंडमेंट लॉ के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे उन लोगों के साथ पुलिस का हाथापाई हुआ। और देखिए अभी जो ट्रैफिक है वो ट्रैफिक पूरी की पूरी तरह से फंस चुका है और यहाँ पे हम लोग के पास जो तस्वीरें आए हैं हम लोग देख सकते हैं कि पूरे बासंती हाईवे पूरे बासंती हाईवे को बंद कर दिया गया था ये वाकफ अमेंडमेंट लॉ के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन करने वालों से। और इन लोग कलकत्ता में ये रैली था और वो रैली से पहले ही जब हाईवे के अंदर कलकत्ता पुलिस लोगों को रोक दिया तभी तो हालत बिगड़ गया और जो लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे उन लोगों के तरफ से काफी हंगामा किया गया ये बासंती हाईवे के ऊपर। और देखिए अभी तक जो हाल है कि अभी तो हाल ही में ये जो रोड ब्लॉकेट को हटा दिया पुलिस ने, लेकिन अभी भी काफी ट्रैफिक कंजेशन है उधर। और यहाँ पे जो हालत है वो हालत पश्चिम बंगाल के अंदर वाकफ लॉ के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हुए कुछ लोग जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन है वो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन को तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहा है। ये तो साफ है, ताकि वो मुर्शिदाबाद हो या फिर भांगड़ या फिर कलकत्ता, सारी जगहों से एक ही तस्वीरें आ रहे हैं।
भास्कर में बताइए, जो कि भारी तादाद में एक भारी संख्या में हम देख रहे हैं कि इस तरह के प्रदर्शनकारी सड़कों पे उतर चुके हैं कलकत्ता में, लेकिन ये बताएं कि क्या सुरक्षा व्यवस्था का क्या अभी इस पर क्या अपडेट है, क्या सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, क्योंकि हमें कोई सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल जितना हम देख सक पा रहे हैं उतना हमें कुछ देखने को मिल नहीं रहा है, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि इन प्रोटेस्ट के नाम पर, इस प्रदर्शन के नाम पर क्या कुछ हुआ है पिछले 3 से 4 दिनों में बंगाल में, लेकिन सुरक्षा व्यवस्था क्या कोई संज्ञान लिया गया है, क्या कोई अरेंजमेंट किया गया है कि जो स्थिति है वो हाथ से ना निकले?
बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी तो कलकत्ता पुलिस की काफी सारे फोर्स को डिप्लॉय किया गया है इस सिचुएशन को टैकल करने के लिए। पर देखिए एक बात तो साफ है कि पूरे बंगाल के लोग ये सवाल उठा रहे हैं कि आखिर जब वाकफ अमेंडमेंट लॉ के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन के नाम पे इस तरह के हरकतें हो रहे हैं, तब वो पहले से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन को मेंटेन करने के लिए उन लोगों को पहले से क्यों नहीं रोक दिया जा रहा है ममता बनर्जी के पुलिस और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से, ताकि वो मुर्शिदाबाद में हो या फिर कलकत्ता, सारी जगहों की तस्वीरें ऑलमोस्ट एक है। जो पुलिस इन लोगों को रोक नहीं पा रहे हैं और भाजपा की तरफ से साफ तौर से कहना है कि ममता बनर्जी की पुलिस और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कंप्लीटली फेल्यूर बन चुका है, क्योंकि ये वाकफ अमेंडमेंट लॉ के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन करने वाले जो लोग हैं, जो लोग तोड़ फोड़ कर रहे हैं, जो लोग आग जला रहे हैं, जो मेन हाईवे है वो हाईवे को बंद करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उन लोगों के खिलाफ ममता बनर्जी के पुलिस और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उस तरह से कोई सख्त जो स्टेप नहीं ले पा रहा है। और भाजपा ने और भी सवाल उठा रहा है कि आखिर ये वाकफ अमेंडमेंट लॉ के खिलाफ जो विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं उन लोगों के साथ क्या ये पुलिस का या सरकार की रूलिंग पार्टी तृणमूल कांग्रेस की कोई चोक साजिश है, ये भी सवाल अब उठा रहे हैं भाजपा के वरिष्ठ नेतृत्व।
हमें जरा इस इंडियन सेक्युलर फ्रंट के बारे में जरा बताएं, इफ यू कुड शेयर अस मोर अबाउट द इंडियन सेक्युलर फ्रंट, बिकॉज ममता बनर्जी भी कुछ दिन पहले वहाँ पर उन्होंने विजिट किया था, इफ्तारी भी शेयर की थी, हमने देखा था काफ़ी कुछ उस टाइम कयास भी लगाए गए थे कि ममता बनर्जी वहाँ पर क्यों गई है। इंडियन सेक्युलर फ्रंट के बारे में बताइए, इस पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में बताइए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए इंडियन सेक्युलर फ्रंट जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, इस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से सिर्फ एक एमएलए अभी है बंगाल में, वो है पीरजादा नौशाद सिद्दीकी। और देखिए कुछ दिनों पहले से जो आईएसएफ और इंडियन सेक्युलर फ्रंट और ममता बनर्जी के बीच में